Okay.
Check, check. We should be good now. I think we got it fixed.
Let's see. Let's see. All right, your stream is on right now. It looks like you're live. You're live right now.
Right? You see
Okay,
me? I got a hand wave.
it looks like it's delayed again. No. Unless you went to a different, let me see, did you go to a different one? Go to JJ.
I got my hand up right now.
JJ live. Okay, history being made. 9 watching. Boom. No, not that one.
You can hear me now. I just got myself muted.
Okay.
10-second delay is what you're saying?
Yes. It's around a 10-second delay.
All right, we're getting closer.
7 is.
So I got my hand up right now. Hello, everybody. Give me a 5x5 if you can hear me.
2, 3.
Over here, over here. Oh, okay.
That was pretty reactive.
That was
There it
pretty
is.
reactive.
Yeah.
So give them like
6-second
a
delay.
like
That's
a
not
the
too
storm.
bad.
2, 3.
It's the storm.
Now watch.
I see you. I hear you.
Worth it? Good enough?
It's still kind of delayed. I mean, obviously.
Yeah, it
That's
is,
natural.
but your storm's gonna fuck with you. Yeah.
All right, I got to close this other stream.
How do you do?
Yeah, I'm working on it. How do you close the damn stream?
Do you have another window open?
It says it's.
Close that. Let me check. Can't hear you.
All right, let me go with a 5x5 one more time, please. Or
Right.
Just wait, just watch.
Boom. I got you. I hear you. I hear you now. It's a little bit of a delay. Nothing crazy.
okay.
You're going. It's gonna. It's gonna be a little bit like 5-second late, but I mean, something you could work with.
All right. All right, so I guess we're gonna try this with the delay that we have.
It's way better than what it was. 30 seconds to 7 seconds.
So what do we got? About 3-second delay. So How many fingers am I holding up? One. That was like 5, 6 seconds.
I don't think it's bad.
Right. All right. I appreciate you, man.
You didn't hit your button.
Say what?
You didn't hit your button.
What button?
You're not muted.
Okay.
Like, if you don't want it playing sound anymore, you need to mute that page.
Gotcha. So all right. Thanks for bearing with me, guys. Slightly embarrassing, just a little bit. Stop judging. I'd appreciate it, you son of a bitches. Anyway, let's see if I could deal with this live delay here. Don't seem too bad. Very different. DeWitt saying I'm handsome. I can see that. DeWitt gets it. So anyways, what do you guys want to get into tonight? I'm kind of open to suggestions, and we'll get this going here. If you guys want to do anything in particular, I kind of wanted to go over some of the Final Experiment crap. I know it's getting old and kind of redundant, but if you guys wanted to watch a few things that I'd like to show you, that'd be awesome. So what I wanted to do was show you guys, you probably already all seen it, but Jaron, or the debate with Whitsitt and Dustin Nemos, when Whitsitt was denying that Glacier Mountain was a different mountain. And then I just wanted to show you guys a comparison, kind of on the next one. It was a Kingdom of Context or whatever, where Jaron and Whitsitt and the other young lady was there, and basically Jaron was putting Whitsitt in his place, so to speak. But I'll let you guys see what I'm talking about if you haven't seen it. Let's go here.
The reasons that I'm giving you, the reasons that I'm giving you, and some of them you've debunked, yes, and
I think the whole list has been debunked, like, because he's shown greater divergence. We can just go replicate it again and show greater divergence, and it's like every single one of them is debunked. Vape gate, footprint gate,
parallax
drone gate, parallax gate.
You absolutely vaped, man. Come on.
I never ever
So
said I didn't.
how
vape.
does the volume
Never,
on the
not one
video
time
sound
ever.
compared to the volume of my voice?
No, I didn't. Why would I fake my breath? Why would I fake my breath?
We've been on here a while. Let's try to fly through it, and for the sake of your time, and I want
So dumb, Dustin. Come on, you're smarter than this, bro.
Where is the Union Glacier camp? It looks like that was invisible in the background of this, and I know that you moved over a little bit, but the same mountain.
I think
It's the same mountain in the background. We should be able to see something of the camp, right?
it's not the same at all. It's a totally different area.
It's the exact same mountain. Look, you guys see this?
Yeah, it's a mountain. It's a
Dude,
mountain.
I have full video from one location to the next. We have like 5 of them from different angles. You have to drive pretty far away. It's like a 15-minute drive through the snow, which is obviously slower. I think they said 1.5 kilometers. I can double check. I don't know. Totally different place. You don't even see the same stuff at all.
We'll put the
So
word
it's-
salad on
So it should be that,
1.5.
like, that blue box at the bottom of the image, we should be able to see at least some sign of buildings.
What? No, brother, this is so far away from the camp. You can't see the camp at all.
That mountain is not that much smaller in proportional relation.
It's a totally different angle of mountains. I don't even think it's the same mountain at all.
That's the exact same mountain, bro. Look at that.
It is not.
So
it is not.
it's
So let me see.
obviously
This thing. It looks like that
Union
Titan-shaped,
Glacier
elephant
Mountain, so it's not
It has
an
this almost
easily
concave,
mistakable
nose in
mountain
front of it. It's very
whatsoever.
distinct right there in front of the sun. You see
And they
that,
didn't
like,
go that
it's a
far
slope,
away
almost
from
a
it.
ski
That's
slope.
just the
That's
point
okay.
that I'm
How high
making.
is that mountain?
And then
is
here, it's
that
the same shape. It's cut
It's
off.
not.
You
It's not
don't
the same
even-
shape. You can
you
look right
act
where
like
that slope
you don't
is.
know
It's
it's
totally
the
different.
same
And I know
mountain.
for a fact it's different. And this is what's so funny. Wait, I thought just a second ago the Owen Benjamin stream could have been legit when we were in Antarctica because the studio is in a different location, but now the studio is in the same location as the camp. And one of the arguments is how come it doesn't look the same as the camp. These narratives will never work. They'll always self-contradict. A second ago, the studio was supposedly in a different place, and that's why we could verify that somehow Austin was able to see his breath the entire time drinking tea with Owen Benjamin because he was actually in Antarctica, and that was actually at the camp. That's where that video was filmed. Was at the camp. So, but there's
All this is Antarctica.
all of it's in Antarctica, and my
Plus,
point is,
David
the
Weiss
video with Owen
is
Benjamin was
just
filmed at
on
the camp.
defense mode.
And we
He's
have
supposed to be
GoPro footage. People just go to
moderating
Jaren's
here.
stream. He's already shown a ton of it.
And
He's supposed to
he'll
release it
never
to the
have
whole public
anything
here
bad
soon.
to
I showed on my
say
stream last
or
night some
an
different footage from my phone and the GoPro. We at the
opinion
camp.
about
So we're
what
at the
which
camp.
it says
I'm not
ever.
saying
In
the
fact,
camp
he
doesn't
just
exist. I'm saying
defends
it's
it.
just in your studio
If you
footage.
watch this whole
Why would
video,
it?
you can.
It's a totally different place. It's out
a
away from
sense of what
everything.
I'm talking
Do you know
about.
why we had to go to a different location?
So,
You know why?
I
Because
love
one of the-
what Dave
the reason
pushes,
we had to go to a
you
different
know,
location
and
is because the
Austin as
mountain that is in
well,
the
they
background of that
both
sign is 13.5 degree elevation angle, and the sun
have
goes
taught
slightly
us a
below it.
lot,
We had to
you
get
know,
out away
and they're
from it. We had to
gonna
get away
continue
from
to
it.
teach
We
a lot of
drove all the
people,
way
but
out. Like
it
maybe it's
sucks
1.5 miles or whatever. I don't know.
to say
It's the same
the
mountain.
very least.
No.
You know, and we
It
got to
doesn't
just
kind of
be
similar to the
aware
slope there.
that,
I don't know. It doesn't. I don't even think it is the
no,
same
you
mountain. I
can't
really
trust
wouldn't even know that
anybody.
answer.
You know,
I think
even
it's the same
if they're pushing.
I'm pretty sure it's not though, because
the
if that
truth.
mountain is by the camp, it's definitely not the same mountain.
And it doesn't look
Wait,
like
wait, go back up. Look, go back
I
up.
do think
Okay,
if you
see
go to
where-
Antarctica,
Wait, I want watch this. You
without
see how that's a
going
sharp
on
angle, and then it cuts down.
one
Now
of
go
their
down.
little cruises
Go down.
or whatever.
This is a smooth
and you
angle
go
into
down
it. It's not even the
for
same. It has
any
bumps and it's
specific
smooth, and it goes
reason
down. This is
other
a
than
sharp
that,
angle into a
they-
sharp angle.
That's a
You're
bowl
most
on the
likely
top
going to
there.
end
It's
up
like a slope, and
compromised,
that's
you
a
know,
round
regardless
level
of what they
down
tell
to
you.
the ground level.
We got to
It's almost
remember
ski
the
slope.
people that are
It's
telling
not the
us
same as the picture just above.
have
That's what I'm
zero
saying.
credibility.
It is not.
The one above it is wider.
Wait,
You can
Austin,
actually zoom out of this and see. It's definitely nowhere. You can't see the camp at all, bro. It's nowhere close. You go through mountains and then take like a right and then go drive for a long time and you bust back to a right. You see the camp way off in your distance before you even get over behind the other mountains, and then you're out in the middle of nowhere. And this is on the marathon route, which is 10 kilometers, right? And they run 4 laps, 10 kilometers. There are red flags you'll see in our footage back here. There are red flags lined up based on where they run the marathon, and there's no camp anywhere involved in any of that. So you can actually see red flags lined up, and that's not where the camp is. So that mountain can't be the same because there are literally, you can see people actually. There was a person running on it at one point. It's totally
that too
different, totally different
fast?
location, bro.
That mountain looks like an elephant's skull, basically. and It's
hey,
very distinct.
Dustin, it's not the same mountain. If it was the same mountain, who cares? It's,
It's
one,
not the
one
same
and a half
mountain,
kilometers
Dustin.
away,
Who
just so they
cares?
can see over it.
No, but it can't be the same mountain. It can't be the same mountain because it
It's
couldn't
not
be the
just
same
a
angle. You couldn't be
mountain.
looking at the
It's
same mountain from the same angle. when I
Glacier-
know for a
Union
objective
Glacier
fact, you
Mountain.
didn't see the camp at all. You were nowhere close to the camp. You couldn't see the camp.
Even 1.5 kilometers away, we would be able to see the sign.
You know that mountains have ridges, Dustin?
But this is at the base in front of the same mountain.
It's a different mountain.
All right, we'll agree.
Okay.
Let's move to the next one.
Okay, so you're just basically claiming that's the same
That's
mountain.
not
It's not.
baseless. That mountain looks identical with more
It
snow.
doesn't look identical. And that's why you should have zoomed out. You should zoom out actually, and you would prove it. If you zoom out and show more of that mountain where the sign is, you'd be able to prove that's the same mountain. You cut it off where there's just one little slope. No,
All
you didn't.
right,
You cut
so
it off
I'm
where
going to
there's
go
one
ahead and play the next
So
one.
I
Like I
just-
said, it was on
What even is your claim though? I want to
Kingdom Text or whatever. Maybe not that one. Kingdom in Context.
year after year
Is that
for
what
all
it
these
is?
things, and I'm sitting there laughing because I see mountains around me that'll have snow on them 10 months out of the year, and it's all in the same crevices within.
You guys got a
big
5x5
cracks in the
on
mountain.
this?
And it's because they are in the distance 20, 30 miles away, it looks like the same image every year. And you're
Yeah.
saying like, but it's not
105.
that the snow is not moving. It's just that you're not looking at salt on a plate right in front of you. That you don't have that level of detail. You have something you're looking at several miles away, and the snow that you see that is consistent is inside the crevices of the mountain that is settled in and iced over. And so that's why it's easily, we have the same effect that we see in the mountains around us. So that's just a silly claim to try to act like this was a fake trip. But one of the other things I'm curious about as far as aircraft flying in and out, is it just civilian aircraft or aircraft related to ALE, or did they have is it also a landing spot for military on the way to
Coming up at
Scott
107.
Base or McMurdo Base?
Right.
I guess it is a land. Tuffy and
Yeah.
them saw it. I think they filmed it. We haven't seen that footage because we didn't go. But yeah, I mean, the weird thing is about this whole thing is that people should realize you're not going to get us because the trip was real.
Right.
So whatever you're trying to do with, like, I've had somebody come to me and they're like, why did Witsit lie about that mountain not being the same? It is Mount Ross. And I'm like, okay, he didn't lie. If he got it wrong, he doesn't live there. Like, what do you expect? Like, he doesn't know the names of the mountains. Like, we didn't
Is
know-
it the same mountain?
I,
'Cause
I
I
think
assume-
it is, but
So,
I'm
but
not-
so it's like the other side of the slope.
You mean where we were for our camp versus where?
Yeah, like his whole argument was like, you see this slope right here, it perfectly matches the slope behind the tent in the camp, and they forgot to Photoshop it in or something. And I'm like, no, that's the second location. It's miles away. So no,
Miles.
it's not the same mountain. But I guess
No,
you're
it is the
saying it
same
is the same mountain. I don't.
Well, if we're talking about the same thing, so if you where we were at the Union Glacier Camp and we saw that big mountain right there, whatever they call it, Mount Ross, I think, or something. And then when we got and went on the loop, we just drove far enough out and then looked back at that same mountain. That was the same.
I'll
mountain.
figure
So-
this
so it
crap
would've been
out,
us
you
doing it from
guys.
the other side.
Thanks for bearing with me.
The other side of the mountain,
Are you saying that we just drove around and looked at the same mountain from the other side?
not the other side, the same side that we were on with the camp, looking at the mountain. We drove out far away and looked back at that same mountain from the same
Just
side.
okay. I guess I'm confused. I mean, I didn't pay
Confused.
attention to the route.
Yeah, I mean, because it was kind of, we couldn't even see out those windows. That was a terrible little vehicle.
So we're saying like technically the camp was still like in our general field of view.
roll.
Yep, just behind, too far away.
Oh,
like,
okay, okay.
Over, like, there's like a
Now,
little.
so when I said that's not the same mountain, I was wrong. It actually is the same mountain.
Right, so it's not a lie. That's what I was telling people. It's like, he didn't lie. He
Duh.
just didn't know. It's like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like people think they're catching us in something. Oh, but Witsit said this and said no. He just didn't know when you were asking. Because I think that was with Dustin, right? Is that where that?
You know,
came up?
another big yeah. You know, another big gotcha was in my live stream. I was like, yeah, you see those mountains? It's such a trip here. It's like it looks like they're like right there. Like you go touch them, but they're like many kilometers away. And that was something that you guys remember when we first got there. That was something that the guys that were introducing us to the camp told us. They're like, I know it looks like you can just go touch those mountains, but they're actually 2 kilometers away. And don't go over there. There's a lot of crevasses that could even swallow an entire minivan or whatever.
Right.
They said that I was saying that like because it's actually virtual, and I'm like, nah, it just mountains are so big and it just looks like you could go touch them, bro. I don't know, but
Yeah, so
this is we can talk about something that's really cool though. Dude, Sean, place is beautiful, man. Like,
Well, that's some of my questions I have, which is like,
Yeah, so you guys feel the same thing I'm smelling, stepping in. You just see body mannerisms and the cover up. But I don't know, I just kind of wanted to point that out. I'm not sure if you guys have all seen that already. A natural, huh? I don't know about a natural. Trying to figure this out. Thank God I got my son to help me out. That's the only reason I'm doing as well as I am, which ain't very well, but we'll get this, You gotta bear with me. I would give some shout outs here. Let's see. We got Lord Racer, Maria Walker, Jeremy Bird, D. Witt, Next Chapter, Mr. Ironworks, Vlad himself. Thanks for being here, guys. The old me no more. Love you guys, man. Thanks for being here. We got Saddle Bum in the house. I'll get this down, You guys don't know what you're messing with, man. You're doing better than I did after my 60th episode. Oh, thanks, Vlad. That's so sweet. I really do appreciate you guys. Dr. Bass is in the house. Thanks for being here. Chicago Cubby Bear. Maria Walker. I better start handing out some wrenches because I'm not stingy. Yeah. Yep. So we can put on some, I'll show you a couple little things that I have quote up here just for the fun of it. I do. Bear with me. I like these little videos of baby Trump and baby Biden. Let's see what we got here.
Continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative.
Let's start that over.
And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative.
I think these
relative to what
things
we're
are
gonna
cute.
do,
I don't know if you guys
more
seen
Border
these.
Patrol and more asylum officers.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look.
Good morning.
I'm Sergeant Robert Horton, United States Army Special Operations. I was a psychological operations specialist from 1999 to 2012, and I'm also a son of the
New
American
video.
Revolution.
I don't know if you guys seen this.
Now everyone is
This is
wondering
good
about
stuff, though.
Russell J. Gould and David Wynn Miller's story, and everybody wants to know what in the world is going on with that. What does it mean, right? Okay, but to understand what it means, you have to understand what's going on planet Earth that you all need to be made aware of, so you can understand what it is these guys are talking about. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the beginning. This is a very
I'm gonna
old
get
science
these wrenches
system
out
that's
while you guys are
operating on planet Earth, and it is all
occupied.
based upon shipping and postal wars that have morphed into banking wars. Okay, so the three really work together hand in hand, but the banking warfare has really kicked off here as of late in relation to this whole thing. So when you're born here on this planet, or here on this planet, you are born of the water, right? Because this is a shipping war. You're all captured. in a
Awaken
shipping warfare,
Nemesis
you're
in the
unaware of
house.
what you're captured into. So when you're born of your mother's water. And you are docked as a vessel by a doctor, who is a registered harbor master by the port authorities and authorized by the Department of Transportation. And when you are docked by the doctor, you are then harbored in the harbor in a vessel in dry dock, known as a hospital, which is considered to be a boat parked on the land. Okay? But when you're born and harbored by the harbor master in this vessel in dry dock,
Have you all seen this already,
you are placed
or
into
no?
a maternity ward. Why are you a ward of the state? Because you have not yet been brought under the laws of this old school Masonic system. Now, how they get you into this old school Masonic system is with the birth certificate. So you're considered a ward of the state.
I'm like Oprah up in this
Not
bitch.
under the
Everybody
laws
gets a wrench.
until your mother signs the birth certificate. This is a commercial instrument, okay? This is saying that you are now owned and under the laws of this Masonic system. But you are owned and that you are nothing more than a piece of cargo or a vessel or a dead person that's presumed to be missing, dead, or lost at sea, right? Once you're legged into this massive corporate construct, and it's a global construct, you are then subject to the laws of the state. State of affairs, not state of California or state of Nevada. We're talking global state of affairs. You're legged into the state.
It's in favor of the banks. It's certainly not in favor of the people. What happens when you have a child is your child is given a social security number. They estimate how many taxes your child is going to pay over his or her lifetime. And they take that birth certificate and they issue it on the capital markets and they earn money on it.
Once that happens, you are then under the laws of this entire global construct.
I'm saying something much worse, actually. What I'm saying is that when every citizen goes into the court system, they are not seen there as themselves a U.S. citizen. They're seen as the person who had their birth certificate fled. You're there as a debtor. You're not there as a citizen. We have been converted from human beings that are citizens of the Republic of the United States into chattel. Chattel, that is a legal term for something which is property. We are now considered to be property of the Federal Reserve. We're not considered to be human beings and citizens of the United States.
These are the pillars of the laws of this global construct. Admiralty and maritime and civil jurisdiction. Law of the sea, law of the land. Law of the sea has always been held by the King of Great Britain. Okay, that's how he runs his entire country. It's considered a vessel, a great big boat, and all the people in that boat are considered to be missing, dead, or presumed lost at sea with their birth certificate system. That's how he runs his whole country. And that's the same thing we're doing here in the United States. Why? Because Great Britain has always been our Postmaster General here in the colonies and the 50 states. Now let me explain what Postmaster General of the world is. Okay, this is our vessel. This is planet Earth.
So have you guys seen this? Anybody
that
seen
we're all
this already?
floating around on in the sea of space we call the solar system or the galaxy. This is our outpost, right? Our boat. The Postmaster General, or the General of the Post, is Great Britain. Always has been. This is an old school Masonic warfare platform.
Sea bass in the
based
house.
upon shipping, postal, and banking wars. Okay, I've explained the shipping to you. The postal revolves around timelines. When you're brought into a jail, the timelines kick off, whether it's a federal offense, state offense, or local offense. Different venues have different timelines, okay, and there's several. His whole system is enforced in the courts around the world. This whole system is enforced in the courts, and what they're enforcing is the elemental chart, his strategic metals contract, his styles manual, and the dictionary, which is basically the entire system all of us are using, the grammatical construct we all use. All of these contracts and this entire system is enforced in the courts around the world. Those are called the neutral courts. That's where the wars are fought in relation to this entire matter, right? If you got a grievance, you go into the courts or the neutral courts, and you fight it out. But this thing is set up to make sure that he always wins, okay? This entire system is set up so that you never win. All they look at you as is a piece of cargo, a boat or a vessel that can be harvested, raped, plundered, and pillaged for its goods. So this is the old school Masonic system that these guys have set up, and this is what is being defended on planet Earth, okay? This whole system belongs to the King of Great Britain, or is run and defended by the King
What do you
of
guys
Great
think about the hat?
So he is the Postmaster
You ever
General
seen one just like
of the
it?
world. All the countries on planet Earth are utilizing and playing with this system, Okay? Doesn't matter if you're in Russia, China, or Germany. If you get married here in the United States, you're still considered to be married in Russia, China, or Germany.
Joyce B.
Divorced,
in the
you're
house.
divorced all over the world, right? Because the courts are all connected. Everybody's playing this game.
South
It's
to
a
west.
big,
In the
old
house.
school Masonic system that they utilize to control the people and run the planet with. This is the old school monarchical system that commands and controls the entire planet, or at least is attempting to. All of the countries on planet Earth.
Thank you, Cajun Art. I appreciate you, brother.
And
I'll get
they're
used
all
better
high-ranking Masons. All
used to talking instead of typing. I've been a keyboard warrior for quite some time, so it's instinctive to try to go to the keyboard when I could just talk.
The contracts that I pointed out that the King of Great Britain has, all the countries have those same contracts. They all have their own strategic metals contract in place that allows them to print and mint their own coinage based upon their banking system, okay? Everybody has commodities that they trade around the world with each other, and that's what those banking systems are based upon. Oil being one of the biggest. And the King of Great Britain is the reigning monarch on the planet. That's why he is the Postmaster General of the world. What we're going to look at is where the crown derives its authorizations or its authorities that their entire system is based upon. Okay, real quick, let's go back and read
Pebbles
okay?
in the house. Sorry if I didn't shout you out. I'm a noob.
Before the American Revolution broke out,
You know I'm gonna get this
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania post office, the Benjamin Franklin
next
post office,
time,
there,
Gadget.
court.
Next time.
And once the American Revolution had broke out, the king had cut off our ability to conduct international trade and commerce out of that post office because we went to war against Great Britain.
I
Right?
appreciate all your kind words as well, everybody.
So our shipping was cut off.
I love you
After the
guys.
American
I really
Revolution,
do, truly.
We couldn't open commerce back.
I
up to the
appreciate
post
every
office.
one of
We
you.
owed 1.6 million francs to the French for funding the American Revolution. So at that point, the King of Spain and the King of France argued over who was going to be the Postmaster General here in the United States to open it up to international trade and commerce. Right? Spain said that they had found America first. Christopher Columbus had discovered the New World first, and so they had rights to it. France said that without loaning America the 1.6 million.
Yeah, no story. Just a beard, man.
But the King of Great
Comes
Britain,
with
who was the
old
great monarch of the
age.
world, said those are my people, and I'm going to put my post office in up there and open the same up to trade and commerce. You guys need to stand down. So that's how he became the Postmaster General of the United States. And the Canada location has always been attached to that postal location as well. So the King of Great Britain took tactical command and control of the entire North American continent in the process. So if the other reigning monarchs and dictators of the world wanted to come into our country or the United States and rape and pillage it for its natural resources and its goods, they'd have to go through him and his post office to do so. So everything that was shipped in and out of the country, all trade and commerce, he got a piece up through that post office. Just like he did down in the East Indies. He is taking tactical command and control of the movement and shipment of all goods on planet Earth. That's his end goal. Okay, now there was a long-range objective that had been placed in motion here by the Crown, the Vatican, and London City and the Rothschilds, okay? And the reason the American Revolution had kicked off was because the United States wanted to float its currency into the global market. And because they based their...
We're gonna start a poll, guys.
...on the value of the land.
How many of y'all want to watch this?
It's a solid base, right? But the Rothschilds fluctuate gold and silver up and down in relation to what they have going on. And because our currency doesn't fluctuate, when these guys would drop the price of gold down, America could buy it up and eventually would become the global power on the planet. So the Rothschilds attacked the Crown, and the Crown said, you guys can't do that, and as a matter of fact, this is war against me, and I'm not going to let that happen. So that was the reason for the American Revolution. But the long-range objective was to get the United States to borrow money from these guys. In an effort to
Yeah, I'm working on it, Chicago
How
Bear.
that was going to work was you only get 3 chances. to pay
Unfortunately,
off the
my
debt.
barber
Once you
cut a
borrow
bunch
the
of
debt,
it off when I wasn't
off,
looking.
Then the Crown will step in, pay the debt to these guys off for you, and then capture you back as part of his system or part of Great Britain, and you all become peasants and serfs again. And this entire thing revolved around the year 1999. This is an event horizon year, not just for the United States, but for the entire planet. Okay, so when the colonies had come out of the American Revolution and the king stepped in as Postmaster General for the United States, the U.S. Constitution was drafted, okay? And the U.S. Constitution outlined how the king's government was going to interact with the colonies in relation to international trade and commerce. Okay, and this thing was seen by Patrick Henry and the colonials as so tyrannical that they created the Bill of Rights, outlining, or I should say, laying out what it was that the King of Great Britain and that federal government
91%
would never
yes,
have
it looks
the power
like.
to infringe upon, because they knew that this king was so tyrannical. Eventually, he would enforce his authority into the states' territories and try to tell you what you couldn't say, what you couldn't write, right? The freedom of the press, that you couldn't bear arms, you wouldn't have the right to defend your country. So those things were all outlined here in the Bill of Rights, and those are the things the king would never have the power to infringe upon.
How about the shirt? You guys like the shirt?
The U.S. Constitution, and they were not going to sign it. The colonials refused to sign it until these guys, the Fed, accepted this outline. The reason that 1999 is an event horizon year is because in 1999 was the end of the third and final international bankruptcy for the United States, and we were going to be surrendered back over to Great Britain because we couldn't afford to pay the debt to London and the Rothschilds and the 13 banking families off. But that meant that the U.S. Constitution had come to an end. it was over with the end of the third and final international bankruptcy, and the contract between us and Great Britain expired.
Too sweet.
They incorporated the United States as a company, and they made the President of the United States the chief executive officer, and they made the representatives of Congress managers. And so when people come to Congress, they're taught very quickly that their constituents are not what it's all about. What it's all about is for them to get on the dole of the federal government, which is there to enslave the people who live in the United States. That's what that is.
So what does that mean the U.S. Constitution has come to an end? Well, it was the end of the third and final international bankruptcy for the United States. And with the end of the third and final international bankruptcy, the King of Great Britain had to vacate the position as
This shit crazy.
due to international banking law. And the trustee between us and Great Britain, or the bankruptcy, has always been the President of the United States.
But like I said, it's hard to trust anybody.
There's no more need for a trustee.
We're here to
The
just
agreement with us and Great Britain is
rely on our God-given abilities
So,
to
No
discern.
bankruptcy, no trustee. So in 1999, there should not have been a president.
Liars are everywhere.
The U.S. Congress should have been shut down. The Senate should have been shut down. Everybody should have been fired, and we should have held a new constitutional convention and resubstantiated the entire government from the ground up. And they never told the American people about any of it. Now, at the end of the American Revolution, the United States didn't have a strategic metals contract in place. Okay, we weren't allowed to print and mint our own coinage, so we had to borrow it from these guys, from the Rothschilds and London City, authorized by the Crown, because the Crown has a strategic metals contract in place, and that's what we've been utilizing. In 1933, with the Great Depression, actually 1929, is when the beginning of the third and final international bankruptcy had started, or the end of the second had come to an end. Because we were borrowing money from these guys over here, we're now in usury with this system. Okay, so that is how we're captured in usury.
Yeah, this is kind of old, the video.
We're using their money. We're not allowed to make or create our own. And as a matter of fact, we're borrowing it and paying it back with interest in hard
It's good, though.
assets. Okay, all of this is going somewhere. Okay, this is all going back to David Wynn Miller and Russell J. Gould and what they have done to the planet that everybody needs to be made aware of. But before we get into that, you have to understand what it was they ran headlong into, that they had no idea what's going on the planet. Okay, that pretty much stopped what they were doing right in its tracks, and vice versa. Okay, so this is where the banking warfare and the warfare against the United States really kicks off. Back in 1933, Roosevelt was in office, and a Nazi coup, inspired and led by Gerald McGuire, backed by Prescott Bush, J.P. Morgan, Remington, and Goodyear, were trying to get Roosevelt out of office. And what they did was they tried to elicit the help of
Kyle, previously Frank in the house.
in an effort to help them get Roosevelt out of office. They figured that with Butler's influence over the American soldiers, that he could assemble 500,000 men and help them get Roosevelt out.
If anybody needs any subs, more than happy to drop some links.
Against the smooth evasion that says, of course we believe these things. We believe in social security. We believe in work for the unemployed. We believe in saving homes. Cross our hearts and hope to die. We believe in all these things. But we do not like the way the present administration is doing them. Just turn them over to us. We will do all of them. We will do more of them. We will do them better. And most important of all, the doing of them will not cost anybody anything.
Thank God for Smedley Butler. He blew the whistle, and their plan failed. However, these corporate heads, J.P. Morgan, Remington, Goodyear, and the others, were never indicted for this treasonous act. And so it continued on in the shadows. From there, it's been one long-range orchestrated event to get these guys into the White House. A few years later, Eisenhower comes into office. And under his watch, the CIA gets set up. And Eisenhower then gave a masterful speech on a
Everybody
conspiracy that he
loves
was worried about.
them some
Told the American
DeWitt.
people, keep an eye on the
DeWitt,
military-industrial complex.
you're a blessing.
Throughout America's adventure in free government, our basic purposes have been to keep the peace, to foster progress in human achievement, and to enhance liberty, dignity, and integrity among peoples and among nations. To strive for less would be unworthy of a free and religious people. Progress toward these noble goals is persistently threatened by the conflict now engulfing the world. It commands our whole attention, absorbs our very being. We face a hostile ideology, global in scope, atheistic in character, ruthless in purpose, and insidious in method. Unhappily, the danger it poses promises to be of indefinite duration.
Under Eisenhower's watch, the Five-Star Trust was set up by the CIA.
Everything is sus.
The five top men, those being
I'm
General
sus.
Richard Armitage, General Edward Lansdale,
Sus
James
as
Colby,
fuck.
and General Robert L. Ferreira. Those were the five guys that ran the Five-Star Trust for the CIA. Now, what the Five-Star Trust was Their objective was to set up the largest drug and money laundering system the world had ever seen. It was called Operation Studebaker.
I'll get used to the delay sooner or later. I'm already feeling way more comfortable with it, guys. Thank you for being patient.
Marion Horn. A gentleman named Marion Horn. The main objective of this operation was
Thanks,
to create
Pebs.
money for the CIA so they wouldn't have to go and ask Congress for money. Doing so might divulge plans the CIA had going on. So they developed the largest drug and money laundering system the world has ever seen.
How dare you,
The
Chicago?
objective of which was
I
to
should have had a third option of
set up
2
the
triggered,
operation and then put all the money
like
into a
Bruce
conglomeration of
McGuire.
banks set up by the Rothschilds and 13 banking families known as the Five Star Trust. That is Lucifer's Sustainable Development Fund. Okay, that's Lucifer's piggy bank. I'm just going to say it. So, once this all got set up,
2 triggered to
Kennedy came
answer.
into office. And Kennedy warned us of a massive conspiracy that scared him so bad, he created U.S. Special Forces.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historic, opposed to secret society, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed.
And he began working for the people to try to get the Federal Reserve out of here and get us back on a silver standard.
And that is we can have honest, solid currency, like what President Kennedy was doing 10 days before he was assassinated.
Unfortunately, John F. Kennedy was murdered for his efforts. Eventually, George Bush Sr.
Yeah, if you guys have anything that you think that we'd be interested in seeing and maybe not everybody has seen it, you feel free to drop a link and I could watch it and play it on the next stream or whatever.
And sees this whole thing going on and warns the American people about it. He made several speeches warning the American people about the same thing Eisenhower and John F. Kennedy
It's
did.
nice when we've all seen the same stuff, you know, so we can actually get on the same page perhaps. Not that we already aren't. Everybody's a liar, and that's the conclusion.
But every lesson of history tells us that the greater risk lies in appeasement. And this is the specter our well-meaning liberal friends refuse.
I'm going to grab a drink real quick, guys.
And appeasement. And it gives no choice between peace and war, only between fight or surrender. If we continue to accommodate, continue to back and retreat, eventually we have to face the final demand, the ultimatum. And what then? When Nikita Khrushchev has told his people, he knows what our answer will be. He has told them that we're retreating under the pressure of the Cold War, and someday, when the time comes to deliver the final ultimatum, our surrender will be voluntary, because by that time, we will have been weakened from within, politically, morally, and economically. He believes this because from our side he's heard voices seeking for peace at any price, or better red than death, or as one commentator put it, he'd rather live on his knees than die on his feet. And therein lies the road to war, because those voices don't speak for the rest of us. You and I know and do not believe that life is so dear and peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery. If nothing in life is worth dying for, when did this begin? Just in the face of this enemy? Or should Moses have told the children of Israel to live in slavery under the Pharaohs? Should Christ have refused the cross? Should the patriots at Concord Bridge have thrown down their guns and refused to fire the shockers around the world? The martyrs of history were not fools. And our honored dead, who gave their lives to stop the advance of the Nazis, didn't die in vain. Where then is the road to peace? Well, it's a simple answer after all. You and I have the courage to say to our enemy, there is a price we will not pay, there is a point beyond which they must not advance. Winston Churchill said the destiny of man is not measured by material complications. When great forces around the move in the world, we learn their spirits, not actions. He said there's something going on in time and space and beyond time and space, but whether we like it or not, spells doom. You and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we'll sentence them to take the last step into 1,000 years of darkness.
He was talking about Christianity and how if we ever became an atheistic country or a socialistic dictatorship under an atheistic regime, the United States would go down. So he tried to do everything in his power he could to stop what was going on. And George Bush Sr. tried 5 times to assassinate Kennedy. That's all been declassified. Sometime after that, George Bush Sr. becomes president of the United States. Now, this was a long-range warfare objective to get here, and they finally got there. Once this drug and money laundering system was all set up, they were going to then empower the United Nations to institute a global tax on everyone. At this particular juncture, by then, there's $230 million quadrillion dollars in the Sustainable Development Fund that these guys are using as a black ops shadow government bank account. if they install a global tax on everyone in the world, how much bigger is this bank account going to get? At this point, the CIA was just going to be used to continue to go in and soften other countries up in a New World Order effort that was being launched out of the White House.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
The long-range objective. Now, this was all heading for the Event Horizon year of 1999. That's where this is all going. This is an Event Horizon year for the country and for the globe. Because once George Bush Sr. got in to be president of the United States, he saw the end of the third and final international bankruptcy coming, and he knew that the U.S. Constitution would dissolve, and the agreement between us and Great Britain would be dissolved at that point or voided and gone. The U.S. Constitution was going to be gone. So he went back to the crown, told his cousins what was going on, and they knighted him. The plan was to resubstantiate the U.S. Constitution so the king could still continue to oversee the international affairs in relation to shipping and commerce in the United States, and the New World Order would be launched out of Washington, D.C., and like I said, a global tax would be instituted by the United Nations, and their plans would be fulfilled. But before they can do that, they have to bring all the banks in under one banking system, under the Rothschilds banking system. So the next objective, the Middle East. They got to go into the Middle East and get the oil. Why? Because there's only 9 banks left in the world that are not ran by the Rothschilds, 7 of which are in the Middle East. So if they go in and steal the oil, then the banks have nothing to create a banking system off of. They collapse, and then they got to borrow money from here. The warfare is real simple.
About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me. And one of the generals called me in. He said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, "No." He says, "We made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, "We're going to war with Iraq. Why?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "I guess they don't know what else to do." So I said, "Well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda?" He said, No. He says, "There's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq." He said, "I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we got a good military and we can take down governments." And he said, "I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail." So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, "Are we still going to war with Iraq?" And he said, "Oh, it's worse than that." He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper. He said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today. And he said, "This is a memo that describes how we're going to take out..."
I guess I was muted.
5 years.
The punchline was lost. I said that was my dick pic.
Finishing off Iran.
The dick pic.
About the Middle East is, had there been no oil there,
it would have been a lot funnier if the mic was not muted.
Nobody is threatening to intervene in Africa. The problem is the opposite. We keep asking for people to intervene and stop it. And there's no question that the presence of petroleum throughout the region has sparked great power involvement. Whether that was the specific motivation for the coup or not, I can't tell you. But there's always been this attitude that somehow we could intervene and use force in the region.
After that, they got to go after Chavez in Venezuela. That's the last vestige. Then their plans really will be complete. However, in 1999, their plans were foiled. Like I said, this was an Event Horizon year. They weren't the only ones that saw this thing coming to an end. A simple review at the high school level.
Miracles in the house!
Clearly details the fact that Great Britain and the Vatican had gotten together and had decided that the United States would never come to allow a one-world global dictator to rule their country. And everybody knows that the Vatican has always had an agreement with the Nazis. Not so much Germany itself, but the Nazi party up there in Germany, operating out of Germany. They tried to set up a one-world global dictatorship under Hitler a long time ago.
We are talking about the biggest thuggery of all, and that is the Jesuits in the Vatican. I always thought that the CIA was the problem and the other intelligence agencies. Guess what? There's a grand intelligence agency that the Vatican puts out, and all of those other crooks are operating under the Vatican intelligence agency.
This was a long-range effort by these guys to come up from the rear and accomplish this objective. Now, the plan of the CIA, with the setup of the Five-Star Trust, was that the 5 top gentlemen, or I should say men, that were going to run the Five-Star Trust for the CIA were going to take turns being the director of the CIA. So those 5 guys could stay in command and control of this entire operation. The objective is to set up a one-world global dictatorship with Lucifer at the top, running the United Nations. And this is the piggy bank they're going to utilize to achieve that objective. So thank goodness, in 1999, as I said, this all revolved around the international bankruptcy of the United States, which, thank goodness, left the Washington, D.C. postal location open for capture on November 2nd, 1999, for 18 days. There was an 18-day period in there that the Crown was going to have to vacate the position, and the post office would be open, and the United States would no longer have the ability to conduct...
This shit's crazy right here.
Hence the Florida Chads. That's because in 1999, the U.S. Constitution had come to an end. and was closed out with the end of the third and final international bankruptcy. With that, they had the Americed, the American European dollar, and they were about to surrender the United States back over to Great Britain. However, in 1999, during that 18-day vacancy, a miracle had taken place. Now, anyone who's listened to Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Reagan make their speeches will know that these gentlemen have been warning us of a group of people on this planet who are literally conspiring together in an effort to try to get the United States military to go to war for them, in an effort to set this one world global government up. Okay, and that's what they were warning us about. They said we're a nation of peace.
And we're the conspiracy
There's a
theorists.
group of people out there who are trying to get us to surrender everything over to them so that they can utilize our military to go and achieve their world objectives. And that they were going to utilize or create some fanciful event that would allow them then to do that. And that's what we had with the Twin Towers event and the 9/11 episode. So they actually got what they finally wanted. That was an orchestrated event. There was never any terrorists, and terrorism itself is a fraud. You cannot have a war where there is no enemy. You don't have an enemy. Show me the enemy. There is no enemy. The enemies are, or the enemy is, anyone who does not go along with their new world order effort. That's who they're targeting, and that's who their terrorists are. This is a very simple warfare effort to follow. This entire soap opera is very easy to follow. The next thing they want are your guns, and they're going to come hard for them. They're going to come hard for guns here in America. That is the one thing that is stopping them from taking absolute, total tactical command control of this nation. And if they ever come for your guns, that is when you will have surrendered everything. They've already attacked your freedom of your right to choose, your freedom of speech, your freedom of the press, and now they're onto the Second Amendment. They are coming for our guns, but they will not get them. Anyone signing on to that kind of legislation, Nancy Pelosi being number one, wants to surrender your borders, take your weapons, force you to buy health care. These are your new world order extremists. Okay, these guys are all working for Lucifer. They want a one world global dictator at the top. Who is it? It's Lucifer. We all know it. Biblical
That's
prophecy.
right, Doctor.
Now, prior to 1999, there were two gentlemen who were working to get themselves out of the Masonic global government system that we've all been enslaved to through the birth certificate system. Those two men were Russell J. Gould and David Wynn Miller, or Russell-J. Gould and David Wynn Miller. David Wynn Miller was the one who broke the mathematical interface on math and grammar. And here's the equation for that. Anybody that's been out there and studying this, I'm not going to go too far into. Russell J. Gould was the individual who then imparted the now time aspect into this grammatical construct, thereby giving it its own jurisdiction. So at this point, they knew that they had a whole new system of grammar that the world had never seen, that now, being set up the way it was, you needed to be utilized to create an entire...
J.R. Harley in the house.
So they had to go all the way back to where the Crown derives its authorities. They went back all the way back into the Masonic books, and we'll just throw one out there, The Secret Teachings of Manly P. Hall, Secret Teachings of All Ages. They went back and they syntaxed this book and then rewrote it in this quantum construct, in this now-time grammatical quantum construct. And they did that with all of the books, all of the Masonic books that are utilized to substantiate the Crown's authorizations here in the world. Thereby,
Sure you did, Doctor.
its own venue. They created an entirely new federal government system for the entire world to now join with. And it is a global federal government system, and it is based in truth. The entire system is based on mathematically certifiable grammar. It has its own elemental chart and periodic table that when unwinds, creates a mathematical fact forward and backward in both directions. When this elemental chart and periodic table unwinds itself, it creates a finity loop, or a figure 8, thereby validating itself forward and backwards, just like the grammatical construct does. This thing was genius. Knowing what these men had at their fingertips, all they needed was the right time and place in history to launch this thing and take the greatest leap of faith ever taken by any two gentlemen.
I'll figure this shit out one day.
Of this planet. Once this thing was all set up, the books that they had syntaxed, they had filed with the Vatican and the NSA. And
My pleasure, Saddle.
And the Vatican had been studying it for 5 years prior to what eventually took place in 1999. Russell J. Gould, with the help of David Wynn Miller, in 1999 saw the end of the third and final international bankruptcy coming. Russell, knowing what was about to take place here, ran down to the United
I feel
States.
like Ricky Bobby up in here. I don't know what to do with my hands, you know, like.
Knowing that it didn't matter if they did or they didn't, the contract would have been found to have been in grammatical fraud and grammatical error. So he rewrote the copyright and patent for the Title IV flag of the United States because it was about to be surrendered back over to Great Britain along with the country at the end of the third and final international bankruptcy. So he takes off up to the United Nations with the Title IV flag in tow and legs this whole government system in. And there at the United Nations, he was
Thank you,
declared
Joyce.
sovereign.
Appreciate
In
you.
the process, he had just taken down the entire old monarch system. Because once they reestablished those Masonic books, they had to resubstantiate all of them in a quantum grammar construct, thereby disqualifying the old system completely from the bloodlines on. and in that effort have set this entire global government system up for the world. Russ then turns back around, and during that 18-day vacancy that post office was open, the king had to vacate due to international banking law for 18 days. Russell legs back in down here at the post office in Washington, D.C.
Lord gets it.
Command and control of the United States and Canada, because that post office has always been attached to the D.C. location.
You bet, Jake.
And in doing so, he just brought to an end the New World Order effort to surrender the United States back over to the Crown, utilize the United Nations to install a global tax, because no one has a charter to exist anymore as a corporation under his authority. Everything has been disqualified. It's over. So prior to 1999, Russell J. Gould had rewritten a new U.S. Constitution, a Bill of Rights, a Declaration of Independence. He had resubstantiated the charter for all the federal municipalities. He had captured the flag for the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, and the Coast Guard, and resubstantiated the entire construct in a quantum global effort, or a quantum global manner. Thereby, in 1999, when he moved into the Washington, D.C. postal location, taking tactical
You guys think this shit's
of the United
legit?
States and the rest of the North American continent, the New World Order and the Crown didn't have authorization to send our military to war for them.
You get tired of being wrong, if you know what I mean.
To do so.
We're always wrong, you know, it gets old.
But you got to remember, this was an act of patriotism on his part. This is a patriot for the country. This guy is from Wyoming. Okay? This guy's a patriot to the country. He saw the end of the third and final international bankruptcy coming. He knew we were about to be surrendered back over to Great Britain, along with the flag, and it would hang like this, in a surrendered manner. And he did his duty as a patriot. He stepped in where he needed to step in, and he saved the country and the flag from being surrendered. And he's still holding on to that Title IV flag for the people of this country, and safeguarding it for the people of this country.
Very interesting.
Now, even more astounding was that prior to 1999 and him taking tactical command and control of Washington, D.C., he had built a brand new banking system. That's what this is. That is the banking system he put together. And at the same time as he legged into Washington, D.C., taking tactical command and control of the entire country, he legged this banking system in at the U.S. Treasury Department. So now we can get rid of the Fed. The Fed can go bye-bye. Shouldn't have been here since 1999. Once the charter expired and the bankruptcy had come to an end,
But here we are.
the Reserve it did not have the authorization at that point to continue to print money for the United States, and the IRS was actually kicked out of the country because that was the collection agency for the debt. Well, if there's no more debt, there's no more need for an IRS. As a sovereign, he has a strategic metals contract that is based upon his elemental.
He does look like a sheriff.
Giving him the authorization to print and mint his own coinage. This is the first time in the history of the country that this country actually has the power to print and mint its own coinage. We do not have to use the strategic metals contract of the old monarch. It's over. This was an act of patriotism. This was all due to the circumstances that revolved around the third and final international bankruptcy of this country coming to an end. And thank God we were saved. So after legging back in as Postmaster General here for the United States,
Here we are.
he then proceeded to go around the world and reauthorize everything under his authority that would authorize or substantiate this system in its totality. So he had to go all the way back to the International Admiralty and Maritime Organization and reauthorize it under the Quantum Authority. He had to go back to the Universal Postal Union in Bern, Switzerland, and reauthorize it under his authority. He had to go back to the International Bureau of Weights and Measures and reauthorize it under his authority, because he had just destroyed all banking and chemistry on planet Earth with this elemental chart and this periodic table in association with this system of weights and measures in conjunction with the ground. He had to go back into the International Patent Office, because this all has to be patented. So it disqualified all the old patents on planet Earth all the way back to the very, very beginning. So he had to resubstantiate all that, and all of that needs to be resubstantiated. Everybody's patent on all of their products now have to be resubstantiated in this quantum manner, or under this quantum global construct and system. That way, their patents can't be harvested, stolen by the old system any longer. They've all been saved.
Yeah, I did hear that, Joyce. Like there's two different people of you. All your bills are in capital letters. And you're actually two different people.
During the time of the contract.
They thrive on our ignorance.
Because that is where the courts, or all the contracts, are defended, is in the courts. Well, that's why Dave keeps talking about we own the land of the courts, because their system just took down the old system, and the old system was enforced in the courts. Well, this system now rules the courts. So if you bring your old grammatical system in there and your old contracts in the courts, and they're not done properly, correctly, and truthfully.
Yeah, cut that grass, Pebs. Ain't gonna cut itself.
As grammar fraud and bank fraud, all of it, across the board. Now, after coming back into the United States, after having run this gamut, he came back into the United States, and when he did, the five
Thank you,
grabbed
Pebs.
him up.
Love you.
Bush and the boys grabbed him up and literally beat the living shit out of this guy in an effort to get him to surrender that flag. These are the guys who have swept this all under the rug and have proceeded to move forward in their attempt to surrender the United States back over to the New World Order, or to Great Britain, finish constructing their New World Order, go into the Middle East, steal the oil. They're heading back down to Venezuela to get Chavez out of there so they can get his banking system closed down. And once they have it all under wraps, they will then present the mark of the beast to everyone. However, Russell J. Gould did not surrender the flag, and he did not surrender his position. They took him into court, and they literally beat the hell out of this guy on a couple of different occasions, and he won. And the Navy was behind him and supporting him all the way. We don't know what happened to that contingency. We can't speculate. We do have a couple of ideas.
It's being investigated.
After 12 years of these guys not wanting to play ball and just do things correctly and move forward with this entire new global government system, Russell J. Gould, seeing that the Benjamin Franklin Post Office had now come out of bankruptcy, and had come out of bankruptcy in 1999, right? But nobody remembered it. Nobody saw it. So what he did was, when he came back into Washington, D.C. and filed the flag in there and legged in as the Postmaster General of the United States, as the new Postmaster General of the world, he rewrote a new U.S. Constitution between his government and ours. And it's the same version of the one we had with Great Britain, only this one doesn't have the 1 million laws attached to it that finally were created by the Congress and the Senate in relation to this system, because we know there's always been two governments operating here, the King of Great Britain and ours. That's why you get the two-party system, right? The Democratic and the Republican. So he rewrote the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. It's still standing. The Declaration of Independence still standing. And because they didn't want to move forward with it and wanted to keep going forward with this New World Order surrender effort in the year 2012, and on the date December 21st, 2012, end of the Mayan calendar, he legs back in down here at the Philadelphia Post Office in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the Benjamin Franklin Postal Court, or Post Office, and reopened the entire U.S. government back up for the people with a new U.S. Constitution, the same Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence, and it's all been quantized into this mathematical, grammatical fact. He saved the United States from surrender and takeover. He has saved the planet from a New World Order effort to conquer us. He has saved the planet from a New World Order effort under one man, a global dictator we all know as Lucifer, and has stopped them from being able to present the mark of the beast to all of us and attach it to this banking system as slaves. It's all been disqualified. It's all been shut down. It's over. The victory is ours. This is Our Lady of Victory. This is our victory. It's just being kept from the people of the United States and the people of the world, and they're just not telling you the story in this manner because they don't want you to know about this system. And they said every time it pops up, they are going to ridicule the shit out of it in every manner possible, because they said the American people are too stupid to believe, let alone understand any of this information. Now what he has done is he has purified the whore of Babylon and prepared her as the bride of Christ. And now he's got one foot in the sea, which is the Admiralty Maritime Jurisdiction, which was held by the King of Great Britain up in Washington, D.C., and he has the civil jurisdiction law of the land, the Admiralty footing and the terra firma footing, and he's bridging the gap, rapturing you out of the land of the dead, where you're once considered to be missing or presumed to be dead or lost at sea with your birth certificate system, ships you in through the Washington, D.C. postal location, out through the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania postal location, civil jurisdiction law of the land, where the blood testifies to the life, and you are brought back into the land of the living and saved. Your soul is saved. Your country is saved. You are saved. This is Our Lady of Victory. Now,
Perhaps miracles, perhaps.
Waiting for God to send down the seventh angel to fix everything, right? These guys are waiting for Lucifer to stand up and give everyone the mark of the beast. So what happened after 1999? What you had happen there was a private corporation moved into Washington, D.C. to run the government for the people of the United States, and it was under the command and control of George Bush Jr., who then declared war on the Middle East after they dropped the trade centers in New York. This was an orchestrated warfare plan by this group, the same group that started here. Okay, this was the same group of folks that initiated this bombing. If there were ever any weapons of mass destruction, they would have used the weapon of mass destruction to bomb the World Trade Centers. They wouldn't have flown a plane into it or into them. So these guys ultimately got what they wanted. They got tactical command and control of the military to go fight their wars so they could set up the one world global government. The next administration that moved in 8 years later, once again, a private corporation. The first corporation was identifying itself with a 3x5 boat flag. It's not registered in the United Nations as the Title IV flag is, or any other flags around the world are. They're much longer. Okay, they're coffin flags. They're long enough to cover a coffin. The 3x5 boat flag is not. It's a replica of the Title IV flag. 8 years after this guy was in office, a second administration moves in to run the country, and they've got a 2.5 by 2.5 sized flag, Obama. This is a Ken and Barbie flag. It's not registered with any country in the world, anywhere. You can buy it at Toys R Us. And as a matter of fact, I don't even think they sell them there. So this corporation comes in and says, yes, we can. Yes, we can what? Force you to buy health care? That removes your freedom of choice. So now they've attacked your freedom of choice, your freedom of speech, your freedom of the press, and now they're coming after your guns, your Second Amendment. They're just chipping away at it. Everything you guys are seeing broadcast on the television is a psychological warfare effort. The television is
What a
still registered by
concept.
the FCC as an entertainment device. Nothing coming out of it has to be real or even is real. That's why you hear Trump today saying it's all fake news. Everything you guys are seeing is what these guys are broadcasting that they want you to follow. That is their global narrative. Okay, the global narrative is there's a war on terror. You can't have a war on fear, terror, spookiness. Okay, you can't have a war where there's no known enemy. The folks over there in the Middle East are just trying to simply fight off a foreign invasion and kick us out of their country. These guys are just trying to go in, crush the banks. They got to steal the oil out of there using the Caspian Sea pipelines. That's the overall objective. And that is that's the global narrative. Well, in psychological operations or psychological warfare, tactical command and control of the global narrative is what we strive for. However, this is the global narrative now. This is our victory. This is our Lady of Victory, guys. It has defeated all of this across the board. We don't have to follow none of it. We've got to get these guys out of power here in the country. They don't have a flag. They don't have authorization. They don't have a charter that's been authorized correctly by the new Federal Postmaster General of the world. It's all been taken down, yet they still continue to move forward with their surrender back over to Great Britain or to the New World Order, this New World Order effort to create a one-world global government with one person at the top. We all know it's Lucifer. They want your guns next. That is it. You're going to see it broadcast on the television. Anything they can drum up, any story whatsoever in relation to guns or a gun killing or a murder or anything, they are going to whip any little thing they can into a national frenzy. This, again, is psychological warfare. They're taking anything they possibly can and spinning it into a national issue, as though the whole nation is crying out, oh, take our guns, we shouldn't have guns. That's what they want you to think is being cried out for here in this country, when indeed it is not. It is being broadcast out of the televisions. It is a psychological warfare effort, and that is the last vestige. That's all they need here. And once you give that up, you will give up everything. Everything you've got, they will take it from you. You see the people of Great Britain? What do they have? Nothing. They have absolutely nothing. That is what you will have if they come and take your guns. You need to wisen up.
It really all depends on whether people understand that the media that is giving them disinformation is owned by the Federal Reserve and this system of control. And it's really up to humanity to realize that they're being hoodwinked, that when they turn on the news and they get the news from the mainstream media, they're just being fed propaganda.
This is the very thing Eisenhower, John F. Kennedy, and President Ronald Reagan warned the United States about. Do not surrender. Never surrender. Never surrender your beliefs. Never surrender your morality. Never surrender your Christian beliefs and your faiths. Never surrender. We are a nation of peace. And this entire system was defeated through peace. Thank God. And thank God for the seventh angel for bringing it down. You know, there's a lot of people in our country who claim to be heroes. And there's a lot of men out there, women out there that serve in the armed forces that are heroes. We never should have gone to war in the Middle East. It was whipped up by a New World Order crew. Well, now it's time for some real heroes to actually step up to the plate and defend this entire system. And that's what we're looking for. Where are you?
Good question.
They believe in perpetual imbalance. They want to have artificially created crises around the world that will further increase their wealth.
They also believe in manufactured crises and permanent wars, because wars are profitable, and the more that are fought, the wealthier they get. They want absolute control of education, to program the public mind, to train those chosen for various roles, and to train others to be compliant.
They want centralized control of education. They want us all to be learning their propaganda.
One size fits all. The size they determine, the size they want, the size that benefits them at the expense of everybody else.
They want centralized control of foreign and domestic policies. They want the United Nations to become the world government. They want the United Nations taxes.
They want the UN to act as a de facto world government, imposing a UN tax on everybody in the world.
They want expanded trading blocs such as NAFTA and the European Union to reduce the importance of individual countries and of individuals to have control over their destiny.
They want global trade policies, rules that they make that benefit them, and again, that harm everybody else. A global WTO, World Trade Organization. Again, they make the rules, nobody else does.
They want to expand NATO and other regional military forces, again, to weaken the power of individual countries.
They want NATO to be a global world enforcer. Challenge them, and NATO will ravage your country, murder your children, enslave you, destroy your country, to turn it to rubble. That's the role they want NATO to play. That's the perfect Bilderberg world. They make the rules, everything goes the way they want. Anybody dissented, kill them. That's the Bilderberg world.
Can you be specific about when you met Rockefeller, how it happened in these discussions? I met Rockefeller through a female attorney I knew who called me up one day and said, one of the Rockefellers would like to meet you. I made a video called Mad as Hell, and he'd seen the video and wanted to meet me, and knew I was running for governor of Nevada. So sure, I'd love to meet him. And I met him, and I liked him, and he was a very, very smart man. And we used to talk and share ideas and thoughts. And he's the one who told me 11 months before 9/11 ever happened that there was going to be an event. He never told me what the event was going to be, but there was going to be an event. And out of that event, we were going to invade Afghanistan to run pipelines from the Caspian Sea. We were going to invade Iraq, to take over the oil fields, establish a base in the Middle East, and make it all part of the New World Order. And we'd go after Chavez in Venezuela. And sure enough, later 9/11 happened. And I remember he was telling me how how you're going to see soldiers looking in caves from people in Afghanistan and Pakistan and all these places. And there's going to be this war on terror, of which there's no real enemy. And the whole thing is a giant hoax, but it's a way for the government to take over the American people.
He told you it was going to be a hoax.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no question. He says, there's going to be war on terror. He's laughing. There's no... 9/11 was done by people in our own government and our own banking system to perpetuate
Think you
the
do it?
American people into subordinating themselves to anything the government wants them to do. That's what it's about, and to create this endless war on terror. This was
11 months before 9/11,
yeah.
and Nick Rockefeller, who's a lawyer, he's become your friend over the previous years, and he's saying to you that there's going to be this big event, and then out of that we're going to have a war on terror, and it's just going to go on and on.
Right. An endless war on terror without any real enemy. So you can never define a winner.
And did he say that it's going to be perfect because you can't define an enemy? It just goes
Yeah,
on?
because you can't define a winner. There's no one who's going to beat, so it goes on and on forever. And they can do whatever they want. They scare the hell out of the American public. Look, this whole war on terror is a fraud. It's a farce. It's very difficult to say it out loud because people are intimidated against saying it. Because if you say it, they want to make it for nothing. The ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to...
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, everybody, for being
Run
here.
by the banking industry, run by the bankers. And they're doing it in sections. The European...
You guys are the shiznit.
And the European Constitution is one part of it.
I don't care what they said about you.
American Union, right? And they want to create a new currency called the Amero, right? And the whole agenda is to create a one-world government where everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. All money is to be in those chips, right? There'll be no more cash. And this is giving me straight from Rockefeller himself. This is what they want to accomplish. And all money will be in your chips. And so instead of having cash, anytime you have money in your chip, they can take out whatever they want to take out whenever they want to. If they say you owe us some taxes, they just deduct it out of your chip digitally.
Total control.
Total control. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip. And you have nothing. You can't buy food. You can't do anything. It's total control of the people.
And that chip's connected to a database that has your purchasing records, what you do, what
Everything.
you sell.
Everything is in there. And so they want a one-world government controlled by them, everybody being chipped, all your money in those chips, and they control the chips, and they control people, and you become a slave. You become a serf to these people. That's their goal. That's their intention.
So, I mean, it really almost makes you ask the question, would it have been better if we never invented the internet?
Now, this is exactly what we're doing. This is exactly what we're seeing. After the Twin Towers were dropped, we went right into Afghanistan, and this is an oil robbery, guys. There's no weapons of mass destruction over there. That's all bullshit. Full-blown bullshit. There were never any weapons of mass destruction over there.
I believe that shit.
The military were being led by psychopaths, idiots, morons, banksters, greedy bastards, and crazy people. Our military needs to be brought home, and we need to start working on the borders here and cleaning these senior offices out. That's what U.S. Special Forces was created for. That's why Kennedy created them, to liberate the oppressed. Well, that's us, guys. We're being oppressed by this entire system. And that's when he created you. He told you that there was a conspiracy so vast that it scared the shit out of him. And he created U.S. Special Forces to help clean it out. Okay, so that's your job up there, SF. It's not going around and doing the things you're doing, guerrilla warfare tactics in other countries. You're supposed to be helping clean these banksters and these mobsters and these gangsters out of the United States, out of senior offices, and if necessary, go state to state to train the militias, the National Guard and the state militias. The people are to assemble, and that is their duty. Their right to bear arms shall not be infringed. And that is because if the government ever becomes tyrannical, or the administration up there, the federal administration, which is a contract government, right, a contract system, if it ever becomes tyrannical and tries to invade and force its authority into the state's territories, it is to be stopped and replaced if necessary, completely. Well, now we have the opportunity as a nation, thanks to David Wynn-Miller and Russell J. Gould, who have established a brand new federal system, a global federal government system. They're the only guys in the history of the world to ever do this, pull this off, gentlemen. And it's high time we took a damn good look at it. Once again, and it's time that we bring these guys forward and start talking to them. Unfortunately, we can't bring Dave forward. It's a travesty. The gentleman has died. But Russell J. Gould is still here. And he is who he is. And the American people need to be made aware of the situation. They need to be made aware of this quantum grammar construct and the magnitude and gravity, size and scope of what it is he set up. And it needs to be recognized by the military, by the rest of the NCO chain of command, so that the enlisted personnel understand it as well. This can't be held a secret anymore by the senior levels and kept hidden at the senior levels. This thing's got to come forward. It's our saving grace. This is what the people of the world have been screaming about. It's what they've been praying about. It's biblically prophesied to come forward, and it's here. Why are we keeping this a secret? Why are we not moving forward with this? I ask you. What the hell are we doing on planet Earth as a group of men? Right? Because I'm not a boat or a vessel. I sure the hell don't belong to somebody else. I sure the hell am not someone else's piece of cargo. If they're going to rape, plunder, and pillage, and allow me to only make what I make just so I can barely scrape by. All right, that shit's over. We need to take a look at this banking system. It's a 10% flat tax, and that seriously needs to be brought forward as soon as possible. This Federal Reserve shit's out the door. Okay, they do nothing but work to enrich themselves. And I'm hoping that with the military up there in Washington D.C., that Donald Trump and these guys are planning to bring this whole system that Miller and Gould set up forward. That's what we're hoping for. A bunch of us are hoping for it. Everybody's watching, okay? And from what we understand, that is the plan. But if it is the plan, why have they not brought him forward into the public sector yet and introduced him and told everybody what's going on? Because Iran and Iraq and that is not that big of a deal. This is spun up horseshit, okay, over there in the Middle East. There's nothing going on over there. This is all orchestrated, every bit of it. And it needs to come to a stop. Because these psychopaths aren't running this world anymore. It's over. And they know it. They've been defeated across the board with this quantum system. And if we're not careful, they're going to steal it. Every bit of it, lock, stock, and barrel. And use it to put the screws back down on the people. When in actuality it was created to take the screws off the people, lift all the laws. It's a blank slate again, guys. Commander Gould rebuilt the U.S. Constitution. First things first, right? U.S. Constitution.
Some hopium.
Right. Declaration of Independence. It's all been quantized. It's there, but it just doesn't have the 2 million laws.
Believe it when I see it.
Shackled up in D.C., the Congress and the Senate attached to it later to bilk the shit out of us to harvest us as the harvest, right? I'll pay 10% to the church and I'll pay 10% in taxes, flat tax on whatever I buy, but I'm not paying no income tax, no 10% income tax, and it's worse than that. It's at like 1/3. They're taxing us for 1/3 of our income, 1/3 of your income. That's a house payment every month for most people, right? I paid for a house. Where's my house? The American people deserve better. It's out there. It's waiting. God brought it down. It's sitting. And it needs to be recognized by the people of the United States.
Amen.
I'm asking you guys. Do your due diligence. Research all of this. Watch their videos. Listen to them speak. They're going to tell you exactly what I've laid down here for you already. They set up an entirely new corporate federal government system. And it's global. And it took down all that it took down on the planet and replaced it all. It purified the whore of Babylon and prepared her as the bride of Christ. It's the exact same system we're using now. It's just been purified of all of the loopholes and all of the bullshit, right, that they've been using to enrich themselves. It works for them, but it doesn't work for me, right? Or they know how the loopholes work, so when I go in to try and get myself out of whatever debacle I'm in, I don't know the loopholes. It's all foreign to me. They don't teach me this in school. They don't teach our children this at the grade school level and bring them up through high school and into college knowing this stuff so that they can conduct operations on their own in a manner here in the world that is best for not just themselves, but for the people they're working with and for, right? Man to man, person to person, spirit to spirit, soul to soul. Right, and this grammar system does that. The contracts allow you to do that. The grammar allows you to do that. The entire government construct allows us to do that. And that's the beauty of this thing. So please, do your due diligence, get involved, take a look at this thing again, and let's bring it forward. Let's get together as a group of military men on this planet, and let's bring it forward, and let's push. Thank you.
Well, the very first thing I would say...
All right, enough of that. Pretty interesting, though. I find it hard to believe some of it, but some of it's pretty obvious. I hope y'all liked it. Let's see, where we going next here? What do you guys want to do? I got a motivational... Denzel Washington does a lot of motivational speaking, and he's got a lot of good stuff, and it's pretty addicting if you start listening to it. I'm going to play a little sample of that and see what you guys think. If I could pull it up here. And maybe. All right.
How to truly fix yourself once and for all. We all have areas in our lives that we wish were different. Whether it's breaking bad habits, overcoming self-doubt, or finally achieving the goals we've set for ourselves. But before we dive in, make sure to check the comments section where I've left a question for you. I'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. So, let's get started. Fixing yourself is not about perfection. It's about progress. It's about recognizing that you have the power to shape
Denzel gets it.
and taking intentional steps to make it better. The first and most important step in this journey is self-awareness. You can't change what you don't acknowledge. So take a moment to reflect on your life, your habits, your behaviors, your thoughts. What areas do you feel need improvement? Maybe it's your physical health, your mindset, or the way you handle relationships. Whatever it is, the key is to be brutally honest with yourself. It can be difficult to face your flaws, but remember, self-awareness is the foundation upon which all personal growth is built. Start by taking a deep inventory of your life. Ask yourself questions like, what habits are holding me back? What recurring thoughts or beliefs are limiting my potential? Are there relationships in my life that drain me rather than uplift me? Write these down and be as specific as possible. The more clearly you can identify what needs fixing, the easier it will be to develop a plan to address it. Once you've identified the areas that need work, the next step is to take full responsibility for your life. This might be the hardest part, because it requires you to stop blaming external factors, like other people, your circumstances, or your past, for your current situation. It's easy to fall into the trap of thinking, if only this or that were different, my life would be better. But real change begins when you take ownership of your life and realize that you have the power to change your situation. You are not a victim of your circumstances. You are the creator of your reality. By accepting responsibility, you empower yourself to change it. Taking responsibility also means letting go of excuses. Excuses are the lies you tell yourself. Time, I'm too tired, or I'll start tomorrow. These excuses keep us stuck in the same place. The truth is, if something is important to you, you'll find a way to make it happen. So commit to being honest with yourself and recognize when you're making excuses. Challenge them and ask yourself, is this really true? Or am I just avoiding something?
Any of y'all ever watch this?
Now that you've
He's
taken
got a bunch of them.
responsibility, it's time to set clear, actionable goals. Knowing what you want to fix is one thing, but having a concrete plan in place is another. Start by setting specific, measurable, and achievable goals. Avoid vague goals like, I want to be healthier, or I want to be happier. Instead, break them down into smaller, actionable steps that you can tackle one at a time. For example, if your goal is to improve your physical health, you might start with a commitment to exercise 3 times a week and eat a balanced diet. If you're working on your mindset, you might set a goal to practice daily affirmations, meditate for 10 minutes each day, and read one self-improvement book a month. It's important to make sure your goals are realistic and attainable. Setting goals that are too ambitious can lead to frustration and burnout, which may cause you to give up altogether. Instead, focus on small, consistent actions that build momentum over time. Each small step you take brings you closer to your ultimate goal and helps build your confidence and sense of achievement. Yet, as you work on your goals, it's crucial to develop self-discipline. Self-discipline is the ability to do what needs to be done, even when you don't feel like it. It's the key to staying consistent and following through on your commitments, especially when motivation wanes. Motivation can be fleeting. It comes and goes depending on how you're feeling in the moment. But self-discipline is what will keep you on track, even when the initial excitement wears off. Start by creating a daily routine that supports your goals. Set aside dedicated time each day to work on the areas you're trying to improve. This might mean waking up earlier, cutting out distractions.
It was
saying
sped
no
up
to activities that
1.25.
don't align with your priorities.
This might sound better.
Remember, self-discipline is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. You might not always feel like putting in the work, but remind yourself of why you started and how far you've come. Each time you push through the resistance, you're building your self-discipline and making it easier to stay on track in the future. Another crucial aspect of fixing yourself is building resilience. Life is full of challenges and setbacks, and it's easy to get discouraged when things don't go as planned. But resilience is what will keep you moving forward, even in the face of adversity. Resilience is not about avoiding difficulties, but rather about facing them head on and bouncing back stronger. When you encounter obstacles, don't give up. Instead, view them as opportunities to learn and grow. Reflect on what went wrong, adjust your approach, and keep going. The more resilient you become, the more capable you'll be of overcoming the difficulties that come your way. Developing resilience also involves changing the way you perceive failure. Instead of seeing failure as a dead end, view it as a stepping stone on the path to success. Every failure is a lesson in disguise, teaching you what doesn't work and bringing you one step closer to finding what does. The most successful people in the world didn't get there by avoiding failure. They got there by failing, learning, and trying again. So, Don't be afraid to
Amen.
take risks and make mistakes. The more you fail, the more you learn, and the stronger you become. Cultivating a positive mindset is another essential element in fixing yourself. Your thoughts have a powerful impact on your life and your ability to make lasting changes. If you're constantly telling yourself that you're not good enough or that you'll never succeed, you're setting yourself up for failure. Instead, practice positive self-talk. Remind yourself of your strengths and accomplishments. Visualize yourself succeeding and achieving your goals. Surround yourself with positive influences, whether it's through the books you read, the people you interact with, or the content you consume. A positive mindset will help you stay focused and motivated even when the going gets tough. In addition to mindset, self-care plays a critical role in fixing yourself. You can't pour from an empty cup, so it's important to take care of your physical, emotional, and mental well-being. Make time for activities that recharge you, whether it's exercise, hobbies, spending time with loved ones, or simply relaxing. Pay attention to your body's needs. Eat nutritious foods, get enough sleep, and manage stress. Self-care isn't selfish. It's necessary for maintaining the energy and focus you need to make lasting changes in your life. Prioritize your physical health by creating a routine that includes regular exercise, a balanced diet, and adequate sleep. Exercise is not just about looking good, it's about feeling good and maintaining a healthy body that can support your ambitions. Whether it's a morning jog, a yoga session, or hitting the gym, find an activity that you enjoy and make it a regular part of your life. Eating a balanced diet fuels your body and mind, giving you the energy and mental clarity needed to tackle your goals. And don't underestimate the power of sleep. It's during sleep that your body repairs itself and your mind processes the day's events. Aim for 7 to 8 hours of quality sleep each night to ensure you're at your best. Emotional self-care is equally important. Life can be stressful, and it's easy to get caught up in the hustle and forget to take care of your emotional well-being. Make time to connect with your emotions and express them in healthy ways. This might mean journaling, talking to a trusted friend, or seeking professional help if needed. Remember, it's okay to feel emotions, whether they're positive or negative. What's important is how you manage them. Practicing mindfulness and meditation can also help you stay centered and reduce stress, making it easier to navigate life's challenges. Lastly, remember that fixing yourself is not a one-time event. It's a lifelong process. There will always be areas to improve and new challenges to face. Be patient with yourself and embrace the journey. Celebrate your progress, no matter how small, and keep striving to become the best version of yourself. It's okay to stumble and make mistakes. What's important is that you get back up and keep moving forward. If you found value in this video, please give
Leave
it a
a
thumbs up.
like. Yeah, like Denzel, like I said, he's got a lot of stuff. I could probably drop a link here if I knew what I was doing. Looks like, yeah, I kind of know what I'm doing. I've done this before. Motive of Mind is the name of the channel. But there's a lot of good ones on there. There's a lot of relatable stuff to almost anybody in that. It's worth giving a watch for sure. So yeah, so let's just talk a little bit here. Just future wise, I do like doing some where we watch some stuff and just together, but I'd also like to do a lot of Discord and stuff in the future here where we can bring on panel guests and all that stuff. I just didn't want to do that on the first run. Obviously, I'm having some difficulties as is, so I figured I better crawl before I try to run. Being a noob isn't easy, everybody. let's see here. What else could we throw on here that's interesting? Besides the live streams, watch along parties, and mainly this channel is going to be for after parties, after shows, and just off channels. I'll probably pick a good day that's nobody else is streaming, so we don't clash. But I like playing guitar a little bit as well, and maybe we could do some serenading one of these evenings, something like that. Just a place to hang out and laugh and judge. If you know what I mean. But let's see here. Anybody got any suggestions on anything that's worth watching? Like I said, drop a link and I could check it out. And we could do a little more watch partying, I guess. Let's see here. What do we got? Like this one.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account... Only Rosie
O'Donnell.
Only Rosie.
And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look.
Good morning. I'm Sergeant Robert Horton, United States Army Special
We
Operations.
did it again.
I'm a psychological operations specialist from 1999 to 2012, and I'm also.
Yeah, those are funny as well. I like those. But I don't know. I also, one of the main things I did, that's why I started with the Witsit and Jaron stuff with the Final Experiment, because I love Dave Weiss to death. I owe a lot to him, and also Eric Dubé, but in the end, I really do feel like anybody can be compromised, so we just got to keep our eyes peeled, He's still obviously not flopping to the globe, or Witsit hasn't either, but just be leery is all I'm saying, because you have every reason to, and it's sus as I think there's plenty of evidence to support that they absolutely faked that entire trip, whether they went there or not, to Antarctica. There's way too many problems. I got another video. I think it was Sam, our favorite Sam guy, Israel Sam. He did one where it's a good compilation of just all the problems they had. Let's see if I can find that one. Part 2.
Welcome to Antarctica.
Is that too loud, you guys? Or does it sound good still? I'm trying to do it. Like I said, I'm brand new to this shit, so I think I'm doing pretty well, considering. Definitely a quick learner, so it'll only get better from here, guys. I appreciate all the patience and dealing with it.
I'm here to do the science.
The science! Appreciate that, guys. Seems to me they sure want that AE map debunked.
This is my DJI drone.
Hey folks, so one of the bigger upgrades for the DJI Mini 4 Pro over its predecessor is it now has full 360-degree obstacle avoidance. So if I just fly forwards, yep, you can see the drone has stopped by itself. I've still got the stick pushed forwards, but it is not moving any further towards the obstacle because it has detected it. So it's really
Of course,
simple
Mr. Weiss
in
wouldn't
that
agree with
regard.
any of
And
this.
if I just
This
move
nonsense.
away from it, and then let's head to it from the side. The drone is not going anywhere near it, so the obstacle avoidance works really well.
And I'm gonna go backwards. So obviously, if there was a green screen, this drone would not be able to fly backwards toward MC Toon, who's also
Yeah, you
live
missed the
streaming.
original stream.
And
Too
he's
soon,
also
Lord.
filming the
Too
drone.
soon.
All right.
When you look at the footage, we don't see Union Glacier anywhere around there, and they're only about 1.5 kilometers away. You should see Union Glacier Camp. We don't see Union Glacier Camp. at
Oh, that's the
Mount
same
Rossman,
mountain?
So that shows that they were either probably there when it was off season, when there were no tourists available. They were able to get their environment done, HDR environment done, and they could recreate it in Unreal Engine 5 if they wanted to. And therefore, when they did all really go down in December, they were able to just take
Schneider
the
in the
sky
house.
and have the rest as a real environment.
The problem with the Pocket is they are saying what they have taken out. They were not using green screen, they were using the chroma. They have taken out a color
Chroma.
to edit it. That color is the same like the Pocket. The sky blue and the pocket of the blue is the same thing. What it means that they have edited the sky and they forgot to take out the blue from the Pocket for Mr. Jonathan. We're gonna try to do this here. I'm gonna take the same color as the Pocket, I'm gonna apply, and what's gonna disappear is the sky. Apart from there, I can put any background above the sky, on the sky part. The sky has been edited. That's just
Nuh-uh.
1+1. Alright, and utilize the chroma key, applying the color of the Pocket. You can see that that's the color they have took for the sky. You can see that what is edited is the sky. There's nothing more to that. Anybody can do that by themselves. Anybody who knows.
Doing
to
great,
use
Schneider.
the
Thank you.
chroma, take
Good
the
to see
color
you.
of the Pocket, and you can see that that's been edited. The worst of all, and that they are lying. They show us a green bottle. They have not eliminated the green. They have eliminated the blue, the celestial blue. The green is a toy for kids. They are literally lying to you.
So if you're on a ball, right, you set your camera up. So the evidence of that curve of that ball would be in your footage. So from your perspective, from the camera perspective, the sun can't move left and right, it must move up and down. Then it would swing over, and then as you cross the South Pole, it must dip down, and must dip up as you're on the opposite side. Of course we want to see this. This would be evidence, dumbass.
Now when you take a better look at the footage, you see that as the truck is progressing on the right side, there is some kind of a glitch running at the end. from
Must be the dog
right
race.
to the left side.
Send out the
And,
rabbit.
It looks actually like a running man. But the thing is that whatever it is, when we follow it, we see that it goes along a straight line all along that straight line. And it looks like that straight line is actually the end of a stage.
And there's a line here that goes pretty much all the way around the setting.
So they didn't get there till the 14th, so I don't know what the 10th is about. I don't know if he left California on the 10th. Take him 4 days to get to Antarctica. Cool story, Brock. Crazy layover. Anus in the house. What up now? Yeah. It's all been debunked though, guys. All of it. There's nothing to see here. Nothing sus ever. So yeah, you know, a lot of people say that Antarctica doesn't matter because, you know, you can't look in the sky to prove. We know the Earth is flat, but ultimately it has a lot of significance due to if everybody knows they faked it, then once again, why would you fake something that was real? And they're trying real hard to debunk that AE map, which nobody really subscribes fully to it anyway, but they sure are trying to get rid of it, you know, so it must be over a target to some degree. That's how this stuff works, folks. So I do think it's just important, you know, regardless of whether it doesn't prove the shape of the ground or not. This is like fourth and fifth dimension warfare. They'll destroy an entire community without ever having to step foot on ground. They have their ways, you know, many forms of weaponry, including the platform we're on now. So I'm sure you could all agree, but I also agree with y'all that the sky doesn't prove the ground. That's obviously non-debatable when water proves it without, it's objective, you know. But anyway, I did think that was amusing. I thought that was a good comparison of Witsit you know, just denying that that was even the same mountain, which is ridiculous because it's literally an infamous mountain that you're not gonna mistake and lose track of. But he's playing dumb. So regardless if you guys think that's evidence or not, I think it's pretty obvious, you know, that he's not being completely honest regardless. But even Dave Weiss, you know, he's I think that they're just they're doing a lot of stuff together, obviously, and they got each other's back regardless. But you know, ultimately this is a solo journey, and trust no one ultimately, guys, and question everything. You know, that's the motto that we need to subscribe to. And you're going to meet a lot of good people on the way, and a lot of intelligent minds are out here. And I love the collaboration. And this Foundry family that we have is, all the bad apples have been thrown out, you know. So that's another reason the final experiment was healthy, because it really showed who was who. Even the top people that were cherished and loved are obviously exposed, and it's just a good thing, you know. Every failure is a stepping stone towards success and enlightenment, you know, and the truth will set us free, because once you know that you're in this system, then spiritually the only way to correct it is you know, become more spiritually involved and understand the true nature of our realm. But you know, that's my take on it, you guys. Any suggestions, or anybody want to hear some music, or I don't know what y'all want to get into next? Some more videos, or I think that Illuminati card game's pretty interesting as well. You know, it's allegedly in late 80s, early 90s, and they got the Trump card with a bullet whizzing by his ear. But you know, I'm kind of torn. I always keep a non-biased perspective and try to keep all things on the table that haven't been completely destroyed. You know, I try to treat it like it's a court. You know, you want to look at all the evidence before you decide, you know, a verdict. But you know, it's obvious that we're living in a scripted world when you have The Simpsons and all these other, you know, places that just predict everything that's already happening today. And I think we're honestly dealing with a lot of masked individuals. You know, we're just watching a show. But hopefully that's it could go either way. That could be a bad thing or a good thing, because you know, you don't know who these masked people are. Are they on the white hats, black hats? And I know a lot of you don't subscribe to that with QAnon and all that bullshit. But, you know, it's still a plausibility. And I think that he does validate himself daily. And we'll see, though, you know, because I'm with you guys, man. I don't know shit, man. And only time will tell. Until I see feet dangling, I really don't, you know, trust anything. You know, they could talk is cheap. So only time will tell, in my opinion. But I don't know if you guys even seen that Trump card or whatever, or the Illuminati card game. Let's see if I could pull it up here. Not even sure if this is the same one.
A plane has crashed into the World Trade Center. We don't know anything more than that.
The day before 9/11, Donald Rumsfeld reveals the Pentagon is missing trillions of dollars that cannot be accounted for.
We cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
To understand how the Pentagon can lose track of trillions.
From my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of a plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon.
Oh my goodness.
I appreciate you, Vlad. You're the man.
There's still a line at the Exxon here. They still have regular unleaded. The backup is going through the intersection.
Terror will not stand, and the United States is ready to lead that coalition.
I'm not the type to toss and turn worrying about something. If I'm not sleeping, it's because I'm plotting how to deal.
But it's not really about Alex Jones, is it? It's about
the idea that companies can make it impossible for your voice to be heard.
Some Weird Al.
That they're finally primed. I'm protected because I made this hat from aluminum foil.
Marathon runner Bill Ifrit is knocked to the ground. A second explosion goes off.
The Anti-Defamation League has declared Pepe a hate symbol.
The people that chased her into the tunnel were the same people that were taking photographs of her while she was still dying on the
Yeah, I don't know if Q is still dropping or not. I think he
Bitcoin's
stopped
historically
and
traded
started.
at 2.5 times its mining cost, so it's not out of the question that it could be over 20,000 by the end of the year.
Festival in Las Vegas. The deadliest shooting in U.S. history happened when Jason Aldean was performing.
And I'm thrilled to be here with all of my friends. He seems made of Teflon. That what he said about John McCain, what he said, it's like, oh my God, how is this man going up in the polls?
It shows Trump making strides in two key swing states. He's now leading in Florida and Pennsylvania, where he trailed almost a month ago.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, not you. Not you. Your organization.
Not you.
I'm not going to give you a question. You are fake news.
We have to stop with political.
Only Rosie. Only Rosie.
Is enough.
For the real victim of the allegations against Brett Kavanaugh, Brett Kavanaugh.
Attorney General Barr has shown in the last few months that he's more interested in protecting Donald Trump and not protecting America's interests.
We're standing here at the Supreme Court. The Republicans think they're going to get the court to reverse Roe versus Wade.
Gruesome scene in Miami. This is a naked man. He was shot dead on Saturday by police because he was gnawing off another man's face.
The Republican governor who allowed lead to poison the city's water supply will no longer be providing the town with bottled water. Flint, Michigan doesn't have clean drinking water. It still has lead.
Every kid in Flint who drank that water is now at some risk for long-term effects.
And a lot of people tried to stop me, and they still will, and you know they will. But the truth is, it's not working.
And it's because of this alert. Ballistic missile threat inbound to Hawaii. Seek immediate shelter. This is not a drill. And this is a warning that was sent to people's phones.
Lava from Hawaii's Kilauea volcano have also been warned to get out. Those who remain face arrest and the possibility that no one will be there to rescue them.
Say that there were people who actually crossed the border illegally that were associated with the caravan by climbing over a metal scrap wall.
And Liberty Island in New York City is being evacuated now because of a person trying to climb the Statue of Liberty.
Hello guys, I'm Mr. Alan C, and you're going to want to subscribe and please drop a thumbs up right now on this video.
There's a Trump card in the middle.
These Illuminati cards. We have
Enough
over
is enough.
700 of them. They were released by Steve Jackson Games back in 1994.
Bullet
In
whizzing by his
1995,
ear.
They were scheduled for prior release until the Secret Service raided Steve Jackson Games offices.
Early 90s.
Illuminati BDS and all his other computers had been confiscated. It was the Secret Service.
But that don't necessarily make him the bad guy. It could, but
sue them to get them back. And
I don't know.
Of this court case. Also, a lot of these cards seem to predict the future. I'm going to show you several. Well, I'm going to show you all of them, actually. I need you guys to like this video. It's so important. Please leave a comment if you see any cards that predict the future or something going on currently that I missed because I'm making documentaries about these cards. Last but not least, when I show you the cards, be sure to pause the video and read the card descriptions. It's going to blow your mind, guys. Enjoy. So important you hit a thumbs up on this video, subscribe, and comment if you can. Just a quick note from me, Mr. Alan C. I made this video so you can view it full screen on your phone the tall way. It's going to be like you're holding these cards in your hand in HD quality. Guys, I did this so you can read the descriptions and you can comment below this video and let me know all your thoughts about the cards to help me make my next documentary about.
Anybody remember these cards from back in the day? Because I don't, really. But if they're real, I mean, it's pretty validating. Not that I need validation because it's obviously scripted to some degree, but it's pretty wild. I've seen them on the like on eBay, but that don't necessarily mean that they were legit from that time period. I'd imagine they are, but I like to question everything. There's another video, I don't know how much of this you guys want to watch, but I got another one that's the same stuff. It's about the Illuminati card game, but he does a better job explaining the cards themselves individually. Looks like nobody has remembered seeing these card games when they were younger. Mandela. I definitely want some of them next. That's why I went on eBay. I was looking at them, but they seem pretty expensive for, you know. I just find like singles and stuff, and there's a lot of the cards. Yeah. Yeah, allegedly this is a late 80s, early 90s. BRB, folks. A flat earth card. I think I'm going to put on the other one just so we get a better description. I like the other one better. See what happens. Bear with me. Yeah, I don't know if you guys seen the tooth ratio one also of Hillary. I'll show you guys that one real quick. It's pretty cool.
If you don't want to die from neuropathy, don't make the same mistake 90% of people with burn.
Watch what this one vitamin does to sciatic nerve pain.
Do this in the morning to get rid of sciatic.
TV would not allow you to stop and check. It simply washes away viewers, drowning them in fictional realities up to ears.
Go back.
It seems that no one has come up with scientific evidence to show the existence of fake Hillary. I'm going to show that the woman who appeared in public events as Hillary Clinton was a different person or persons from Hillary. I prove that with objective and numerical evidence that will surely fulfill the requirement for such extraordinary claim.
Got
In order
sidetracked.
to tell the fake from the genuine, we need to have the indisputable genuine beforehand. Needless to say, we treat only visual records, that is, pictures and videos. So we need to have such authentic originals. Do we have any?
Russell RG.
Of course, we have.
In the house.
The method we apply is very simple. Stunningly simple.
He's also starting a new
What
channel.
we
You
use
guys,
is eye-tooth ratio.
I'll drop his link so you can give a
Eye-tooth
sub
ratio
if you
doesn't
haven't already.
change by age in normal cases. It can be considered immutable for life. We
Or
can
he can drop it.
calculate
I'm
the
gonna mod him
ratio
here.
simply by measuring the distance between two eyes and the distance to the frontal upper teeth from the line connecting the two eyes. Exactly speaking, the word eye means the center of pupil here. The ratio can be expressed by a vertical rectangle. This ratio is not so unique as fingerprints. Far from it. Remember that the ratio is denoted in only 3 digits, such as 1.18 or 1.25, and the first digit is always 1. Moreover, the second digit can be only from 0 to 3, that is, only 4 variables. Only the third digit has full stretch of 0 to 9. So eye-tooth ratio has very limited range. Many people share the same ratio, of course, having completely different looking faces. Roughly speaking, it's like height of people. Many people share
Half
the
warrior.
same height. The same
In the
height
house.
is no proof that two persons are one and the same person. So eye-tooth ratio doesn't sound especially useful to distinguish the original from the fake. Actually, this
Thanks for
ratio
being here,
has
guys.
its strong points and weak points. The first weak point is that having the same ratio doesn't mean the same person. Of course, it's because it can be shared by many people. The first strong point is that having different ratio means that the two are completely different people no matter how much alike they may look. So we are supposed to find out the difference of ratios to prove the two persons in the visual records are different beyond all doubt. And it is possible. The second strong point is that we don't care about facial impressions at all. We can, or rather we should say, we should, forget about facial images. We don't have to compare each facial characteristic of the two persons in pictures. We only have to measure eye-tooth ratios alone. Very simple job. And this procedure often reveals unexpected results. Eye-tooth ratio is
Any of
independent
y'all
of
already seen
emotional
this?
facial expressions. Eye-tooth ratio is based on 2 lengths. One is the distance between the centers of the both eyes. This distance is almost immutable and reliable. Even plastic surgery can't alter the position of eyeballs. No surgeon would dare to perform such operation that may entail tremendous risk not only on the patient but also on his own professional career. The other length is determined by the edge of the upper teeth. Unless the person in question doesn't replace the teeth with the ones with a different length, this length could be considered very stable and almost immutable. But the face to be measured must show frontal upper teeth. As long as the teeth are visible, they present themselves as a solid foothold in our research. The bottom line of the rectangle should be placed at the place where it scarcely touches the edge of the teeth on purpose. If it does, the line will obfuscate the edge where the teeth end. Eye-tooth ratio can reveal unexpected difference between faces which most people consider the same. Simply put, it can expose fakes where people expect the genuine one to be. The ratio is by definition numerical values. Even if the two values under inspection are different, the difference can be very small. When the two values are very close and within error range, it is difficult to decide. But when the difference is above error range and can be considered substantial, the verdict is irreversible. The difference of ratio really matters much. Is the difference small or big? If it is within error range, we might be able to ignore it. But if it is beyond error range, we should take it into account. And if similar cases happen more than twice, we can't ignore them at all. We should assume there is some substantial difference there.
Lock her up.
The more the data,
Yeah, I want to see
the more
feet
reliable
dangling.
is the
Until
ratio,
then,
of course. But only one face
flip a
picture
coin.
taken right in front with visible teeth and can give us a fairly reliable ratio. Some people may think that
some
the
of these
degree
might
of
be
mouth
good
aperture
people
will influence the
acting
ratio.
like bad people,
It's
and
wrong
vice
because
versa.
the degree of mouth
It's
aperture
a very
is varied only
complex
by the jaw.
military
Just
operation
imagine a window
if they are
blind.
taking down the
vertical
cabal.
length is changed only by raising or lowering the bottom edge. The top edge of the blind simply doesn't participate in the adjustment of vertical length of the blind. So no matter how wide open the mouth is in a face picture, it doesn't affect the ratio in the least.
I think they're just masks. I don't really think they're clones. I think the masks are a lot better than people give credit. You know, I think that they can change your gender.
One case of sufficiently
you name
different
it.
ratio is enough to call a person a fake. And if there are more similar cases about the same person on the same day,
I'm with you,
it is
Seabass.
impossible to make an appeal. The
Flip a
person is
coin.
finished. Consistently smaller ratio, that is, shorter rectangle in every picture demonstrates fate beyond
I'm
our
ready
doubts.
for either or, though. I fear nothing except fear itself.
People are stealthily manipulated by mainstream media incessantly daily. We are led to believe what we are exposed by TV and newspapers so systematically.
Yeah, I don't doubt
They are
clones,
even using
but
the internet recently. The internet is
it's
no
hard to prove,
sanctuary.
but I wouldn't see why they
Visual
wouldn't.
images, above all, are especially powerful
Technology
and
is
such
much
subliminal
farther
propaganda.
advanced than meets
yes,
the eye.
they are propaganda which
They're
are
just hiding
highly
it from us.
sophisticated and
Number one nutrient
Dumb
for
us
sharp
down
vision.
real good.
Natural vision boosting
Commercial
remedy really
time.
does hold the key.
calibrated to be swallowed pleasantly. General public is so defenseless and gullible like children that you can brain cook them as you want as long as you have enough money to spend on. Every fake would be exposed soon if presented alone without any background and context. So every fake needs sufficient context to be planted in. Lies and fakes can be fed into people's brain if they are properly planted in consistent background, which appear very seamless and natural. Mass deception in current days presupposes such total orchestration, which has been enabled by contemporary computer technology. Simply put, with money and technology you can flood people and
It's
soak
pretty
their brains
obvious here.
completely with lies
It's pretty
and fakes.
undeniable. Liars can figure, but figures don't lie. I'm certain Joe is a masked. I think there's multiple actors playing Joe. Joe died in 2018, allegedly. Hillary did too on December 28, 2018. She was allegedly hung in Gitmo.
Contemporary propaganda is invisible. It's not noticed as such by ordinary people. Paradoxically, it's always visible and even noisily visible in the disguise of nice appearance and sweet taste. And people are almost addicted to them. It's like delicious junk food. People consume deceptive information sent via TV and newspapers just as they consume unhealthy junk food sold in supermarkets. TV is junk
Thank
food.
you, Halfway.
Junk food is TV.
I think it's pretty unique.
There
I
are
can only
some
find
people
one
who are
like
very
it.
careful
Anybody
what
else
they
seen
eat.
this hat before?
Some are vegetarians and some are vegans. Predictably, such people tend to be critical of mainstream media. But even those people sometimes swallow fakes and lies on mainstream media thoughtlessly. How about you? In 1994, Richard Nixon said, "The American people don't
dark
believe
web,
anything until
Schneider.
they see it on television."
And it was pretty documented,
Well
like
said,
it looked pretty
indeed.
legit.
And we
but
could say now, the American
can't trust
people
anything,
believe any
man.
fake if they see it on
But
television.
allegedly, she was hung
To
December
know the
28th.
truth is in many cases embarrassing
And they had
because
all
it is
the,
to
her
admit you have
last
been wrong.
words, and it was all
So,
documented.
wise
Looked pretty
people
proper.
avoid the smell of the
I'll
truth
find it and do
to
it on my
stay
next stream or
undisturbed
something.
by necessary correction. They become wiser and end up in a self-righteous small world. People often misunderstand the principles of eye-tooth ratio. The first principle says the ratio becomes meaningful when the ratios are sufficiently different. In that case, we can say the two persons are completely different. The second principle says when the ratios are almost the same, we are left undecided whether the two persons in question are the same or different. Do you understand? We can't rule out one out of two possibilities. We remain
whoops.
undecided.
Sus.
Two persons in pictures can be different even with the same ratio. People are fooled not because the visual image actually looks indistinguishably similar to the original. After knowing the truth, everybody agrees that fake one actually looks different from the original. They are fooled simply because they are totally defenseless against malicious fabrication and deceptive manipulation. They simply expect no evil intent or no malice out there. They simply swallow what they are fed by TV and newspapers. General public is like innocent babies. So it's not so difficult to make general public swallow fakes. Fakes need not be so perfect because situational necessity urge people to swallow fakes without doubting or checking. Such situation is systematically orchestrated by mainstream media. When the chairman introduces Hillary Clinton, it must be Hillary Clinton. Before his introduction, people have already expectation to see her. Babies are hungry and feeding bottles are thrust. Fake is a lie. And the bigger a lie, the more unlikely to be exposed. Only rich people can afford such a big lie to overcome their hidden trouble. Well-orchestrated fake is necessary to hide scandalous unavailability of the original. The original might be hardly functional or simply might not exist any longer. There seem to be more than one fake Hillary. Of course, only one appears on the same day, but another may appear on a different event a few weeks later. Might sound like a very risky schedule, but there's no problem because people will interpret the difference as a result of cosmetics. It takes tremendous cost and intricate schedule management to execute such a multiple fake operation. It's a grand hoax to be conducted with highest secrecy. The potential fake Hillarys must have been searched via various channels and offered a huge amount of reward. 3 basic agreements must have been made. Firstly, agreement of undergoing plastic surgery. It would have been impossible to pass as Hillary without some amount of plastic surgery. That means throwing away their own faces to become much more Hillary-like. Hillary Clinton can afford to pay as much as they want for reward. Second agreement must have to take intensive lessons to be able to behave and talk like Hillary. Without such good amount of training, it would have been impossible to pass as Hillary even after plastic surgery. Third agreement is, needless to say, strict gag order. Their lives are under constant surveillance of undercover spies. Hillary is a very suspicious woman and never fails to have them spied and reported. You may wonder why use fakes at the risk of such possible disclosure. Hillary is actually very ill and has been much less functional as the commander-in-chief of a superpower on the globe. She knows it. So she desperately needed dummies to hide her own inconvenient reality in order to be the first female president of the United States.
Secretary Clinton.
Woo! Okay.
Many people were actually embarrassed to see young-looking Hillary. But they had no choice but to let the show go on. Cosmetics? Or facelifts? Botox? Yes, Because of them, they tried to convince themselves at heart. What else could they think of? That woman really looks like Hillary for a different person. And she is in fact introduced as Hillary Clinton. The whole situation is orchestrated to make people accept the woman as real Hillary Clinton. Nobody around you seems to care about the same problem that you have. But actually many people found something was wrong. Despite such normal reaction, all the people are washed away by the flood of lies and fakes produced by mainstream media.
You got a point to it.
Everybody thought she looked strangely younger, but people were swamped by flooding situational consistency. Very few people would say, wait, something is wrong. It doesn't add up. TV would not allow you to stop and check. It simply washes away viewers, drowning them in fictional realities up to ears. From the beginning, to watch TV itself is to be carried away by fictional realities. Most people feels good to be swamped and carried away in that way. Even when they are looking at still pictures at their leisure time, their brains are already cooked by the working of whole mainstream media.
What are 4chan
People are
boards?
brain cooked to be acceptive to what they are fed via mainstream media. Mainstream media are incessantly bombarding and brain-cooking general public with calculated, palatable stories and
I'll
images.
get back to what I was going to show you
That's the
originally.
main functions of mainstream media, that is, TV, newspapers and magazines,
Whoa, check
and
that
their
out.
affiliated internet sites.
I'm going to go back to the Illuminati card game. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of that's hard to dispute there. No featured videos, huh? Here we go.
I was in a situation where I just knew that we were all about to get really badly beaten up or killed. I was in fear. I was beat on like a piñata for what seemed like forever. My sister and my wife had a gun at their head.
Getting through the commercial.
Pointed at them, so they couldn't do anything except yell, scream, and cry.
Oh, 4chan. Yeah, I know you're kidding. I just didn't.
If you
Went
don't
over
wanna
my
die
head,
from
apparently.
neuropathy, don't make the same mistake 90% of people with burning, tingling, and numbness do. Right now, your nerves are under attack. Not from aging, not from...
All right.
We are entering interesting times. NASA is abroad, so just who's behind ISIS, and when we know just the real mental psyop behind all of it. This card features the International Weather Organization, and the reason that I'm showing you this card is because it predicts and shows what it even proves to us that weather is controlled and modified by the government, by the elite. We know that certain thunderstorms, earthquakes, and hurricanes and tornadoes, they're all manufactured, all man-made, and all staged by HAARP, CERN, and other so-called weather organizations. We know that for a fact. That is not a conspiracy. You can do the research on that. Why am I telling you this? Because you're going to see how it relates to the so-called meteor threat that's going to come about, and the other so-called disasters that are going to be planned and staged ahead, like the ones in California, the ones on the West Coast, and the ones on the East Coast, because your government and military are even planning for flooding and mass flooding and emergency drills for these things that they are going to stage and cause. Here's a picture of Al Gore hugging a tree, of course, and like I said, I wanted to show you this just to show you the mental psyop and the lies behind climate change and everything else. Do not believe a word they Remember, nothing ever is just a coincidence. Nothing is ever a mere coincidence. And like I said, they are telling us all the truth on a game. But do you still think that this is just a game by now? I hope not, because I'm telling you this goes much deeper than you think. And here I'm showing you flat earthers and NASA, because even the cards tell us that the earth is flat, whether you want to believe it or not. But of course you see NASA, and it even shows you that they faked the moon landings, because yes, they did. Remember, truth is stranger than fiction. You are living in a fantasy. The reality is right in front of you. Because yes, NASA staged all of this and faked all of this. The reason NASA scientists can't tell you that, and the reason these astronauts cannot tell you any of that, is because they signed an oath never to tell the secrets. That's why they can't. But it's true. The moon landing was in fact a hoax. And that's why the certain scientists can't even swear on the Bible that they went to the moon, because they are lying, and they're paid to lie. And they're paid big time to lie to fulfill the plan of the New World Order, not to mention they're Freemasonic agents as well. But as you can see, they filmed it, and they filmed the NASA moon landings in probably Area 51 or somewhere in Nevada, in a very secretive location. But as you can see, what are they hiding? The flat Earth, because the flat Earth proves that there is a creator in the firmament, but they don't want you to know that. But it says people laugh, but the flat earthers know something. And what is it that the flat earthers know that you don't know? It's what? That there isn't, that it proves, not only does it prove creation, but it proves that the planets don't exist. It proves that NASA is a fraud, and it even proves the pseudoscientists and that you've been lied to all along. But see, they have to keep lying to you through mind control, whether you want to believe it or not. Do your own research on this stuff. Don't just take my word for it. Please don't. Do your own research and then come to your own conclusions. But just know this, that they're already telling you truth right in front of you. I know this may seem crazy, but what? It's about mind control. Do your own research and come to your own conclusions, but just know where the real truth is and where the real lies are. Now that you have seen some of the past and present cards and how they just so happen to predict past events, now I want to show you some cards that just so happen to predict future events and just where we're headed and just where we are going. And like I said, if you would like me to cover more of these cards and do more and expose more of these cards, please let me know. I would be more than happy to do a part 2, because there are way more cards than just the ones I'm showing you. You can do the research on your own, in your own time, and watch other videos that expose them. But I'm going to tell you some of the future ones, and here's our favorite, well, not really, but martial law. And they just so happen to be in front of none other than the White House with the Illuminati pyramids right there. And we know that they're preparing for it because there's already martial law in both France and Belgium, even though nothing happened in Belgium. And also we're starting to see it trickle into Europe through the so-called Syrian refugee crisis and through the migrant crisis, because there's even been a state of emergency declared in Hungary. And whether you want to believe it or not, what are they getting ready for? What's the end goal? Martial law in Europe and America. That is the plan. And they're going to keep trying to do it with these staging these refugees, the Sandy hoaxes. It's only going to increase and escalate. That is how they're going to do it. And you can see just what time it really is. But you can't have a new world order without gun control. You always need to have gun control. Yes, that is what is needed. And we see that all the Sandy hoaxes and all the false flag events and shootings in San Bernardino's. They're only going to escalate because what? They want your guns, because that is how they get the new world order. Stalin, Hitler all over again. Nothing new is under the sun. But see how they've been predicting this long ago, and that's the means of how they're going to do it. I hope the truth is being revealed to you today, and I hope this is really being helpful, because like I said, it's only going to get worse. Also can't have a new world order without law and order, just like the TV show as well. So we see just the agenda behind it. We see the police brutality, and we even see there, of course, the Eye of Horus and the Egyptian pyramid, mystery, Babylonian religion, Babylon all over again. The Tower of Babel is complete. They even put a Tower of Babel on the Oscars. As you can see, it's only getting much worse. Oh, but it gets even worse than this. And then, of course, in order to have a new world order, you need World War III, as we can see right here. Now, why is this so important? It's because what? They've been mobilizing all these nations, getting military drills ready for World War III. And of course, you see, I'm telling you, they've been planning everything, and they even have the mind control and tools and utilities to make you think that, oh, this is all a conspiracy theory. Oh, this is just a coincidence. Oh, it doesn't really mean anything. And for those of you who keep constantly saying that, oh, this is fear-mongering, and oh, this is a conspiracy, and oh, this and that, you all honestly, seriously need to wake up and face reality and face where we are in reality, because you're so in love with this world, and you love this world so much that you don't want to see it go. But the truth of the matter is, and the fact of the matter is, that the Illuminati and the elite who are planning and staging everything are even telling us what time it is. It's time to get your head out of the sand. It's time to wake up, and it's time to see the truth for what it is, because I'm telling you, it's all a mental psyop. And it's all what? Not only are they using conspiracy theory as a distraction from what's really to come, but what are they getting ready for? The New World Order, and whether you like it or not, whether you want to believe it or not. What else are they preparing for? What else are they getting ready for? They're getting ready for the alien deception. If you have not watched my Project Bluebeam video, I highly recommend you do, because this is what they're getting ready for. And don't get it twisted. They're going to say that, oh my gosh, it's a meteor. Oh my gosh, a meteor's going to attack Earth. It's not really a meteor. It's a mental psyop. They're just going to use holographic technology to make it look like a meteor, to make it look like something's coming from out of this world, just like they did as a test in Russia, and use holographic imaging and lasering and other things of the sort, as well as sound technology and sound enhancers, just like they did with the parasites, so-called attacks, to make it look like there's a meteor, when really this is not the case. And what's their target, according to this? Puerto Rico. And there's been a ton of talk about Puerto Rico and a so-called meteor hitting there. But what are they going to do? They're going to coincide this event with what? CERN and HAARP, and cranking it up so that there's a giant earthquake with the so-called meteor attacking. See the mental psyop and see the warning ahead of time, because that is what they're preparing for. And then they're gonna blame it on what? They're gonna say, oh my goodness, we need to, space-based weapons and this and that and all these other hoaxes in order to merge as a new world order. And then your president and the Vatican and even the elite are gonna come onto the screen and say, oh my gosh, look, there are aliens coming, and they're on their way. We need to merge to fight off this threat. And that's how the fallen angels are going to come and disguise themselves as aliens. Because it's all a big deception. It's all one great big hoax. But will you listen and heed the warning now, or will you continue to live in the lies and believe what they tell you? Because that is what's to come. That's why the CIA can't disclose this information with you, because that's what they're getting ready for. And they're using NASA to do it, because lately you've been hearing in NASA, oh, watch out, there's a potential asteroid. Oh, this asteroid's coming, that asteroid's coming. The boy who cried asteroid, because they know that there's no real asteroid. They're just saying that to mentally condition you so that when the fake one does come and they make it look like one.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I wonder if they're legit. No one seems to remember them
They will then use
when they were younger.
And usher in their false messiah, because what are they getting ready for? They're purposely staging all these things and all these disasters.
Confusing times,
Messiah to bring in the false millennium.
to say the least.
Who are they going to bring in as their false messiah? Look up my Project Bluebeam. It's going to be who? Jesus Christ, Buddha, Krishna, or any of these types, which they will merge as the so-called Antichrist, because remember, the false Messiah has to come and bring peace on earth, because even that is not scriptural, but that is what they are about to do. And it's time you see this and see that they've been planning this ahead of time. They've been planning this for a very long time. Remember the goal and remember what they're trying to do, but also see that what they're also planning for epidemic quarantine, a potential superbug, which
But what do I know?
be a hoax, just like the Zika virus hoax. They're planning to spread that and say, oh my gosh, there's a big disease out there. Now we have to quarantine everybody and then take them to a FEMA camp. That is what they're getting ready for. But don't get it twisted.
Board games or card games? I didn't think it was board games.
Years. And if you're watching this far, now you can see that what all of this has been planned and staged ahead of time. If you still think that this is just a card game, if you still think that this is just fiction, if you still think that this is, just made up, by now, then I honestly don't know what to tell you, because they are literally telling us everything that they want us to know. They are telling us what they are about to do. They are telling us the
Of course.
future. They are telling us everything. And like I said, what are the odds that these cards would just so happen to depict 9/11, the Pentagon, oil spill,
Rethink in the house.
Boston bombing, so-called, the NASA hoax, the student loans hoax, the Obama presidency, population reduction, the Paris attacks,
Good to see you, brother.
Saddam Hussein, and Al Gore climate change lie. How did they know about all that stuff before it happened? How did they know about all of that stuff 10, if not 20 years before it actually happened?
All the
I'll
above.
tell you how, because they've been planning it to begin with. And now I hope your eyes are open. Now I hope you're seeing the truth. And now that you see the truth, you may be wondering how to prepare. Seek Yahuwah with all your heart, soul, and might, and his true son, Yahushua, because I'm telling you, it's only going to get worse from here. But are you awoke to this truth? I hope so. Now, the picture you're looking at currently is one of our favorites.
This is
none
cool.
other than Hillary Clinton
They got two
herself.
cards.
Now, you may be wondering why I'm
She's holding on to Bill Clinton by the neck.
because it shows you what Hillary Clinton in control, and it reads, gives +2 to any attempt
Barbara in the house.
congressional wives or Democrats, +6 to take direct
Good to see you, Barbara.
of any of these groups. And what some people don't understand or don't know is that a lot of the women are actually in power when it comes to politics and other things. It's not just the elite men who are in power. It's not just the white man. It's also the woman as well. And as we can see with Hillary Clinton, she's being backed by all these bankers and all these elite, even though we know she's a scandalous herself. We know that for a fact, and we know she had a hand to play in the Benghazi attacks and other horrible things that have gone wrong in the world today. But this is just an example to show that the women do have control in this as well. It's not just the men. And I'm going to show
Thank you, Barbara.
what I'm talking about.
Much love.
Like I said, they are all controlled and they're all puppets working for the same team, Team New World Order. And as you can see, here's the picture of Bill Clinton. Now, it's actually interesting because this game is when it came out. It came out back in the 80s and the 90s, but most of the cards came out in the 90s, so this card most likely came out when he was actually president. But it says Bill Clinton gives a +3 on any attempt to control any government group that is part of the U.S. He has a +8 for direct control of any government group. At any time Clinton's alignments matter, roll a die. On a 1 to 3, he's liberal at the moment. On a 4 to 6, he's not. Liberal sometimes, liberal not all the time. Either way, it's the same thing. Playing for Team New World Order. Liberal, Democratic, white, black, green, blue. It doesn't really matter. It plays for the same team. And as you can see, he has what looks to be a chain around his neck. Well, I'm going to show you just what that represents and how the women are in charge. As you can see, nothing is ever a coincidence. Nothing is ever what it seems to be. And not only that, but what is this also showing you? It's also showing you that what the politics don't matter, that these people who are so-called married to each other, they don't really care about each other. It's all a mental psyop. They get paid to do what they get paid to do. And
Good to know, Seabass.
Hillary and Bill could care less about each other, but they have to keep you under the illusion that they're really married and that they're a happy couple. Why? Because that's what politics wants of you. That's what politics expects of you. But you know better now because you know the truth and you know what's up. Like I said, nothing is ever a coincidence.
That's not a
You are
dude.
the one living in a fantasy, and as we can see, I thought it was interesting because there's been a lot of media coverage
It's
on
ma'am.
Reagan and her so-called death. But here we are. It shows a card featuring Nancy Reagan, and it even shows Nancy has +10 for direct control of Ronald Reagan. And I don't know if you all saw that video or that interview with George W. Bush and his wife, Laura Bush, but it even shows you that Laura Bush is the one keeping Mr. Bush in control. Handlers, mind control. I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than you think. Because what was George Bush about to do? He was about to tell the world that he's that he and his organization were responsible for 9/11, but they can't tell you that, as well as other monstrous atrocities, but they can't tell you that. Keep the secrets, because what? That's the game of the Illuminati. But now that you see who's really in control, then you'll see just how much this goes, just how deep this goes, and just how you are the one living in a fantasy. Like I said, who's in charge here? I'm gonna let you figure that out on your own, but I'm telling you this goes much deeper than you think it does. But I just wanted to show you this card as well, just to show you that they've been planning this a long, long time. But enough about politics. Let's move on, shall we? Let's get into some of predictions and so-called predictions, because we know they've been staging it to begin with. They don't predict anything. And who do they show? George Bush, of course. And what do they show? Oh, look at that. And it even says George Bush is conservative when he feels like it. He is treated as conservative if and only if you, the Illuminati pulling his strings, want him to be conservative. Who's pulling his strings? The Illuminati. Who's controlling him? The Illuminati. What are they controlling? Mind control. As you can see, this goes much deeper than you think. But I'm telling you, it goes even deeper than that, because what is the end game? Mind control, population reduction, Operation Depopulation. That is the goal of the New World Order. And what you're about to see are more so-called predictions.
Crowley's daughter.
That just so happen
It
to
probably
be
was.
world events before they even happen, just
I think
like
it
the
is.
Bush presidency. When you understand how the system works, then you start to understand that politics is just a sham. There really is no politics, because they predict and control everything. Just like they just so happen to know about what would happen to Princess Diana, because this card was released a couple of years before her death. How did they know what would happen to her? How did they know just exactly what would happen? Were they the ones planning it to begin with? Very interesting, because here we have a card that says Princess Di. All your other liberal groups get +1 power. Princess Di and her puppets are immune to attack by your rivals, peaceful liberal groups, except for media. Oh, and what happened to her? Oh yeah, they feed us that story that, she was fleeing the media, and the card just so happened to bump into something, and then boom. We know better than that. It was staged, predicted, and planned ahead of time. You can even read her diary, where she even says that her husband was planning to kill her. And just who is her husband? You're about to see him in just a second. Prince Charles. Now, why would they have a card featuring Mr. Prince Charles? Very, very interesting indeed. And if you read it, it says Prince Charles and his master and his puppets are all immune to privileged attacks. Also, any group, regardless of alignment, can aid the prince if he is attacked. However, all media groups have double power for any attack against Prince Charles. Wow, that card description sounds a lot just like Princess Diana. Is this really a game? It's not looking like it, because it looks like the real game is outside of the game. You are living in a game unless you wake up.
Yeah, late 80s, early 90s.
For what it really is. I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than any game could ever imagine. Because how did they know 20 years prior that Donald Trump would just so happen to be in the scene? How did they know that? Unless they were the ones predicting it to begin with. Unless they were the ones planning and staging it.
You guys can't see the bullet whizzing by his ear, huh?
That says enough is enough.
My picture's in the way.
Happens to foreshadow Donald Trump. And I know there's been a lot of theories out there that they're planning his assassination or whatever. If that does happen, we know it's most likely going to be staged ahead of time, just like everything else. If that's even the real Donald Trump that they're going to kill, because I'm letting you know, yes, cloning is real. But the reason I'm telling you this is because it goes much deeper than just a rabbit hole. They've been predicting and planning everything ahead of time. The mind control goes much deeper than you think. But how deep does it go is the question. Now, this one shouldn't surprise us, considering what goes on in the New World Order and the Illuminati when it says evil geniuses for a better tomorrow. Because yes, the doctors and all the so-called professionals and experts,
The Trump card.
They work for who? Team
That one's the
Satan,
most
New
interesting.
World Order, and they work to try to depopulate the plane as much
Fight!
as possible by giving you medicines and drugs that really don't help cure you at all. And who does that man on the left look like? This man right here? It kind of reminds me of who? Mr. Bill Gates, exactly, trying to spread vaccines in order to kill you even more, and then justify it by doing it through a foundation that may seem well, but we know better than that. I'm telling you, it goes much deeper than you think, but just how deep does this go? Like I said, the Illuminati have been telling us everything that they've been wanting us to know all along, but have we been awoke to this? That's the question. Because they even tell us that the Supreme Court is ruled by Illuminati judges and puppets who are controlled by Satan himself. That's why there is no justice to begin with, and never will be. Why? Because it's all staged and controlled. And by the way, the Supreme Court shouldn't be the one making decisions and making laws. It should vary state by state. At least that's what the Constitution says. But oh well, they don't follow the Constitution anyway, because if they did, then they wouldn't allow police to randomly shoot
Oathy
people,
smosey.
nor would they allow taxes to begin with, because taxes are unconstitutional as well. But it looks like who's been fooled all along? Not them, because they've been telling us their truth on these cards to begin with. But we just thought it was a game, didn't we? Oh, but this one is the most telling because, like I said, they know exactly what they're doing. Because what does it say? Don't put that in your mouth. You don't know where it's been, but we do. Really? Huh, just like the rat meat that's found in chicken. They might want to, make that up and make it seem like, oh no, that's just a fake. But is it really? Because they know what's in the food, like GMOs and other poisons that they put into the food, but now they have to tell you through a card and not in person. But will you continue to believe the lies, or will you wake up now and see the truth for what it really is? I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than you could ever possibly imagine. Now, here we have two cards, one that says Murphy's Law, and the other that says Moonbase. And as you can see on both of them, on the left it says everything that can go wrong will, and then on the right it says, and it shows you a Moonbase that says Moonbase is not affected by any disaster cards except earthquake and meteor, which is very interesting, huh? Controlling of the weather. Now there's been some theories out there to say that that there is a moon base and that so-called aliens are on the moon, or the fallen angels that they place their base on the moon. I can believe it, especially considering that many religions worship the moon. But it's just interesting because what is it reveal and tell you of the false space-based program of NASA, and telling you that everything will go wrong. Why, or that can go wrong, will go wrong, because who's the ones making it go wrong to begin with? Is there subliminal control going on here? Remember, who's the god of this world, at least for now? It's time to wake up and see the truth for what it really is. Like I said, they've been telling us everything that we want to know, that they want us to know. And what do they want us to know? Mind control. They've been poisoning our water and our food and our drinks all along. And the phone companies are used to control us and monitor us everywhere we go, so that they can have full control over us, just like an Orwellian dictatorial 1984 type style of living in society. New World Order, Jewish Bolshevism, socialism, communism, and all the isms all over again. Nothing new is under the sun, is it? But it doesn't stop there. It goes much deeper than you think, because here you see a card that happens to show deprogrammers, and wow, when you look at it, how many years later, who does it show and portray? Lady Gaga. You mean to tell me that they knew about Lady Gaga how many years before there even was a Lady Gaga? Wow, very interesting there. Is that a coincidence? Is that a surprise? Not looking like it. But if you thought the Illuminati just controlled the entertainers out there, think again, because they also control the TV preachers as well, because the preachers know that tithing has nothing to do with giving your money to a pastor and everything to do with food. But will they tell you that? Probably not, because of what? Mind control. They just want your money. And by the way, we know money is fake as well. It's just as worth as much as Monopoly dollars. Oh, but we've been fooled all the way, haven't we? But now it's time to wake up and see the real scam behind it, and see just who they work for, and see just what time it is. How deep does the rabbit hole go? That is the question. And just who's responsible behind all this? Because yes, it's the same people who's behind everything else. They even tell you that. Rabbis will even tell you that as well. But will you heed the warning and listen? That's up to you. But even the card says, an ancient and subtle brotherhood, the elders know well the art of conspiracy. That they do, because they'll even tell you that Judaism is behind Freemasonry and the Illuminati. They'll even tell you that. But it goes on to say they can reorganize your entire power structure just as they've done. This must take place on your turn. It requires your action and an action from your Illuminati. Don't you see what this really is showing you? Don't you know who's responsible for all this stuff? And for those of you who are defending the Jewish Zionists, it's time for you to wake up. Because it even tells you elders of Zion. Just like what? Protocols of the elders of Zion. Wow. Oh, but mainstream media likes to make you think that, oh, it's just a fake. Oh, it's just a fake. Oh, it didn't actually happen. You all seriously need to wake up, because even scripture tells you who these Jewish Zionists are. You can read about it in Revelation chapter 2 verses 9 and Revelation chapter 3 verses 9, because even according to scripture, they are the synagogues of Satan. That's not according to me. That's not according to my beliefs. That is according to scripture itself. So you all need to wake up and see what's going on and stop making excuses for these people who are only trying to control you and the entire world and go to war in order to justify it any way they can. Don't take my word for it, though. Please do the research on your own, but you better hurry up and do the research on your own, because I'm telling you, censorship is real. That is the goal for them. See, how did they know about censorship before there was even so-called internet, Google, YouTube, and Facebook, and everything else? How did they know about all that? Wow, very interesting indeed. And why would they dedicate a card to censorship? Very, very interesting and suspicious indeed. If you're not seeing this, well then I just don't know what to tell you, but hopefully your head is out of the sand by now. And if not, well then I just don't know what to tell you, because they're telling you everything right in front of you. But if you thought that was bad, well, think again, because they even show a picture of the Pope and the Vatican City. And we know that the Vatican City and the Jesuits, they too play a role in all this, and they have a lot to do with the world today and why it's so bad. And with what? Emerging as a new world order and a one world religion. That is the goal of them. And that's why they're showing you this card, because why? What does it have to do? Merging as a new world order. And they even show you just what they want you to see. And they show you the deadly wound that was healed, the Vatican. It's time to wake up and see biblical prophecies being fulfilled in front of your face. But are you paying attention? And of course they show our favorite Israel, or as I like to call it, Israel, because what are they showing you here? They're showing you what? Israel. And what does it say? Israel has sympathizers everywhere. Israel can interfere in any attack regardless of alignment, even if it was privileged. That negates the privilege. What is that talking about? Oh yeah, look at all these nations that are, graciously giving money to Israel. Israel's looking for reparations for the so-called Holocaust, or as I call it, the Holocaust. So you can do your research on that. Oh, but they're not going to tell you that, just like ISIS and everything. ISIS is attacking all of the Middle East, aren't they? At least that's what they want us to believe, because we know who funds it. But wow, ISIS and these so-called terrorists, they are attacking everywhere in the Middle East, including Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran. Oh wow, all these different places, everywhere except Israel. I wonder why that is. I wonder why that's the case. I wonder who's funding it, because they even tell you who's funding it, the Mossad. It's time to wake up and see truth for what it really is. Remember, what's the goal all along? Mind control and weather control as well, because this card even tells you that real weather satellites don't just report the weather, they change it. Oh, so you mean to tell me that this card is even admitting that they control and change, modify, and manipulate the
That's
weather?
interesting.
You betcha,
Perspective.
but are you listening?
Satellites causing the weather?
Because I'm telling you, it goes much deeper than you think.
Never thought about that.
Remember, what is the goal out of all of this? What are they trying to do? The New World Order, mind control. And how are they trying to do that? Political correctness. They even show you political correctness. Wow, how did they know to use that term, political correctness, before it was even deemed a term to begin with? How did they know that? Were they controlling it to begin with? You bet you they were. Because why? They're letting you know that it's what? The New World Order. But is that all they're preparing for? Oh no, think again, because you can't have a new world order without an energy crisis.
Yeah, I could see the weather radars for sure.
In order to go along with it. And so what are they preparing for? Well, through the lies of climate change and Al Gore, what are they getting ready for? They're getting ready for carbon taxes and any more taxes that you really don't need to be taxed for. But what else are they getting ready for? Oil is at its lowest prices in years. I wonder why that is. Because why? They're getting ready for an energy crisis, weather crisis, all these crises that they're the ones staging and planning ahead of time. And we know that. Why? Because it's going to fulfill the New World Order. Order out of chaos, problem, reaction, solution. This is just one of the
Damn right, Bird.
They're planning for a new world
Damn
order, and they've
right.
been telling us this all along. Remember, what is the goal out of all this? Mind control. And how do they do that? By poisoning the food. And they even tell you that they poison fast food chains. Rabbi Finkelstein has already told you that after they sacrifice
fam.
children and
Thank you,
their babies
fam.
and abort them, then what do? They place their human flesh into McDonald's. And I'm not making that up. Please do the research on your own for that.
Gnarly.
Because of mind control. They even tell you what they do. Because it even says nobody has any idea what's in those secret recipes. And when they find out, they forget again. I wonder why. I'm telling you, they're controlling everything. It's time to wake up. Like I said, you all better stop listening to those agents who are working for the Illuminati, because I'm telling you, they're just paid criminals to lie to your face. And they're being paid by the elders of Zion to do it.
It's a good question, Brian.
Ketchup is a vegetable, because if Al Gore stood in front of your face and told you that, you'd probably believe him. Why?
He does spit some truth, but pretty emasculated.
To your face and told you that, you'd believe him too, because of mind control. You all need to wake up and start to see the agenda behind all this. But what does it say? Infiltrating government positions, your agents have deliberately announced stupid policies undermining public trust. That's been going on for a long time. And like I said, they're how do they do that? Oh, through NASA. Oh, this planet's real, that planet's real. You all need to honestly wake up and see the agenda for what it is, because they're even telling you what their agenda is and laughing at you if you continue to believe their lies. But now that you're awoke and now that you're doing the research on your own, you know better than that. Like I said, the mind control and the illusion goes deeper than you think, because what is this showing you? This is the picture showing you of what professional sports, and you can watch my video on sports games and how they're rigged and the winner is decided ahead of time. But what? Why do you think all these sports players get paid big money to throw a ball and to catch a ball? Because why? To distractions. They want to distract you from what's really going on. And we know that money is fake anyway, but they have to keep distracting you from what's really going on.
Distractions.
So the real plans of the New World Order. And so
Division.
You don't see the plans of Satan himself, because he's even telling you his plans, but you still think it's entertainment, don't you? Don't believe in conspiracy theories? Don't believe in secret societies? Well, you might after this, because they're even telling you of one of them, which is the Rosicrucians. You all need to honestly wake up and see what time it is, because what do these Masonic organizations do? Mind control and sacrifices, blood sacrifices, and the whole 9 yards. And they're the ones behind what? Freemasonry, the Illuminati. They are all related and interconnected, intermingled for what? The New
I'll check it out,
World
Awakened.
Order.
Thank you.
But that's not all. Just what are they getting ready for? What are they preparing us for? What are they getting us ready for? Oh yeah, flying saucers and UFOs. That's what they're going to tell us, but we know better. We know it's the fallen angels, and we know it's the demons who are disguising themselves as aliens and using the fraudulent program called NASA to make you think that they're all coming from out of this world, all coming from another planet, when we know better than that. Like I said, don't take my word for it. Please don't take my word for it. Do the research on your own and find out this stuff on your own. But they even tell you about UFOs, and oh my goodness, because what are they really getting ready for? And who are the real UFOs? They are the fallen angels, the demigods. That's who they are. They can't tell you that, though, because they want you to think that they're from out of this world and everything. But no, my friends, it's time to think ahead. It's time to really see the agenda and see what they're about to do, because I'm telling you, when this disclosure takes place and when the Vatican and all these other organizations and your lovely president comes onto the screen and announce, oh my gosh, alien contact, oh, they're going to feed you the same thing, but we know it's not going to be aliens at all. We know the fallen angels are finally going to reveal to us who they really are, because they've been here for almost 6,000 years now. They never left to begin with, but they don't want you to know that, do they? What are they getting ready for? Who are they getting ready for? Just what are they preparing for? Are they preparing for a potential CME and EMP? Are they preparing to blame everything on some bug or internet worm or superbug or virus that knocks out everything? Or has this been planned a long time ago and we just never knew? Because this was the time before computers even got popular. So how did they know the internet would get real popular? And then can they blame it on the potential bug for losing all the data? Because they even tell us here, so to speak. Because are they foreshadowing what's to come, or are they planning everything ahead of time? Like I said, they have alternate goals and they have a plan B. There's always a plan B. And what's the plan? The New World Order. But if that doesn't work out, or if they find that people are waking up, well then what are they really getting ready for? I'll tell you what they're getting ready for and show you that they've already told us what they're getting ready for. But are you paying attention is the question. Because remember, what are they planning for? What are they getting ready for? Anarchy. And they're staging and planning all this anarchy through these staged and paid for ahead of time so-called riots and drills and stuff, because they want you to participate in it, but they're the ones instigating it to begin with. They're the ones funding these so-called anarchist groups such as the KKK. There's even a card dedicated to the KKK that they also have on here. And we see just the agenda and the scheme that they're doing, because they're the ones behind all of it. Like I said, what is the end game? What is the end goal? Control on both sides, both peaceful groups and violent groups, as according to them. And we know the KKK is funded by the Zionists as well as the NAACP. Nothing is new. They combine and fund both sides to make you think that one is better than the other, but really it's the same thing. Really, it's coming from the same organizations. It's coming from the same elders of Zion. But I hope you're starting to see this with both eyes open. Like I said, what is their plan? What do they want to do? The Illuminati, New World Order. You're just about to see what's about to happen, what they just so happen to foreshadow, because I'm telling you, you're about to start to see things that you've never seen before. You're going to start seeing things that have not been seen since the days of Noah. You're going to start seeing creatures that have not been seen since the days of Noah. But if you're in a spiritual mindset and know just where it's coming from and know that it's been predicted, planned, and staged ahead of time, then you'll know just who's behind it. We are entering interesting times indeed, and as you can see, this is the New World Order and the question mark on that person's shirt. But also, what do you see around? Chaos and destruction, but also what appears to be very disgusting creatures. I wonder where these creatures come from. Do they come from the demons and the fallen angels? Do they come from the Nephilim and mixing their seed together into animals in order to make these so-called prehistoric creatures and animals that you are about to start seeing that has not been seen since the days of Noah before the flood? But they had to fool you into thinking that it was a comet that wiped out the dinosaurs, when we know that wasn't the case at all. And you can do the research for more on that, but it's interesting because they are showing us what's to come, but are we paying attention? You've been hearing a ton about alien abductions, haven't you? But we know that they're not really aliens. They're the fallen angels, and they work underground to conduct experimentations on people through the CIA, FBI, and other government organizations, through cloning and other ways and things, with lizards and parasites as well. Why? Because they're getting ready for the New World Order. And when they reveal themselves to you, will you think that they're aliens and out of this world, or will you see just who they are? But you most certainly cannot have a new world order without cyborg soldiers. I just did a report the other day that even talked about how our government is what? They're working on what? Technology for cyborgs. They even have the technology ready to go, folks. You all need to see what's just about to take place and what's about to happen, because I'm telling you, when this stuff starts happening, it's going to take you for a loop unless you are awoke now and you're seeing just what's to come, because I'm telling you, it's not a game. Like I said, what are they getting ready for? The new world order through the fallen angels. And what do they have to do? They have to come as aliens and fool and deceive everybody. And if you have not watched my Project Bluebeam video, I highly recommend you do, because how will these fallen angels come? They will try to come and fake a rapture and fake what? The false Messiah. But in order to do that, they have to make you think that, oh, they're the overlords, and oh, they're this and they're that. When what? This fulfills the plan of evolution. It's time to wake up and see the agenda, because it's a real dangerous agenda if you're not awoke. But it gets much worse than that, doesn't it? Because they even tell us about albino alligators. Now, what does this card represent? It represents what? DNA modification, DNA tampering, and what? The animal tampering, which what? Hybridization, the hybrids and the chimerism, it's all real. And when you start to see this stuff, and you can even watch videos of how they have snakes flying and different dragons and stuff, when you start to see this stuff, it will not be pretty. And what are they getting it ready for? The new world order. You can even watch an episode from Gravity Falls where they even show you the same thing. Those nasty, disgusting creatures, because what? It is a byproduct of the fallen angels. It's time to wake up to this now and see where it's coming from, so that you will not be freaked out when it gets here. Here's the final card I want to show you, and I just want to show you just how much this goes and just how deep this goes, and not only that, but just what? How they're planning and staging everything and the mind control behind this, because this is some serious stuff, folks. This is not a game. But it shows you what? Dinosaur Park, huh? What does that remind you of? Jurassic Park, Jurassic World. Wow, how did they know that? Interesting. Mind control. They're conditioning you to get ready for so-called dinosaurs, aka dragons, courtesy the fallen angels. But this card says Dinosaur Park can use its action to increase the power of any dinosaur by 4, as dangerous dinosaurs accidentally escape from the shipping containers amidst the chaos. And it even shows on the card over 2 million customers eaten. Why am I showing you this, and why is this so important? Because what does it show? Read that part again. As dangerous dinosaurs accidentally escape from their shipping containers amidst the chaos. Let me just read that again. As dangerous dinosaurs accidentally escape from their shipping containers amidst the chaos. Now, you don't think the elite have these things ready to go. You don't think that the elite have these creatures stored up somewhere, hiding, ready to go. You better think again, because I'm telling you, when chaos strikes, when the EMP strikes, when the economy collapses, and when all of this stuff happens, they're gonna finally release these disgusting creatures out. And what does it say? Amidst the chaos. These cards haven't been wrong so far, have they? What are they getting ready for? They're getting ready for what? The fallen angels, the new world order, mind control, and they're gonna show you these disgusting creatures and things when that happens. But you could keep sitting there and thinking that this is all a game and that it's all just a conspiracy. Oh, you sit there long enough and think that, and you'll see that, well, you were mistaken. So what can you do to prepare then? How can you escape the destruction that is about to come, that is about to take place? Well, first of all, you can get your head out of the sand and wake up to this truth. The second thing you can do is seek Yahuwah with all your heart. Come out of religion, come out of Babylon, my people, and his true son, Yahusha, and start to follow the law, statutes, and commandments, so that all may be well with you, so that you will escape the coming destruction and the coming disasters and the coming deception that are even at the door. Because I'm telling you, when this stuff happens and when they start to show and reveal all these disgusting wicked creatures, as well as the so-called alien deception, Project Bluebeam, and everything else, and all the other staged disasters and chaos, you will be escaped and you will be able to face that evil day. Now, I do apologize, I'm kind of all over the place today, but I think it's for a good reason. And as you can see with this card, what does it say? Plague of Demons. Disaster. This is an instant attack to destroy any place except a huge one. You must spend an action from a magic group. The power of the attack is 10, plus the power of the group summoning the demons. Who's summoning the demons? If the attack succeeds, the target is devastated. If the die roll succeeds by more than 5, the target is completely destroyed. Alternatively, spend this card for plus 10 to destroy any magic group. And notice how they keep bringing up the word magic. Very interesting. Plague of Demons. Oh, you mean to tell me this is a mockery of the 10 plagues from the scriptures? Oh yeah, now we see what it's talking about. And by the way, these pictures and things that you're seeing of these monsters, they are demons. And guess what? When stuff starts to hit the fan, guess what's going to happen? You're going to start seeing these disgusting, wicked creatures all over the place. You're going to see rats with wings. You're going to see hybridization. You're going to see creatures that have not been seen since the days of Noah. You can look at my part 2 where I showed you Dinosaur Park, because those will be released to the public as well. Snakes with wings and other disgusting creatures that we're already starting to see. And where's it gonna be? Your favorite place, America and other places. But are they getting ready for this? Or have they planned it all ahead of time? Or did they know about it 30 years ahead of time? I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than any of us could ever imagine. But this card shows Atomic Monster, and it says, Disaster. This is an instant attack to destroy any coastal place. Now keep that in mind. Coastal place. It does not require an action. Its power is 16 against a huge place, 20 against any other place, but 24 against Japan or California. If the attack succeeds, the target is devastated. If it succeeds by more than 6, the target is destroyed. Or play at any time to give plus 10 to any attack to destroy the robot sea monsters or the nuclear power companies. Nuclear power companies? Oh, you mean like Fukushima. Wow, how did they know that? Not only that, but this could be a symbolic monster or a literal monster, which they're going to start showing us soon enough. I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than you think. And notice how they say coastal places or coastal areas. Is that a coincidence, considering our government and our military are currently planning on flooding the entire coastline of America, as well as flooding the state of California? Is that a coincidence right now? Through staged earthquakes and staged pandemics and staged everything through HAARP and CERN and other government organizations, are they planning to unleash the monster?
Sean in the house.
Planning to unleash the beast that they've created?
ABC
right now
should be
waiting
behind
somewhere
shortly.
Somewhere?
Question
Are
mark?
they doing all this stuff? You bet you they are. But they even tell us their plans in the card. But see, we thought it was a game. But now we know the difference, and now we see that this so-called card game is more than just a simple game. But everything is a hoax, isn't it? Everything is one great big hoax. Everything I'm telling you must be a hoax and must be a fake, right? Because for all you skeptics out there, you better think again, because the Illuminati have been planning all this stuff ahead of time, including hoaxes. But the real hoaxes are the ones that they're telling you about, and the ones that are not hoaxes are ones to come, like the creatures that you're about to see. But what does this have to do with anything? Because the hoaxes that you have seen, like the Sandy hoaxes and all the other hoaxes that have been going on, like the Boston bombing hoax, you can watch the part 1 to learn more about that. What do all these hoaxes have to do? They've been staging and planning these hoaxes to begin with. But when things really do start hitting the fan, you're going to think it's a hoax, but it's not going to be the boy who cried hoax. They're conditioning and mentally conditioning to your mind to make you think that everything you're seeing is a hoax and everything that I'm talking about is a hoax. But not everything is a hoax, and these monsters and these creatures are no hoaxes. And when they start revealing themselves as the demons, they're not going to say that. Will you think it's a hoax? Oh, but they've been staging everything, haven't they? Because here we have a card that says, Eat the Rich, and what does it say? Carefully orchestrating the media, you create an insane groundswell of anger, blaming the wealthy and powerful for everything. Wow, how did they know that we blame the wealthy and powerful for everything? How did they know that we blame the elite for everything? How did they know that? Well, unless they were the ones who make these cards to begin with help from the fallen angels as well, because they didn't do it along. How else could they know all of these things ahead of time? Oh, how reality is so stranger than fiction. Oh, how truth is stranger than fiction. Oh, how reality is so strange, and how you are living in a fantasy because they're showing you the Loch Ness Monster. But is this made up? Is this a fairy tale? Oh my goodness, we're about to find out because it says, I saw it. It was there. Call the papers. Call the National Guard. Sell my stocks? Oh, you mean like around the time of an economic collapse? Call the National Guard? You mean martial law? I saw it. It was there. Is this what they're getting ready for, to show you these disgusting creatures that have not been seen for a long, long time? Since the days of Noah? Is that what they're getting you mentally conditioned and prepared for? Because that's what it seems like it. And they know exactly what they're doing. And notice how it says again, attempt to destroy a coastal place. Why do they keep mentioning coastal places in these cards? What is the big agenda here? What do they know that we don't? Now, I thought this card was interesting, especially because it shows a picture of the full moon, and it shows what looks to be like a zombie-like man looking at it. But I thought it was interesting because if you look at the Black Knight Decoded film that was done by Pepsi, they even make reference and allude to the full moon. So how could they have possibly known that, and what are they trying to get ready for? And if you look and carefully at the Black Knight Decoded film,
there she is.
About a 10-minute film by Pepsi. That what do they say? On the next full moon, if they are ready for us, we will reveal ourselves to them. Who is the we? What are they talking about? What are they getting us ready for? What are they getting us mentally conditioned for? You've been hearing and seeing a lot about Alice in Wonderland, haven't you? About time warp and time
Good to see you, Angela.
And all the whole 9 yards.
Thanks for showing up.
You've been seeing a lot of it, all right. But did you know that our government is involved with operations that have to do with time warp and time travel? Just
fashionably late.
Pegasus, and even Operation Looking Glass. It'll even tell you. I know it sounds crazy, but it's even prophesied in Scripture that what? That the beast would do what? Think to change times and laws. Think to change times, manipulate space, manipulate time, and manipulate it to go back in time, because that's what the elite are trying to do, courtesy CERN. But we know better than that. Is that what they do in order to predict things and to stage things ahead of time by going back in time and manipulating time? Oh, you bet you they do. I know it sounds strange, and I know it sounds like fiction, but remember, you're the one living in a fantasy, unless you wake up right now. Now this card is showing you the mafia.
Yeah, I'm going to try to do once a week.
This card is because it's very telling of what's going on today. Because who's the real mafia?
Maybe some after shows.
Concerned about, of course, the Jewish cartel, the elite, the Jewish Zionists. That's the real mafia. And who's under them? Who's this represent? Represents the CIA and the FBI and other hitmen who get paid to legally go and try to kill people and cause drug trafficking, human trafficking, sex trafficking, and child trafficking behind your back. Oh, but you'll never know, will you? Because it's all classified, it's all a secret. Spy and deny, that's the goal. And you remember, they have to keep the secrets because they're part of the Illuminati. That is what this is referencing to and giving homage to, just like war as well, because we know for a fact that there's no legitimate basis to go to war except to protect the pockets of the 3% bankers. Oh, and we've been doing a great job of that, haven't we? Remember, what's the goal of the New World Order? What's the goal for them? The goal is control of everything. The goal is the corporate masters who you cannot see but know them based on the signs and the hand gestures they make. You can even look at some of the pastors who make these exact same hand gestures as well. But will you do that? The reason I'm showing you this card is because it shows you what the goal of the New World Order. The goal is to control everything. To control everything you can through what? Mind control. That is the goal of the New World Order, to have corporate masters on top who tell us what to do every single day, courtesy the Federal Reserve, the IRS, and other scams that go along with it, and other under-the-table things such as drug trafficking, human trafficking, sex trafficking, and child trafficking, because not only do companies like Apple and Microsoft, not only do they fail to pay their so-called taxes, which is unconstitutional to begin with, but what else do? They slave other children in third world countries as well. But they can get away with it, can't they? Not for long. Now this card tells so much in just a little bit, and it tells you what? The imposters, cloning, and what else? What goes on? Imposters. just like the fake Jews. But not only that, it also tells us what? This card permits you to play from your hand the personality which duplicates one who has been assassinated. You must also spend an action from one group with an alignment in common with the personality. You automatically control the new card. The original personality no longer counts as destroyed for the goals of whomever killed them. Cloning. It's talking about imposters making two of the same person so you believe one of them. It's talking about stage-ins. It's talking about sit-ins. It's talking about multiple personalities of the same person. Oh, who can I think of that has that? Michael Jackson. Who else? Tupac. Because the real Tupac and the real Michael Jackson, whether you believe it or not, they are still alive. They're not telling you that, though. They're at least not yet. They are telling you in SNL skits, and they're even showing
Joe Biden's Michael Jackson. No, Nancy Pelosi's Michael Jackson.
Because you're brainwashed into thinking that the real one died, when actually it was the clone.
Think about it.
There was no death at all. It was all
Nancy
staged
Pelosi,
and planned ahead of time.
Michael Jackson.
This card even exposes that for what it really is. Now, why am I showing you this card, and why is this such a good card to show? Because it shows what currency speculation. It says, use this card at any time. The power resistance of any one of your bank groups is tripled for its next action or defense. Oh, what does that remind me of? Oh, yeah, the central bank, but what else? BRICS, B-R-I-C-S, world currencies, and how they're trying to manipulate and bring together and merge world currencies, the one world currency agenda, cashless society. You cannot have a new world order without a new world currency, one world currency where everybody's using the same currency, courtesy your government. Next we have the EFF, which says has +4 for direct control of any computer group.
Nothing would surprise me
Defend a computer group against attack.
when it
The
comes
total
to
power spent by
deception
all
of these
defending
people.
groups is doubled. And of course this is talking about the EFF, or the Electronic Frontier Foundation, which is an actual company and an actual organization. And what they do, according to them, is that they help to defend the rights and freedoms for the digital world. More like to spy on us every single chance they get and submit our information in Google searches and everything.
Who knows?
To the government. You mean to tell me they knew that the EFF would have something to do with the New World Order before it was even popularized? How did they know that? And how did they know this would really become popular before computers were even really popular? Unless they were planning and staging everything ahead of time. Now this is a picture of the Great Pyramid, and it's a very telling image because it says, the keepers of the pyramid have a limited power to foresee the future. Your rivals must always show you the first plot card they draw on each turn. You may not make notes about what they show you. The
Dave.
pyramid is immune to tornadoes or tomatoes and hurricanes. Now the reason I'm showing you this is because first of all, who are the keepers of the pyramid? Who built
Never
the
heard of
pyramids
Dave.
to begin with? You can watch my video. Who built the pyramids, or who really built them? It's not who you think, because it's who the Nephilim, the demons, and their offspring, the lizards and the parasites, the same ones. Hybridization, chimerism, nothing new is under the sun, and they can do what? Foresee the future, just like time warp. Wow, is that a coincidence? It's not looking like it. It's time to wake up and see just the real agenda behind all this. As you can see on this card, it shows you a bunch of pictures of fishes with money symbols on them. You can see the US dollar as well, but it says bank merger, and it says place an action token on each of your bank groups, even those which have already have an action token. This card may be played at any time. This card does not benefit groups which are suffering from the effect of any card or special ability that prevents them from getting action tokens. Now the reason this card is so telling is because, well, what's going on right now? Are banks merging together? Are banks merging for that new world order? Are banks merging currencies and stuff together in order to get rid of the currency for one world currency? Oh, you bet you they are, and that's how they're doing it, because remember, there's a power system to everything. Of course, you cannot have the Illuminati without bribery, because even the card says requires all Illuminati actions in order to bribe people and bribe the public under the table activity. And it says perhaps this will change your mind. Remember, subliminal advertising. What? They have to bribe you into more money, bribe you into spending this and spending that, bribe you into things that don't matter in order to keep you distracted from the things that do, like the New World Order. Because if you still think it's a conspiracy, I think you should wake up quick, fast, and in a hurry. Visited the dentist lately? Been to the dentist and scheduled the dentist appointment? Well, you're not alone because the Illuminati made sure to do it as well. And what did they do? Fluoride in the dentist. Fluoride in your mouth. Fluoride in the water. Poisoning.
Sharon taking the cash.
Poisoning you. That is what this card is about. So they can what? Dumb you down so you can take the actions and orders of the New World Order. Dumb you down so that you can be subservient to the government. Mind control. And many dentists don't even know that fluoride is dangerous, and maybe some do, but if the ones at the top who do know, well, guess what? That's even put in toothpaste. Well, guess what? They can't tell you that because of mind control, because they want you to think toothpaste is okay. When what's the ad goes? 4 and 5 dentists recommend this toothpaste. 4 and 5 dentists recommend that toothpaste. Don't you see the agenda? Because everything always has an agenda. But how deep does the mind control go? Because I'm telling you, it goes much deeper than you think. As you can see on this card, it says, read my lips. It says a public figure appears on national TV and talks his way out of everything. Because that always happens, and that always seems to be the case, isn't it? Why? Because they want you to believe everything they tell you to be subservient to what they're about to do. And what are they about to do? You're about to see it in just a second. No, this is not a game, my friends. This is not a joke. This is not a hoax, but rather this is a hex, because it says play this card at any time except during a privileged attack. A magic resource controlled by a rival is destroyed. Discard its card. This card requires an action by your Illuminati or by a magic group with a power of 3 or more. Requires magic or Illuminati action or both. What does this picture remind you of and resemble? Oh yeah, Satan himself, the demons holding a sun, as in sun worship with what? Goat horns? The Baphomet? What are they showing us? And we even saw that in Childhood's End. I'm telling you, it's time to really wake up, because they're about to start to show you this in real life. But will you think it's out of this world? Will you think it's aliens? Or will you wake up and see just who it really is? But trust me, they're getting help from somewhere. They're getting help from the fraternal orders, the Illuminati, the Freemasons, and even certain so-called religious groups like the Jehovah's Witnesses and even other ones who do under-the-table things and disgusting blood sacrifices and blood rituals and other disgusting rituals and demonic initiations in order to be accepted into the brotherhood and the sisterhood. For example, Judaism is behind Freemasonry and the Illuminati. But did you know that? Well, now you do, because I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than you think. And this card even shows you and tells you what goes.
Looks more like Kanye.
They look silly with their hats and their motor scooters. If you knew what those hats really meant, you'd never laugh at anything ever again. Because that's the truth. You wouldn't, because you'd see on the hat it even has the Egyptian pyramid. What mystery, Babylonian religion, demonic initiations, the worship of Lucifer, the worship of Satan. That's not something to laugh at, is it? And the final card I would like to show you for today is called Peace in Our Time. Oh, because there's peace, all right. Oh, this card really relates to what's going on right now, because it's very peaceful outside, isn't it?
Wife's still trying to clean up on aisle 8 after the final experiment.
But that's all about to change, because we've been seeing military tanks rampantly run the streets and on highways, haven't we? And you don't think they're going to use that for martial law? I suggest you watch part 1 if you already haven't, and think again. Because this card says, increase the power of all peaceful groups by 1 or by 3 against an attempt to destroy. The resistance of all peaceful groups is increased by 3 while they are part of the power structure. What is that talking about? NAACP, Black Lives Matter, groups that are so-called peaceful. Reduce the power of all violent or criminal groups by 1.
Yeah, it does look like Diddy. That's who I meant, actually. Thank you, Pebs. I was high when I said that.
Order out of chaos. It may be peaceful now, but what does this little spider have on it?
The Black
Time
Widow.
Is running out. Time is ticking. And guess who's coming? The troops for martial law. Seek Yahuwah and his true son Yahushua, that all may be well with you, because time is running out. As you can see, this shows Madison Avenue, and it says, you need more stuff. It is morally wrong to allow suckers to keep their money. Canada Bill Jones has +10 for any direct group or any media group, or gives +2 on any attempt to control or destroy any media group. Wow, we see that going on in America, especially today. Keep on buying stuff, buy, spend, spend, spend. And we also see that with banks too. Why do you think that banks give you such a hard time just to withdraw your money out of the bank, so to withdraw in bulk? Why do you think they want you to keep all your money in the bank? Because according to them, it's morally wrong for you to have money. What? Control of the money, control of the banks. They want to control everything. They want to control you. And that is exactly how they do it, because if they can control currency, they can control you.
Yeah, slaves don't get money. The only reason they get it is to give the illusion of not being a slave. Well, ultimately, they get every penny back.
You cannot have a new world order without pyramid marketing schemes, because we know where the pyramid comes from, hint, hint, Egypt. But this says tell your people to buy, because that's exactly what they want you to do. Keep buying stuff that you don't need and keep making the people on the top get richer and richer off of you by getting stuff you don't need. Like, for example, Air Jordans. I know they're hot and I know everybody wants them, but are they really needed? And by the way, why does it cost so much just to get a pair of sneakers or a pair of gym shoes or just anything? Like, have we ever considered why it's so expensive to get certain things and certain clothes? Why it costs $200 to get a pair of Louis Vuittons or whatever, or why it costs in the thousands to get a pairs of watches and all these things? What is it? Capitalism, mind control. They want you to keep spending on things you don't need, and they know you don't need it because what? Then you won't have any money to get the things that you really do need in case of an emergency, and it keeps these guys at the top. Who? The Zionists. It's time to wake up and see the agenda for what it really is. Now, I thought this one was interesting because it says survivalists, and it says this group gives your whole power structure a +3 to resist any disaster. The master of the survivalists and any puppets it has automatically get relief to turn after any devastation. This is a free action. And as you can see behind it, you see toilet paper, ammo, beer. Now, I thought this was
Every penny.
because we know what a lot of
They want us to think there's founders like Bill Gates or Bezos, but those are just faces, so you don't think that it's all owned by Mr. BlackRock in the top.
also shows what? It shows what?
They own everything, including you.
Going after and targeting preppers as well. So why would they even make this card to begin with unless they knew something ahead of time, unless they knew something that we didn't? Now, I thought this card was also interesting because it is very reminiscent of what Facebook. Now, like I said, I don't know the actual history of Facebook, but I do know that a lot of Facebook, of course, the story can go many different ways, but it's just interesting because it sort of reminds you of that the very first time that you see it. And also, you can do research on Mark Zuckerberg, and you'll find out just who he really is. Hint, hint, he has something to do with the New World Order and the Rockefellers. You can even look at the jacket that he wears and what's inside of his jacket, and you'll see just who he works for. So here we have a picture of our favorite, the CDC, or the Center for Disease Control, another alphabet soup. Now, why is this card so important? Because what is the CDC really behind? Well, they're behind partially what? The Zika virus, hoax, and all the other so-called diseases, AIDS and everything.
Honestly, Sean, they just print the money, so money's just for us, and their currency is more like children and etc.
They cause the problem and then offer their own solution, which is to poison
In my opinion.
even more. Oh, what a real New World agenda they have. Oh, what an agenda indeed. As well as poisoning your water and responsible for poisoning food and other pandemics and diseases as well. And it wouldn't surprise me if they're the ones, as well as the WHO, that's behind the so-called Ebola hoax and other so-called diseases. Why? Because they want to spread a pandemic in order to what? Put you into FEMA camps and quarantine you into places like Walmart and other places.
It's about right, Angela.
It's only a matter of time until they do that. It's only a matter of time until they announce these nefarious plans to your face. But you'll be ready ahead of time, won't you? But they're going to need some help because they can't do it alone. Because why? Who is also in charge of all this? Agents and intelligence agents, alphabet suits. They also have cards showing the FBI and the CIA as well. But this one is the MI5, and it says the British intelligence agencies have been hiding things in plain sight since the First World War, at least. Because what are they responsible for? All the so
Well, when you print money, you can afford to have all the best of the best think tanks. So even if they're ignorant, they're geniuses because they can hire or threaten.
They've been hiding it to you right in plain sight, but you haven't seen it, have you? But now it's time to awake and see just who's behind all these nefarious things. Now I thought this card was interesting because it shows Hitler's brain, and it says, no, it's not exactly alive, but it's not dead, and we can feel its dreams. Was he illuminated?
It takes a genius to rule humanity for hundreds of years, I would imagine.
Now, a few things about Hitler. First of all, Hitler did not die when they said he did. He did not commit suicide in 1945 or whatever it was.
It's just paper.
He was taken to either Argentina or Brazil.
But our entire life equality, you know, depends on it.
The nefarious program called NASA, and he died sometime in the 1980s. You can do more research on this. Also, it is also true that Hitler never had.
I shouldn't say almost.
Exterminate the fake Jews. That was never the plan.
Definitely make life easier if you had lots of it.
Immigration, which means was to get the so-called fake Jews out of Germany and into Madagascar. That was the original plan. But of course, when he found out that they wanted to go to Palestine, you can read about that in the Protocols of the Elders of Zion because it's even there, written in right there. Well, he was very against that because he knew that they were planning for world domination. So what did they, as in the elite, as in the Jewish Zionists, have to do? They had to make him into the bad guy and trick and fool people into thinking he was the most, you know, the worst dictator on the plane. But, of course, in order to fulfill their plans. But I think this also has to do with what? It also has to foreshadow what? Hitler's brain, as in who? Could there be another so-called Hitler, another so-called dictator? Of course, we see that with Obama, we see that with Merkel. It's only going to get worse from here. But I thought it was interesting that they showed that and really showed it because there's an agenda.
They can actually manufacture gold, but they claim it's more expensive than its value.
This picture is very interesting and it's very telling. Like I said, this card game was released in the 80s, and also a majority of these cards were released in the mid-90s. So it's interesting how they have a picture showing gay activists. What is that portraying, and what is that foreshadowing and alluding to? Gay marriage. And notice that the first country that approved of gay marriage was back in 2000 was the Netherlands, and after that it was just a trickle of countries approving gay marriage. Of course, the most recent being America back a couple of months ago. Now it's interesting, you mean to tell me that they knew about the gay agenda before there even really was one? They knew about gay marriage and everything before there really was
all
one?
scripted.
Were they planning it and staging it ahead of time? Of course they were, but that's not all they were planning. But I hope you see this and see that everything has been planned and staged ahead of time. The world and the reality that we live in has been staged. You are living in a dream unless you're awoke right now. This card is perhaps one of my favorites because it shows rewriting history, because everything you thought you knew, all the history that they tell you in your history book,
His story.
are all in fact lying to you because they've been written by the Jewish Zionists, the same people who call themselves the real Jews even though they're not, because even scripture says that they do lie, and they've been lying to you about their history and about whitewashed history for a long time now, haven't they? But you still think they're the chosen, don't you? You still believe every word that your history books and your textbooks and your professors and teachers tell you, don't you? Because of mind control. Because even scripture says they're not the real chosen. But not only that, they like to feed us the story of, oh, there was an ice age. Oh, a comet wiped out dinosaurs. Oh, the earth is 4.6 billion years old. You all seriously better wake up fast, because that is all lies, perpetrated by the same people who are rewriting and twisting and whitewashing history. Because last I checked, the original peoples of the earth were in fact black. That's not my opinion. That's not what I think. That is according to Egyptian hieroglyphics. That is according to Sumerian hieroglyphics. That is according to all those things. But what do they have to do? They have to keep you under a trance and keep lying to your face, because to fulfill their agendas of the new world order, they don't want you to know the real history and how it really happened. That's why they have to keep hiding biblical artifacts and everything else, because they don't want you to know the truth. But now that you're starting to see the truth, you can wake up and do the research on your own. Like I said, if you keep listening to what TV tells you, if you keep watching that idiot box, and if you keep listening to these Illuminati agents, well, your mind's basically going to get hypnotized, because that's exactly what is going on. They're even showing you that and telling you about the mental programming and the mind control that goes on behind closed doors, behind the TV. It's all subliminal. It's all subconscious. But you think it's still just nothing. You still think it's entertainment. I'm here to tell you that that is simply not the case. I'm telling you, nothing is ever a coincidence. Nothing just ever happens for no reason. Nothing is ever a coincidence. And what is this card showing you? It's showing you tabloids. Psychics reveal Jackie's diet plan from heaven. The tabloids can attack any secret group, and if they do, its secret status is lost for that attack, and any other groups can help attack or defend regardless of alignment. Because what is that really telling you about? And what is the picture showing you? Because all these secret societies and secret organizations and your government, along with the CIA, FBI, and other alphabet soups, they know about the fallen angels because they
Alphabet soups.
But what are the fallen angels going to do? They're going to disguise themselves as aliens and UFOs. And these are going to be the disgusting creatures that they make and process in laboratories and start to show the world. Creatures that have not been seen since when? The days of Noah. But they're going to say, oh, psychics predicted, oh, psychics knew about it. They're already starting that with some predictions and so-called predictions by saying, oh,
Not sure, Cubby.
predicted this back in the 1900s. This person predicted it back in the 1910s. Did they really? Or did they know about it ahead of time? Oh, how strange reality really is. You're the one living in a fantasy, because this card is telling you so much truth. And it says corruption. The black market in relief supplies is a growing daily. And what this card is showing you is that it's showing you a car with the cure to certain diseases.
Yeah, there's a ton, Pebs.
But it shows a boy who looks to be starving and looks to be needing of the cure. What is this card really showing you? The corruption of the system. Because yes, they found the cure to AIDS. Yes, they have the cure to cancer. Yes, they found the cure to all these diseases and all these so-called diseases.
Shit's over 4 hours long.
These diseases are caused by them to begin with. They're the ones behind all the diseases through vaccines and other medicines that only make you sicker, but they know the cure as well. They're keeping the cure from you because they don't want you to know about it. By the way, there was also somebody who invented cars that could run on coconut oil and other things besides fuel. But of course, your government can't have that, can they? Why? Because of mind control.
Yeah, I bet, Sean. Probably worth a fortune.
Corruption.
Someday.
They only want cars running on gas and oil. They don't want people getting cured, because then they don't make much money. Because then if people get cured, they wouldn't have to go to the hospital. And hospitals are only designed by the Freemasons to keep you sicker and sicker. They want you to continue to live in that new world order trance, relying solely on them. It's all about control. It's all about the new world order. But they even tell you that they found cures for things, but you still think that they haven't found it, do you? But now it's time to see just who the real corruption is and just where the real corruption comes from, because they're the ones showing you. But are you heeding the warning? Oh, how the elite have figured out everything ahead of time.
Appreciate you coming, Brian. Much love, brother.
Plan. Over 2 million copies sold. Get yours today. Because what? It shows you what? All those plans like Jenny Craig and all those weight loss plans and so-called weight loss plans, they only make you worse. They don't make you better. It's all a fraud. It's all a fake. It's all a hoax. Because it even shows you a woman chowing down and eating and munching on all that, only to find herself getting much, much worse. What is that showing you? Also, the control of the food, the poisoning of our food, GMOs and fluoride in the water, and all that stuff. And by the way, if you still think those miracle diet plans and stuff work, I'm telling you it doesn't. But why have you seen an uptick of these so-called diet plans and everything else with the Jenny Craigs and all the other ones within the past couple of years, mostly within the past 10 years or so? Why has it been a sudden increase now? Did they know about it before it even happened? Or were they fooling us to begin with? I love how this card says exposed, because it says watch them scatter like cockroaches. It's very interesting because it even shows a picture of 2 people being recorded. being exposed, just like what the Illuminati exposed, because you can go on YouTube right now and every single video you see and type in, it'll show Illuminati exposed, Illuminati exposed, Illuminati exposed, just like the title of this video. Wow, you mean to tell me that they knew exactly what would happen? You mean to tell me that they were planning all this to begin with and knew that that word would be very, very
The
simple
Gulf of America.
in today's world right now? Very, very interesting indeed. Very suspicious indeed. Remember, things don't just happen. Now, I thought this card was interesting too, because what does it show you? It shows you clone arrangers, cloning. If you still think cloning is a fake, well, I suggest you wake up now and see that it's not. You can also watch my other cloning videos, and you'll see that they not only clone celebrities, but they also do what? They clone politicians, they clone anyone of so-called importance. They clone the elite, and they even have them underground in secret military bases and secret underground facilities and research facilities with the parasites, lizards, and the offspring of the fallen angels. Why? Because of mind control, because they want you to think it's a fake. And don't get it twisted, this stuff is nothing new. This has been going on even in the days of Noah. It's nothing new is under the sun, but I just wanted to show you this because it's real interesting that it shows clone arrangers. Not only that, but it also shows the number 23. The number 23 shows up a lot on these cards, in case you haven't been paying attention, which is very, very interesting and very, very suspicious. Now, I thought this card was very interesting and telling because it shows you what? It shows liquor companies, and it shows with its huge advertising budget, this group gets a +4 in any direct attempt to control a media group. But look very closely at these cards, and you can see what looks to be like a man inside of a bottle, which could really symbolize alcoholism. But look at this. It shows what looks to be the snout of an elephant. Why is it showing that? And why does this look like blood right here? What are they really trying to show us through that? What are they really trying to get at here? If you all have any input on this particular card, please let us know in the comment box below, because I'm actually interested to know why they're showing a snout of what looks to be like either an elephant or a pig in this card as well.
It's
Could
pretty
that
trippy.
be alluding to something? Could that maybe represent that they put animal stuff into these products? I don't know. It's just interesting to think about and see. But like I said, you can also be the judge of that on your own as well. Now, it's interesting. They show a picture of New York, and they show, of course, crime going on, and it says, no matter what your scam, somebody in the Big Apple does it better. Isn't that the truth? And notice how it shows coastal on it. Could that be one of the cities that they're preparing for the New World Order for destruction? Of course it is. But it's also interesting that they show King Kong, or what looks to be King Kong, on top of the Empire State Building. Now, why would they show that? And especially
Definitely an elephant
considering
trunk.
since the movie King Kong came out in 2005, about 10 years after this card was released. And I know, of course, there were other earlier versions of that movie that came out in the 70s and even in the 30s, but I just thought it was interesting that they show it and allude to something, maybe something that we don't know about. What are they getting ready for? What exactly are they preparing for? A march on Washington? Wow, there's been several marches on Washington, haven't there? And we're about to see another one take place with the Democracy Spring in a couple of weeks from now. Wow, so they've been planning all this and staging it ahead of time. But we know it's them, and we know they're funding it, like the George Soros and all the other elite who are funding all this and trying to trigger these race wars and these race riots, because they need that for the New World Order. That's why they're stopping at nothing to get that done, to get that agenda done. Agenda New World Order, Team New World Order, because that's the agenda they're going for, isn't it? But you still think it's a conspiracy, don't you? But a New World Order is nothing without a charismatic leader. You always need a charismatic leader. And who's the charismatic leader I can think of? Barack Obama, so-called. Because that is how you fool the people into getting them to listen to you. It's all about mind control, isn't it? Oh, but we know better now, because we see just the agenda. We see just what time it is, and we see not to take their word for it. This card was interesting because it shows what? Earthquake projector. Because if you don't think that they're staging these earthquakes through HAARP and CERN, if you don't think that they're staging all this stuff ahead of time, then I suggest you think again. Now, fracking could have something to do with it, but I really think it has to do with these government organizations, the alphabet soups. It says this device can act
I feel like there are explosions underground.
power of any attack to destroy a place or of any disaster card by two. And lately you've been hearing a ton
I don't
of
think it's natural.
in
Earthquakes.
Alaska, Oklahoma, California,
Call me crazy.
even places that you've never even heard about getting earthquakes. I wonder why that is. They've been staging all this ahead of time, getting ready for the big ones. Oh, of course they are, but they're gonna blame it on global warming and all other things except what it's really about, won't they? Now this card is interesting because it even shows you what? Post office. And it says, of course they read your mail. And who is they? The elite, the Illuminati, the CIA and the FBI. They read all of our mail, all of our email, all of our text messages, all of our phone calls. They monitor and record every single thing that we're doing. Oh, but you think it's a conspiracy? You think it's a joke? I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than any of us could ever imagine. But why are they spying on us like that? Spying and denying? Why is the question? Because they're getting ready for the New World Order, the FEMA camps. They need to know if you're a political dissident. They need to know if you're a political terrorist. They need to know if you have some type of terrorism, or if you could be an alleged suspected terrorist. Because if you're even watching this video, you could be a terrorist. You could be a terrorist for watching any of my videos.
Y'all
That's why
terrorists.
YouTube has to constantly and continuously mute my videos on a daily basis because they know what they're doing. They're good at lying and they don't want you to see or hear the truth. They're good at hiding things, aren't they? Not anymore. But how do you have a new world order? Stealing the plans. That's the only way it's going to work. I'm telling you, it's all about lying and stealing. That is the game of the new world order because it's really a game for them. It's all a big game to them, but you still think it. You're still living in that fantasy. You better wake up fast because I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than just the rabbit hole. But to have a new world order, you have to have world hunger, and it's just so sad and tragic and unfortunate that, of course, the elite are like this and that they're sociopaths to even allow this to go on and to fund all this because there's enough food for everyone. But of course, they have to hide it from certain locations because what they lose money that way. But it says increasingly desperate populations are hunting whales, setting up factory farms, and strip mining for scarce resources. The environment is falling apart, and nobody has time to worry about it because that's exactly what's going on. And it's so sad that our life is like this. It's so sad that the reality is like this. But that's the new world order for you, at least not for long. But we can't forget about the riots. Let's not forget about the riots because that's exactly what you must have. Upheaval. Worldwide riots continue for a third week with no sign of abatement. What are they getting ready for? Is it a coincidence that this so-called democracy spring, which is going to be taking place in April, that they're going to be doing riots and protesting for exactly 3 weeks? Is that a coincidence? Is that a surprise? No, it's not. And look what it says, riot, the military police state, because that's exactly what you have to have. The new world order being triggered right in front of our faces. What's another goal for the world? Another goal is what? The hand of madness. Now, why would they only just show one hand? Because what? Control of the world, global or worldwide dominance. Not even global dominance because the world's not a globe. But the hand of madness is what they're going for. I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than you think. They've already told us their plans and what they're planning to do and what they're going to do, but we've been ignorant for so long. But now that we know the truth, we don't have to be ignorant anymore. Lately, you've been seeing a lot of space phenomena, haven't you? You've been seeing a ton of stars that are pointing right above the pyramids and everything else. Now, whether or not they're actually true or photoshopped, I don't know. But what I do know is that they've already predicted everything. They know exactly what they're going to do, and they're even telling you what they're going to do before they do it. So now it's time to see just what time it really is. But it goes much deeper than that, because what are they showing you? Crop circles. Where do you think these crop circles come from? Who do you think is in charge of them? Because I'm telling you, it's not aliens. Oh, quite the contrary. Oh, they're disguising themselves as aliens, but it's not aliens. When you're in a spiritual mindset, then you understand just what it really is. Could be wrong about this, but I thought it was interesting that they would use secular humanists because they become popularized and glamorized around recently now. well, what are they really planning and staging? And notice how they say, while you control this group, all straight or conservative groups will be so distracted that any attacks they make against your other group will be -3 power, because what? It's all about control.
When's the new merch coming?
Who are asleep don't know that both sides are controlled, both the Democrats and Republicans, both liberals and conservatives. It does not matter. Both of them are controlled, and they're played by the same game, by the same team, which is the Team Elite, Team New World Order. But people still think that, oh, they have a free voice, oh, their vote counts. Yeah, you keep thinking that, because I'm telling you, it goes much deeper than that. Now, this card tells so much in just a little bit, because it says Immortality Serum, and look at the quote, and look how important that quote is. By the way, if you join us, you can live forever. Interested? What does that remind you of? The tree of knowledge, good and evil, Adam and Eve and the serpent. That's exactly what that's talking about, because what's about to happen? These so-called aliens who are going to be disguised as the fallen angels, they're going to come and tell you that, hey, we can give you technology, you can become immortal, you can live forever. All you have to do is follow us and listen to us. We can be your gods. All you have to do is follow us and join us. Are you interested? Because that's exactly what they're going to tell you. They've been planning this for a long time. Nothing new is under the sun. That's exactly what the serpent did to Eve and Adam in the Garden of Eden. But you are going to be much smarter when they do that, because you are just as wise as serpents, because you've been doing your research. It's only going to get worse from here, and I know you probably don't want to hear that, but unfortunately
I've never heard of that, Seabass.
sad truth. And this card shows cover of it, and it says, what? Play this card at any time a secret group has been successfully attacked. That attack becomes a failure. It requires an action from another secret group or your Illuminati. And it shows you burning up of evidence, just like what? Or hiding of evidence, or making up evidence, like 9/11 with the so-called planes that weren't really there, and the Sandy hoax that didn't actually happen, but they have to cover it up and make it up in order to make you believe a lie. But now that you're doing your research and not believing a word that mainstream media and what government tells you, because they do lie, you know better than that. Now, I thought this card was interesting because it shows giant kudzu, and it says, disaster. This is an attack to destroy any place. It does not require an action. Its power is 30 against a coastal place, 24 against any other place. And if you watch my other previous cards, you'd see that we've been talking a lot about coastal places and coastal areas, and showing monsters in coastal areas. Why do you think that is? And why do you think this one is showing that as well? Is this what they're preparing for? Is this what they're getting us ready for? I'm telling you, they already knew about the fluoride in the water, because they're the ones who put it there to begin with. That's why you're seeing all that lead in Flint water and other places, and it's only spreading and trickling because they're getting ready for the new world.
Yeah, the cities are like concrete jungles. It's hard to get grounded when you're surrounded by everything but earth.
A little bit earlier. I wonder why that is. What could they really be showing us? It'll be the last card I show you, because like I said, there's so many cards, and I probably have taken up all your time for these cards, but it's just interesting because it's like I do a list of all the cards that I want to go over and talk about, and I try to say I'm only going to stick with these list of cards. But of course, you find more cards and more cards and more cards, and then the more you see them, the more it makes you want to report on them. So it looks like I'm going to be doing a part 5, because there's just way more cards that need to be exposed than just this. So
yeah, it's not good for the body.
Of course, early warning. What are they getting ready for? They're warning you ahead of time in media, film, TV, and all video games about what they're about to do, about what's to come. But you can keep sitting there and thinking it's a joke. You can keep sitting there thinking it's just a game and entertainment. Oh, you'll be taken for a loop when this stuff really starts to happen. Please seek Yahuwah and his true son Yahusha, that all may be well with you, that you can escape the coming
Life expectancy is actually higher when you live by the beach. More active, and I'd imagine grounding.
And this card even proves to you and exposes what the CDC, what does it say? Disaster! This is an attack to destroy any place. It does not require an action. Its power is 20. this is not an instant attack. Any science group can aid the target place. The CDC, or Center for Disease Control, has triple power to aid the target place. And I know I talked about the CDC in another series, I forget which one, but moving on, it says if the attack succeeds, the target is devastated. If the die roll succeeds by more than 8, the target is destroyed, and this card returns to the hand of the fiend who played it. Now, why is this so interesting? Is this what they're getting ready for? A flesh-eating bacteria? Is this how they're going to prepare for the New World Order? And are they going to use the CDC in order to do it? Because that's what it's looking like. Not only that, but we know for a fact that the CDC and the WHO and all the other alphabet soups, they're behind what? They're behind all of these so-called diseases and so-called drugs and so-called poisoning and all these different pandemics. They're the ones behind it. They're the ones conducting it. They're the ones doing it. And they're even telling us that they're doing it. But hopefully we see the agenda and just what's going on and just what time it is. Remember, what is the goal of the New World Order? Anarchy. That is what they want. That is what they're triggering through these race wars and race riots, and of course through the military police state. Because it says up against the wall. That is how they gain what? Control. World control through the police state. And we even saw that with the so-called Brussels attack. Now you're starting to see police and military all over the place. I wonder why that is. I wonder what they're getting ready for. I wonder.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all viruses have patents, which means made by man.
Now, I thought this card was interesting because it shows you Elvis, and it says, it was him, it was him. Elvis has left the building. I thought it was very interesting and suspicious, and look what it sells. Elvis has the power to distract any media group by making a brief public appearance. By using his action, Elvis can cancel any action taken by any media group. Elvis also has +6 for direct control of the Church of Elvis. Wow, you can really honestly replace these celebrities with, like, say, Beyonce, or maybe even
What's the
Kanye
temperature
West,
there,
or
Angela?
even any other celebrity or musician. Wow, very interesting and suspicious indeed. And even our favorite, Michael Jackson. Why? Because they're trying to distract you any way they can. Why do you think musicians get paid millions and millions, if not billions of dollars, while the others who actually save lives only get paid into the thousands, if not tens of thousands? Because there is an agenda with everything. World control. If they can
Pretty
distract
warm.
your mind long enough with mind control and keep you focused on things that really don't matter, then that's what they will do. Why? Because of mind control. But now that you're awoke, you're not going to fall for any of their
It was almost 80 here today, and then we had a pretty big hailstorm
always need monopoly, don't you? You
about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago.
It's funny because what
3 hours ago.
dollars is the same as worth as regular dollars. If more people actually knew that and woke up to that and saw that we're literally saving for pieces of
This
paper,
girly took
and
my
that
content.
debt is just completely made up out of the blue, then people would see just how wicked the bankers are. Then people would know, okay, they have been duped, and people would want to make a change for that because the monopoly is about to melt soon enough. It's only a matter of time. But the more we awake and the more we share the truth with others, then will we see just what time it is. Then will the whole system come tumbling down. Oh, but this card is the most telling, and I know the words are hard to read, but it says don't spend it all in one place, because what is this card showing you? A so-called alien with other nations giving their hands out for foreign aid. From who? Not aliens, but who's disguised as these aliens? The fallen angels, who are working with governments underground even as we speak. But they can't tell you that because that information is classified, isn't it? I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than you think. And what is this really showing you? This is showing you what? What's about to take place is that these fallen angels who are going to disguise themselves as aliens are going to come to the earth, and they're going
Yeah, the weather here is all over the place.
They're just going to finally show themselves and say,
Geoengineered.
oh, we come from other planets that don't really exist, and we're here to
Be
help
50-degree drop overnight sometimes. It's ridiculous.
We're going to give you technology and all this stuff. Who do you think is behind this? Who do you think that is? I'm going to let you figure that out on your own. Let's not forget about the alphabet soup because they are really important as well. But this card says the CIA gets a +4 bonus rather than the normal -4 penalty to destroy any other government group. When the CIA attempts to destroy a personality and may choose to make it an assassination, the attack becomes instant, and if it succeeds, the target is dead. You mean to tell me that the CIA, this card even admits the CIA, they are what, paid agents to assassinate others? Is that what this card is admitting? Is it also admitting drug trafficking, human
I'm watching it on BitChute.
other horrid crimes? Is this literally what this card is admitting? Because it seems like it. But we still think they're protecting us. At least the ones of us who are asleep still do. Now this card is very interesting too, because what does it say? The EPA, and it says we need to see your environmental impact form, your formal environmental pack, your impacted environment formula, all 23 copies please. Oh look, this one is in blue ink. You'll have to start over. As long as there is a token on the EPA, the nuclear power companies cannot use their special ability. What special ability is there? Like to poison us even more? Because what is the EPA is responsible for? Another alphabet soup that does what? Crime under the table throughout these nuclear power plants and all that other stuff. Not only that, but you see the number 23 here, don't you? And other cards and videos that I've shown on this, I've pointed out the number 23. Very interesting and suspicious indeed. Not to mention that there's an owl here. Well, an owl in satanic religion and mystery Babylonian religion represents Molech. Remember the Bohemian Grove. Wow, it's all starting to make sense and add up, isn't it? At least I hope it is. But we can't forget our favorite, which is the FBI. And it even says has +10 to directly destroy a criminal group, gives +4 on any attempt to destroy a criminal group, or +2 on any attempt to control a criminal group. What does that sound like? Organized crime, the Jewish cartel. That's exactly what that's talking about. That's exactly what that's referring to. And why is this card so important? Because just like all the other alphabet soups, what are they really responsible for? Are they responsible for planning all these other events like the 9/11 flags and Sandy hoaxes? Are they the ones responsible for doing all this?
4 hours, 15 minutes.
Why? And I wonder if they are, what could they be doing it for? What is the real agenda here?
We're almost 2 hours in.
But we can't forget about the IRS. Oh, everyone's favorite. Everyone loves the IRS. And it even says criminal on it. Because what? We don't even need to be...
Trees are dying all over.
The Constitution. Oh,
Geoengineering is the existential threat.
Before Obama even came to office, even before it was signed. Because last I
Dane Wigington is the best channel to watch.
Nation, because more than half of your presidents are and were, in fact, Freemasons. So therefore, it's no surprise that they would let the IRS go on, because why? Taxes, to keep you enslaved to the system known as the Corporation of America. That is exactly what this is talking about. And if they can keep you enslaved to paper dollars that are really worth nothing...
Scott Level in the house. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for showing up.
The system. According to them, you are goyim, or cattle. You can look that up. That's not according to me. That is according to the system itself. But this is showing you the IRS, which is a very fraudulent organization, along with the Federal Reserve. Oh, but they've been telling us everything in their cards, haven't they? It's no longer a joke, isn't it? Now, this card is hard to see, but it says NATO gives +4 to any attempt to control any nation and can interfere in any attack made by or against the nation. Its power counts triple when giving relief. And it says violent on it. As you can see, what is this showing you? The puppets who are working for NATO. Because if you really think that NATO is protecting us, NATO is really doing a good thing, I suggest you think again and really wake up, because NATO is what? That is the organization that what? Helps fund war, along with the UN and all the other alphabet soups, because what? They're trying to give you the illusion of false peace when they're the ones perpetrating war itself. And that's exactly what they do, because anytime America gets involved with anything...
You talking about the card game, Seabass? I could drop the link.
As well as all these other alphabet soups. But they have to keep you under the trance and make you think that it's for world peace. Oh, we're doing a good thing. Oh, we're fighting off terrorists. Are we really? Or are we not fighting them off at all? Like I said, you all better wake up now if you're not already woke, because I'm telling you this goes much deeper than you think. But this card says what? NSA, and I've done plenty of reports on this organization. But I don't even need to do these reports because this card even tells you what the NSA is all about. No such agency. It doesn't exist. Just ask them. Because what is this card talking about and showing you? Spying. Why do you think this man is here holding those earphones or wearing them and spying on this couple? They spy on everything you do. You want to know why your TV always has that red light on right next to it? You want to know why your radio has that red light on next to it? You want to know why that red light never goes off? Because they're spying on you. Yes, your TV is watching you. And even Samsung and even
Hi, Mom.
companies have even admitted to spying or using your words to third-party organizations. Where do you think these third-party organizations are, and just who do you think they are? Because like I said, they're telling us they've been planning this even before the big screen TVs and everything else came out. And as well as these so-called updates with these apps and computers, they know exactly what they're doing. The question is, do you? This card was very interesting because it shows and says OPEC, or the oil company, or the company that's responsible for oil with 13 other nations. Now, why this card is so important, you may be wondering, is because it's showing you, well, who's in control of the oil? Because I just even looked at a CNN document recently that even said that what OPEC is dead. Because who's really in control of the oil? Why do you think they're going to war in the Middle East to begin with? For the oil, for world control and world domination.
Yeah, I fell asleep to this video a few times.
Just the agenda and just really who's behind this, because they've already told us who's behind.
Very monolithic.
The question is, are we awoke to really see just what they're doing? I thought this card was interesting because it shows you anti-war activists, and it says gives all groups in your power structure an extra +4 resistance against any attack
Or monotone, I should
or
say.
aided by a government group. Attacks made by or aided by a government group, as in the government funding all this stuff to begin with. Oh, you bet, because the card even tells us that. Not only that, but as you can see, this little red bracelet right here reminds me of the Kabbalah, as well as the false peace
Kabbalah.
symbol, as well as all the different
Kamala
colors
Kabbalah.
of the New Age movement. Because what? A lot of these activists, or so-called activists through the Black Lives Matter and all that, they're all funded by George Soros and the other
Foot
elites
soldiers.
to start and trigger these race wars and these race riots. That's all they're there for. And to spread the illusion of false peace and false hope, to make you think that, oh yeah, if I go out and riot with all of them, and if I go out, my voice will really count and make a difference. Not to the New World Order, it won't. At least not yet. At least not for now. When you understand the agenda, then you understand just what's going on and just what time it is. Because this one is showing you what barcodes, and it even says they're on everything. Price tags, airline baggage, the backs of highway signs. You can't read them. Oh, but someone can. I wonder who that someone is. Could they be potentially using barcodes to spy on us even more? Oh, you bet. But
Yeah, these cards are crazy.
like I said, beware everything they tell you, beware everything you hear, because there are Illuminati agents in place only to fool you, or even worse, to give you half truth but not all of it. Because what is this card showing you? Agent in place. And like I said, nothing is ever what you think it is, because it shows you what with the mustard container, but it's not really a mustard container. Just like some of the trees that you see outside. Are they really trees, or are they really what? Radio frequency devices in order to control your nerves and to control you. Because that is exactly what some of them
That's
are.
crazy.
Remember, not everything is what it seems. Remember, what's the goal of the New World Order? Antitrust legislation. And this card says, when this card is played, each player may move his groups before it goes into effect. At the cost of discarding one plot card for each move, or 3 plot cards for complete reorganization. These discards may come from hand or deck. While this NWO is in effect, corporate groups which control or are controlled by other corporate groups lose their action tokens and cannot get new ones or use their special abilities. This card replaces any yellow NWO card in play. And what is it showing? A hammer that's destroying the city, just like these so-called laws and legislations that are destroying the people and the hearts of people. and keeping them enslaved to the New World Order. Wow, is that what that symbolizes? Possibly. Oh, but this card is probably my favorite, and it says blinded by science, because if you still continue to believe everything NASA tells you, then you're just being blinded by science, or should I say pseudoscience, because it even says, if we knew what we were doing, it wouldn't be research, because guess what, they know exactly what they're doing, and I'm telling you this, it's not real science. But please, keep on believing NASA all you want. Keep on believing the comments. Keep on believing everything they're telling you. Because I'm telling you, when real deception starts coming, when the so-called aliens come in and NASA tells you that, oh my gosh, they're coming from other planets. Oh my goodness, look over there. Here comes a meteor coming. You're going to believe every word they tell you unless you wake up now and see the goal for what it really
Preaching
is.
to a choir here.
Still don't think you're being spied on? Oh, think again, because this card shows you what? Cable TV, 500 channels, and nothing's on. Now, mind you, these cards were made in the 80s and the 90s. How did they know there'd be over 500 channels when TVs had just been a rarity? Cable had just been brand new at the time. There were hardly any channels out back then. We really don't start seeing all these channels until more recently. How did they know that? Were they planning it all ahead of time and staging it all ahead of time? And look at how one person is looking at all these TV screens, kind of like spying, just like the NSA. You all better seriously wake up and see this if you already don't, because I'm telling you, there's a more nefarious agenda with all of this. And what is that agenda, you may be wondering? The New World Order, the Satanic Kingdom, because this card shows you what? Church of Violentology. Wow, kind of rhymes with Scientology, doesn't it? But it says it's only a game, damn it, and we don't want to see any snakes in our mailbox, okay? Any church that participates in the destruction of the church may draw a plot card. What is this really showing you? I'm telling you, you all better seriously wake up, because what is this really revealing to you? That some of these churches aren't really holy. If you knew what goes on behind closed doors in some of these churches, even on Saturday nights and even Friday nights, oh my gosh, you would be taken for a loop. Because even the synagogues of Satan can tell you all about what they do behind closed doors. And I'm talking about the elite, of course, because I'm letting you know this goes much deeper than you think. But yes, certain churches and organizations are involved with blood sacrifices, demonic rituals, and other disgusting things that really should not be seen. That's why they keep it behind closed doors. Not for long, at least, because they're going to start showing you just exactly what they do and who they really are. But nothing is ever complete unless you have your security, because that's exactly what they're making sure you have. They want you to be safe and secure. That's the real goal, isn't it? Or is it not? Because I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than you think. What is that really showing you? Spying on a whole new level. But how deep does the rabbit hole go? But watch out, because there could be a computer virus coming soon, or even a bank virus as well. Either way, it's going to knock out all the data, won't it? Or have they been planning this to begin with? Because they've even been telling us this stuff long, long ago. And we see exactly just what they're about to do. Now, this card is very interesting because it says copy shop.
Big Pine in the house.
It goes deeper than you think, because where are the real copy shops?
Thanks for coming, brother. Much love.
Cloning and cloning centers. They can create 5 of the same person even if they wanted to. I know that may sound crazy. I know that may sound hard to believe, but I'm telling you, cloning does exist. The cloning centers are real, and this card even shows you that. That's the copy shop that they're talking about. Because what can they do? They can duplicate you, but you're going to be soulless, and I'm telling you, that's just what they can do. That and other disgusting things. You can watch my cloning videos for more if you already haven't.
I feel you there, brother.
Show you that they've even told us about what they're doing and who they're even working with in order to get these things and the various actions done. Why? Because of the New World Order, the Satanic Kingdom, which is even at the door. This has been going on since the days of Noah. It's nothing new. 5,000 years and nothing has changed. Everything remains the same, doesn't it? Oh, but not for long. But you can't have a new world order without a dictatorship, because it even says the target is now a dictatorship. If it gets +2 power, it becomes violent. If it was not already, link this card to the nation. You mean the United Nation? What is this really talking about? If you don't think that America and all these other nations are forming into a dictatorship or are already a dictatorship, I suggest you really think again, because they're even showing us that they are. History repeats itself. Mao Zedong, Hitler, Stalin, FDR, all over again. Nothing new under the sun. Just look at Angela Merkel and Obama too, and that's all I'm going to say about that issue. Don't touch that dial, though, because be careful. There may be demons infiltrating your head, and if you don't believe they're real, well, maybe you'll believe this star, because it even shows you mind control and what the TV and the idiot box is really doing to your mind, because as you can see, there are what appear to be little red demons attacking this person's head, and this person doesn't even know it because they're under hypnosis. Mind control, that is what this is about. And like I said, you all need to seriously, if you're already not, please wake up to this stuff, because it's real serious stuff. What is this card really showing you? If you look at it closely and more carefully, it shows you Suicide Squad, and it says can be used to destroy any resource belonging to a rival, may be used at any time except during the privileged attack, and it tells you what you can do with the target and the Suicide Squad. Why is this card so important? Because what is war really? War isn't about protecting anyone. It's not about protecting the American people, so-called. It's about protecting the 3% bankers, because we have no legitimate basis to be going to war except through pre-planned false flags and other hoaxes in order to justify these so-called wars. Just look at the Gulf of Tonkin, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Did FDR know about Pearl Harbor before it even happened? Oh, of course he did, but he allowed it to happen anyway. Why? To go to war and justify it. Because I'm telling you, that is what they must do. And even the people on the top, the elite, they fund both sides of the war. Look up Henry Ford and look up the tanks, and you'll see that there's some real similarities there. I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than you think. But when you know who's funding both sides, then you'll see who's funding ISIS and where ISIS is even really coming from and just what time it is, because they're showing us. But I hope we're paying attention now. Now, this card is very interesting and telling, isn't it? It says, New World Order, End of the World. The end of the world is at hand. The millennium is coming real soon now. Repent. Repent. Because that's exactly what's going on. You're hearing all about repenting, aren't you? Repent, repent. It's the end of the world. It's the end of the world. They were staging all this to begin with. And by the way, it really is the end of the world, whether you want to believe that or not. They're actually telling you truth. And they're actually telling you truth to repent and turn to Yahuwah, because it's only going to get worse from here, isn't it? Oh, that's why we really need to repent indeed. And this card is even telling us to. But will we continue to live as if life is going to go on? But let's not forget our favorite, which is the Federal Reserve, because it says gives a +6 on any attack against any bank and a +2 on any attack against any nation or corporate group. Huh. Very interesting indeed, because remember what I said earlier, the Federal Reserve is a fraud. It is a scam. It is a phony. Like I said, they print
It's not federal or
to
reserved.
the banks and the government and charge us with interest so that we can continue to be slaves to the New World Order. Not any longer, because we know exactly what the agenda is, and we know what time it is, and we know that the system is going to come crumbling down. It all falls down. Know how the deception is real, because it says, ha, you have been deceived by a clever duplicate, but we have the real thing, don't they? Oh, because everything they show us, is it really deceitful and deceptive? Can we believe a word they tell us? Can we believe anything that the mainstream media tells us? They found this artifact and that artifact, haven't they? Or did they forge the entire thing and are keeping the real one hidden? Or when they tell us that, oh, this celebrity died and that celebrity died, did they really? Remember, what is the goal here? Fratricide. Remember that goal. Remember, defeat is worse than death, because you have to live with defeat. Wow, kind of reminds me of Cain and Abel, killing brother, turning brother against brother. Divide and conquer, Rome all over again 2,000 years later, and nothing has changed whatsoever. Because remember, nothing new is under the sun. Now this card is the most telling because it shows what? Gang war and the influence and impact of gangs. And remember, a lot of these gangs that you see today are organized by the Jewish cartel to begin with, and then perpetrated by a secret societies and organizations, as well as the alphabet soups like the FBI and the CIA, to go into urbanized neighborhoods to drug traffic and do other disgusting, heinous crimes behind closed doors. They don't want you to know that, do they? Because what? To keep people enslaved and incarcerated to the prisons, mostly in urbanized areas and neighborhoods. I wonder why that is. Final card I would like to show you today is Gremlins. Now, like I said, there's just too many cards, and I believe I have enough for part 6, and I still didn't even get to the ones I wanted to. But the reason I'm showing you Gremlins is because it says Gremlins do not exist. Or do they? I wonder where they come from. Modified by the fallen angels? You bet. Because what? The demons and the lizards and the parasites and other disgusting creatures that you're about to start seeing sooner than you think, because we're closer to the end than you
Don't
think.
get 'em wet.
Even one of the cards even said end of the world, but hopefully we're paying attention now. Hopefully we're seeing the real agenda behind this, and hopefully we are seeking Yahuwah and his true son, Yahusha, that we may be delivered from all this mess, because it's only going to get worse from here. Here I am showing you this card that says Red Cross, everyone's favorite organization. And it says, the Red Cross gives your whole power structure a +6 to resist any disaster. The group that directly controls the Red Cross automatically gets relief at the end of the turn it is devastated. At its action, the Red Cross can also bring relief to one devastated place. The Red Cross has such a good reputation that any attempt to destroy it suffers a -15 penalty. What is that talking about? Deception. They want you to believe that, yeah, the Red Cross is a good organization. They do a good deed. They do a good job helping others, don't they? They do a good job vaccinating people, only to find out that they're killing them even more. Oh, but they know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they're up to, but they don't want you to know, because why? Mind control. They don't want you to know the secrets. Keep the secrets. But I'm telling you, this goes much deeper, and when you understand just who's behind the Red Cross and who's behind the Nobel Prize and who's behind all this stuff, then you understand the bigger agenda, because everything and everyone always has an agenda. Now, I thought this card was interesting because it says, I wanted to go to the environmental rally, but there was no place to park. I wonder what that's alluding to, because what is this card showing you? It's showing you what they're planning to do and what they are doing through these machines. They're paving the earth, all right, and they're making it into this in order for what? The New World Order, to get rid of all this. That's why you're seeing droughts and other different things in different places, because they're getting rid of the earth and ecosystem for what? Depopulation. World control. That is why they're doing that. Not only that, but you see once again right here the number 23. Why do we keep seeing the number 23?
Hell yeah, Lord
Why do
Razor.
we keep seeing Egyptian pyramids in these cards? I
Putting
wonder
in the
why
work.
that is. What are they getting ready for? Mystery Babylonian religion, the New World Order, the capping of the New World Order, destroying everything that's good and replacing it with everything that is just pure evil. That is the bigger agenda. I hope you're seeing it. Thought this card was interesting because it says New Blood, and as you can see based on the pictures, they look very similar, very scary, and very eerily similar to what?
I'll go all night.
Activity. I'm telling you, for those who don't believe in this stuff, it's time for you to start believing and start waking up with both your eyes open, because I'm telling you, there's a bigger agenda behind all this. There's a bigger nefarious agenda. You can even watch other videos on
Taking
YouTube
notes.
regarding the topic of the demons and how they infiltrate different people without you even knowing. And not only that, but they also infiltrate celebrities or so-called celebrities, because half the celebrities you're seeing are clones for what? The demons. New Blood. That is what that's talking about. It's time to really see this stuff, because there's a bigger deception that's coming, and if you don't see it now, you will be deceived. Don't be deceived. And of course, we have our favorite, Dollars for Decency, because it says tithe generously. And as you can see, it has the Illuminati dollars on that plate. What is this showing you? The deception of the church, because many pastors know about this, and many preachers and ones on the top, they know that tithing has nothing to do with money and giving your money to a pastor, but everything to do with food and giving the food to the poor. Oh, but they don't want you to know that because they want you to keep giving your money and keep giving tithes for a blessing that's never going to come. Oh, but they're not going to tell you that because of deception, because of money, because of paper money that is worth absolutely nothing except what the Zionists want it to be worth. But it's still worth nothing if only more people would wake up to this and see that we have all been greatly deceived. And now that we know we've been deceived, we can come into the truth and see just where the deception really comes from. Remember, what is the bigger agenda here?
Thank you, Joyce.
This goes much deeper than
So what happens when you grow up with a bunch of bully uncles? You got to be quick. Improv or bust.
An Illuminati action is required to play this zap. Play on a rival Illuminati at any time except during a privileged attack. A zap stays on its victim until it is removed. Spending an Illuminati action at any time will remove all zaps from any one player. What is this card really alluding to? As you can see, who is he really talking to? I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than you think. And by the way,
Jabberama!
They have these disgusting creatures ready to go in a laboratory somewhere. If you don't think that they have this stuff ready to go, I suggest you think again, because they're going to start showing you this stuff. You're going to start seeing disgusting things like this. Will you be ready to stand in that evil day? Will you be ready to face all the wiles of the devil? I hope so, because it's only going to get worse from here. It's only going to go downhill from here. And you can call that fear-mongering if you want to. That's just the honest truth. And if you still don't want to see it for what it really is, I don't know what to tell you. This card is very interesting, but this card is also very telling, but also very suspicious, because it says backfire and it says attribute freeze. Requires Illuminati.
Yeah, Joyce, my uncle used to tell me, if you're going to be a smartass, say something smart. Dumbass.
All along, and now it's too late, because they're telling us everything that they want us to know. They're telling us everything and putting it in front of our faces. There was even an X-Files TV show that had the title Fallen Angel on it back in the 1990s, and the episode was about so-called alien disclosure. Don't you see that they're putting
those are good times.
of our faces? Don't you see that they're letting us know all of their plans right before they actually do it? Don't you see they've been warning us and telling us everything ahead of time, but you still sit there and think it's a conspiracy? For those of you who are still asleep, please, please, please wake up to this stuff and see that it's not a conspiracy. This stuff is real. It's really going on, and it's happening right in front of you. And if you don't see it now, when stuff starts to hit the fan, you will be taken for a big loop unless you wake up right now. I thought this card was interesting because it says Church of Middle America, and it even shows you what flying so-called saucers, so-called UFOs, I'm wondering what they're getting ready for, but it says they'll never get it even when the saucers are flying overhead right in front of you. And that church kind of reminds me kind of very reminiscent of Westboro. Of course, that's just me.
They were older,
Very interesting that they
but my grandma had 8 kids. 2 of them were girls.
Find, but it's called School Prayer.
3 of them.
And the reason I want to talk about that one real quick is because it showed on the card that
Bunch of assholes.
permission to pray
I disowned half of them.
and not to pray in different places, just like what we're seeing today. No surprise there. But this card says eternal salvation or triple your money back. And it says 2, count them, 2 paradises for $30. 1 while you're alive, lasting as long as you want, and 1 when you decide to die. No other religion offers a better deal. Offer good through July 4th, 1998. Some restrictions apply. Void where prohibited by law. Close cover before striking. Please recycle. Slightly higher in Canada. Is this what they're getting ready for? Is this what they're talking about? This card shows you so much about what's about to come to the world. Oh, but you can sit there and think it's a conspiracy all you want. I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than you think. Not only that, but it's interesting that they mentioned July 4th. We've been seeing a ton about Independence Day, haven't we? With independence resurgence and how independence will no longer be remembered for what it's remembered for. Why would they
Got that right.
mention July 4th on this card? Very interesting and suspicious.
And blood doesn't give you amnesty.
What's the goal here? What's the goal of the New World Order? Kill for peace, because that is exactly what they must do. They must give you the
I choose
illusion
merit.
of false peace through activism and through the New Age movement and through false crosses and false peace signs and all this stuff. Give you the illusion of, oh, peace and love. Give you all that stuff, but really the goal is to kill for peace, because that's what the UN is doing. Oh, they're fighting for sustainability, aren't they? They're fighting for peace, aren't they? Oh, that's what they're fighting for. Is that why they're going to war then, in order to fight for peace? Because that's exactly what it sounds like. Oh, but they're not going to tell you their agenda depopulation, will they? Even though their document tells you all along on Agenda 2030, because they're trying to get a sustainability for all, even though that includes socialism and communism and Bolshevism and other Jewish Illuminati rituals and things in order to get to that what they're trying to do with all those ideologies. Remember, that is the goal. Flip everything upside down and give you the illusion of peace and safety, but really sudden destruction is even at the door. It's time to wake up out of that slumber, because I'm telling you, it's only going to get worse from here, but hopefully you're awoke to this right about now. How did they know about Silicon Valley? How did they know that this would be the perfect place for computers and to really get the computers going with all the technology? How did they know that? Because Silicon Valley, that's exactly where Google, Facebook, and other places are, and where they have their headquarters for different technology and companies like that. Wow, before those companies were even founded, because this card came out in the 1990s. Very interesting and suspicious indeed. That they know something that we didn't know? What else do they know that we don't know? And hopefully we're seeing the plans and the goals of the Illuminati, because I know I am. Like I said, the elite and the Illuminati, they've been planning and staging everything ahead of time. And what does this card say? Disaster. This is an attack to destroy any huge place. It does not require an action. Its power is 24 if the target is coastal, 28 if it is not. Wow, coastal places. We're seeing a lot of drought on coastal
California,
places like
commie.
and other places, aren't we? But how do they make droughts? Oh yeah, droughts are man-made by HAARP, CERN, and other government organizations that conveniently change and modify, manipulate weather and scalar waves in order to make it so that there are droughts in strategic locations, so that what? Depopulation. You haven't been seeing as many bees, have you? I wonder why that is. What are they getting ready for? Depopulating the plane. All a big scam. It's all a big sham. It's all a big fake. It's all a big hoax. There's no such things as real economics, because the economics they're giving you, it's all a fake. It's all a hoax. They know the market ahead of time. They know exactly what the market's going to be tomorrow and what markets are going to be worldwide. They know because they're the ones planning it. And this card even says, play this card during your own turn just after you place action tokens. You must spin your Illuminati action, discarding 10 plot cards from the top of your deck, removing them permanently from play. For each one you discard, you may place one extra action token on one of your own groups, except your Illuminati. No group may get more than one extra action token from this card. No player may use this card more than once in a game. I'm telling you, it's all a big game to them. It's all a big sham. We're the ones who think it's real, because we're the ones living in a fantasy. At least the ones of us who are asleep. But we're awoke and we see exactly what's going on. Thought this card was interesting because it says
This music is crazy.
It says disaster. This is an instant attack to destroy any place except the
Put you in a damn trance.
It does not require an action. Its power is 24. If the attack succeeds, the target is devastated. If the die roll succeeds by more than 10, the target is completely destroyed. Now this card could be alluding to two things. First, it could be alluding to what the Oregon situation that happened a couple months ago, as well as what the Oregon crud. Lately you've been seeing and hearing about a ton of black tar in different places, haven't you? Lately you've been hearing about those types of things in different
30
places
feet.
all over the country. I wonder why that is. I wonder just what they're getting ready for. I wonder, could this have anything to do with the New World Order? Careful, watch the throne, just like Jay-Z and Kanye West say, watch the throne, because what power behind the throne? Behind every great conspiracy is another conspiracy. Oh, they're good at telling us about conspiracies, aren't they? Because they almost tried to fool the entire world into making us think that 9/11, that there were actual planes when we know better than that, just like they tried to fool us with the Sandy hoax to make us think that that event actually happened when it really didn't. Just like they're behind the Boston bombings hoax and all the other hoaxes out there. Why? Because
Every major
of
event.
control. Because there's always somebody in control, just as you can see here. The person you think is in control is not really in control. Who's really behind Donald Trump? Because he's not the one in control. And if you know what I'm talking about, then you know just the agenda behind this. And you see just what time it is, because there's always somebody else in power, somebody else in control, or should I say some entity in control, or should I say some demonic force in control. But you definitely cannot have any control without hackers. You always need hackers, don't you? Because hackers have a +4 for direct control of any computer group, just like the Silicon Valley. Wow, and what is this card really alluding to? That there's always somebody ready to hack your network, and if they're not hacking you literally, they're hacking you by checking up and spying on everything you do, every search you make, everything you type into Google and Facebook and whatever, because it's a big spying agency. The NSA is real. You can watch part 5 to learn more about the NSA and how they spy on you every single day. Oh, but hopefully you're woke to this and you don't think that this is some conspiracy, because sadly it's not. You're being watched every single day and you just don't
Alphabet
know it.
soup.
Not now, but now you do. Now this card is very interesting. On the last part I did a card called Elvis, but this card says Church of Elvis, and it says he isn't dead. I saw him last week at the gas station. Praise Elvis. What is this card really alluding to? Idols and idolatry, idol worship, worshiping celebrities and worshiping celebrities. And as you can see, this card even tells you that Elvis didn't die when they said he did, because it even says he wasn't dead. Oh, but who else can you think of that this applies to? Tupac and Michael Jackson and many others. Because remember, there's always big deception. You always have to be careful, always have to be watching, because remember, they're the masters of grand deception. They're the masters of mass deception, and they have weapons of mass deception. But are you paying attention? But for all you skeptics out there, this card is for you, because it even says paranoids. The paranoids give your whole power structure a +2 to defend against any attack or assassination, but not against disasters. They're the only ones, except for the secret masters themselves, who really understand what is going on. However, this group gets no action tokens, and it can do nothing unless something gives it power, and it cannot be destroyed unless it has power. So for all you who are paranoid and skeptical out there, I suggest you really think again and do your research on everything that I'm telling you today, and for all the other cards, because you're going to see just what I'm talking about. You're going to see just what time it is, and you're going to see that this is not a game whatsoever. Now, I just thought this card was interesting because, as you can see, it says Hail Ares. Is that the goal? And it says, are they really Discordians? Who knows? Because who knows what they really are? Could they really be the Nephilim? Could they really be the demons in disguise? Who knows? We'll never know. At least if we're asleep, we won't. But now that we have our eyes open, we know exactly who they are. But how deep does the deception go? Because this card says Wall Street. Wall Street always has the option to treat any corporate group as though it were government, or vice versa when Wall Street makes or aids an attack. This does not affect other groups' participation in the attack. Any puppet of Wall Street has an extra +10 resistance. Did you hear that? Any puppet of Wall Street has an extra +10 resistance. Yes, this goes deeper than you think. All those people on Wall Street, the majority of them, are puppets for the Illuminati. They know exactly what stocks are going to do what. They know exactly how stocks are going to end up the week before, if not the month before, if not the year before. They know when the system is going to collapse. So when you hear all these people saying or predicting, oh, these systems going to collapse, if the financial Armageddon is imminent, they already knew about it, and they know when it's going to collapse because they're the ones collapsing it. It's time to see it for what it really is and see truth for what it is, and stop believing all these lies that are out here and these big weapons of mass deception. Now, I just thought this card was interesting because it says, and I know it's hard to read, the idols are both frightening and silly, and no one knows why the masters keep them around. Because what does it say? The frog god? Wow, animal gods, idols? Are you seeing this? Just like what? The goat god, the Baphomet? Is that what this is alluding to? Because that's exactly what they're showing you here. I hope you're seeing this with both eyes open and not getting access to gods like this, because what? They're false idols. Idolatry. I hope you're seeing it for what it is, because there's some real serious implications with this stuff, and there's a bigger agenda behind all this. Card is very interesting because it says Reformed Church of Satan, bingo every Friday. Because what is this card really showing you? What goes on in these churches behind closed doors every Friday and Saturday evening? Demonic sacrifices, blood drinking, poop eating, urine drinking, all the disgusting things that you really don't want to partake in. Oh, but the Freemasons and all the other groups, they partake in this stuff, as well as some JWs and other groups, as well as other groups too. Why? Because of mind control. They don't want you to know what goes on. If you knew what goes on behind these Mormon churches and behind these, even some of these Catholic churches, oh, you'd be taken for a loop, because it's real serious indeed. That the deception goes much deeper than you think. And of course, when I'm talking about all these different church organizations and church groups, I'm not talking about all of them. I'm talking about the elite on the very top, the ones who are in control, just like the ones who are in control of your local police departments, because the police departments know the plans of the Illuminati. They know the plans of the military and how they're about to start and spark civil unrest, and how the DHS and all the other alphabet soups are getting ready for massive civil war. They know about this stuff, oh, but they can't tell you that, just like the military can't tell you how your government just purchased billions of dollars worth of ammunition and guillotines as well. Oh, but they don't want you to know that information, because that information is classified. Not for long, because what gives +4 to any attempt to destroy a criminal group? But they're the real criminals, but they don't want you to know that. They want you to keep thinking that the UN and your government has your best interest, but do they really? And the final card I want to show you today is commitment, because what's the New World Order without commitment? You always have to be committed. Is that how they brainwash people into being committed into things that they don't want to be committed to? It's all about brainwashing when it comes to the Illuminati. And this card says the resistance for any one group is increased to 8. Link this card to your chosen group. Playing this card is a free move and may be done
No,
at any time.
it's not the
Even
final
while
card.
the target group is being attacked. The
He
target
lied.
group may belong to any player, or it may be one that has just been played from a rival's hand. Why is this card important? Because what? There's a lot of under the table stuff going on, and if you're not awoke to it, then you're just going to blindly walk around and think that, oh, everything's okay, everything is fine. Yet your government, your military, the fraudulent space program NASA, and the astronauts, and all the Freemasons in the churches, and all those who are involved with the Vatican are teaming together and working together and vehemently pushing Satan's agenda of the New World Order, as well as working with the fallen angels in order to do cloning and chimerism to get you ready for disgusting creatures. But hopefully you're seeing the agenda for what it really is. Please seek Yahuwah and his true son Yahusha, because time is running out. It's only a matter of time. And this one says the American Civil Liberties Union, or the ACLU, and it says, because liberty can't defend itself, or can it? And it says the ACLU gives +10 to any attempt to destroy any government group, liberal fanatic. And of course it shows us this right here, the Statue of Liberty, aka ISIS, Ishtar Easter. And that is what it's alluding to. But I don't know if you all know, but what is this really representing? Controlled opposition. Because they do give you some truth, and this organization does tell you some truth. But how much truth are they telling you? Remember, some truth and many lies. That is the game of the Illuminati. Oh, but they're telling you all their truth in these Illuminati card games. But see, they just want you to think that it's a game. Now this card says AMA, and it says the AMA has +5 for a direct attack on any science group, or it gives a +5 bonus when it uses its power to aid any science group against an attempt to control or destroy. Now it's interesting what they're showing you, because it looks to be like a nurse standing, or a doctor, a surgeon standing next to a skeleton. What does that represent? The corruption of the medical system. I haven't done a ton of videos covering this subject, but Yahuwah willing, I want to talk more about this because it's so important and it's so saddening and disheartening and upsetting when you hear about different people, especially those who are disabled, especially those who are in the hospital or in hospice, how badly they get treated, especially people in nursing homes too, and how the doctors and everyone there literally get paid, at least the ones on the top, they get paid to try to kill you there. And not only that, but our government, the lovely government, the CIA and the FBI and the other alphabet soups, they get paid to do what? Conduct medical experimentations on people in order, and then what? They hide the evidence. This has been going on for a long time to try to make something legal when it's not, for experimentation courtesy the fallen angels, and they do it through the medical facilities. I know that's hard to believe, but trust me, it goes on. And you can even look at hospitals and the different symbolism in hospitals, but a lot of them are what? They're related and funded by the Freemasons and the Zionists and the Shriners, and the list goes on. Not to mention what? That pharmacies don't make you get better, they only make you worse, because in the Greek that's what pharmacy, sorcery, medicines don't help you. It's the herbs and the natural herbs and the turmeric and the ginger and the coconut oil. That stuff is what helps heal you, because that is what Yahuwah has given us to heal us. The earth is what can heal us, but they don't want you to know that. Big Pharma doesn't want you to know. Keep the secrets. Not anymore. Now, I thought this card was interesting because it says, an offer you can't refuse, because this could be alluding to many, many, many things, but a lot of it has to do with what? Bribery, under the table actions, especially when it comes to, becoming a celebrity and wanting to become a celebrity. Be careful what you ask for, because if you're still wanting and looking to become a celebrity, you're going to do a whole lot of things in order to do it, and not to mention go through these guys, the Zionists. Be very careful. Do not be fooled. Do not be duped. Do not buy into the hoaxes and what they're trying to sell you, because remember, there's an agenda behind everything, because NASA's still trying to sell you that planets really exist and that there's gravity and that all these other stage lies and hoaxes, just like everything else, just like they're trying to sell to you that, ISIS is attacking everyone worldwide. But we know better than that. Stuff on sale today only. I'm telling you, it's all a big scam, and they want you to keep buying, because they don't want you to see what's really going on. For those of us who are woke, we should want nothing to do and no part in the world and what the world's offering, because we know there's bigger things and a bigger agenda being fulfilled, and more bigger things that are even ahead and at the door. This card was interesting because it says Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, which is an actual organization. As you can see, what do they cause? Chaos and terror. Very interesting and suspicious indeed. And it says, has +8 on any direct attack to destroy any fanatic group. Gives +6 for any attempt to control or destroy the gun lobby, the tobacco companies, or the liquor companies. What is that talking about? How the Zionists control everything, and how they control both the tobacco and the liquor companies, and how they strategically place them in urbanized areas and communities in order for what? Divide and conquer and control. And also with the help of the government, CIA, and the FBI going in and disguising themselves as regular people going into drug traffic in these areas in order to incarcerate and keep the incarceration levels rate on so-called black people who are the real Hebrew Israelites. I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than you think, but also to do what? Cause chaos and destruction with gun lobbying and gun control. Gotta take those guns, gotta get your weapons, because of so-called school shootings that didn't actually happen, and because of so-called ISIS that's really funded by your government. Oh my goodness, the irony is real, isn't it? It's time to really wake up and see the bigger agenda for what it really is. Now, I thought this card was interesting because it shows Bigfoot.
Tobin in the house.
I've been hearing a lot of so-called reports on Bigfoot recently.
Thanks for coming, brother.
Bigfoot has the power to distract any media group by showing himself in public. By using his action, Bigfoot could cancel any action taken by any media group. He also gives you a +3 on any attempt to control a green group. Very interesting and suspicious indeed, especially when you've been hearing reports on Bigfoot. And what is this really alluding to? It's all a big distraction and a big mental psyop. Everything you see on TV, everything you see on the movies, it's all a big distraction. However, certain movies and certain TV shows, they're actually telling you truth. But for some of the other ones, like even these reality shows and blah, 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 don't be fooled. It's a bigger agenda, because when you watch that stuff, whether you want to believe it or not, subliminally, you allow demons in if you're watching things that have to do with arguing and the dissolution of family. Why do you think certain television shows feature families that are constantly arguing and fighting when this was not the case in the 1950s or even the 1980s? Why do you think that is? There's a bigger agenda behind all this, and I hope you're seeing it for what it really is. Now, I thought this card was interesting, and it says, Bjorn, I love you all, ho ho.
Yeah, I agree, Joyce. Pretty long, but worth the watch.
Or for direct control of any media group. Bjorn gets 1 extra action token for every media group he controls directly. However, anyone who destroys or kills Bjorn can immediately draw a plot card as a thanks of a grateful world, plus 1 extra plot card for every point of Bjorn's power at the time. Now, this card has to do with what? Children. Almost reminds me of Barney. But what I'm telling you, all better be very careful and very alert, because I'm telling you, the demons and Satan, they are going after children. And you're starting to see a bunch of laws and a bunch of things where they're literally shooting kids on the street. Literally. They as in the police. They're trying to do anything to push your buttons any way they can. And
Too hot for the hot
they're
tub.
going after children. It's without a doubt. Because they already, you've been hearing about missing children around the Vatican and in England, haven't you? I wonder why that is. Is it because they take them and sacrifice them, and then they do what? Then they use aborted children to place into your meat, into your food? Of course they do. They need children for sacrifice.
Hey, Angela, you weren't here. I got to show everybody my dick pic.
This stuff goes on,
Here we go.
And they use cartoons and other things like this as big distractions, because they know if they can mentally reprogram and mentally control your children as children, then they know they have them. Because I'm telling you, it's easier to explain certain things to children than it is to adults. And I know that sounds crazy.
Sorry, Sean.
I can explain the flat earth much easier to a child than I can an adult, because the child has not been brainwashed by NASA for over 50 years into lies. But see, with the child, they'll get it and grasp it like that, like in a snap. And Satan does not want that. So I hope you're seeing that and why children are so important. And this big
It's a tard card.
Because it's all subliminal. It's
all head.
And if they can control your mind, if they is in the government, the satanic government, I should say, if they can control your mind any way they can, trust me, they will. Now, I know I've talked about this with other cards, but this card says, what air magic? Play this card to help protect the place against any disaster except earthquake or volcano. Very interesting and suspicious indeed. Not only that, but I've talked about in many of my videos and done many reports on HAARP and CERN and weather control and modification, how your government can control all the weather and everything in stage droughts, stage earthquakes, and stage hurricanes. You may not want to believe that, but that is what they can do. Why? Because they have this agenda with climate change. And honestly, folks, I would not be surprised if you start seeing, winter storms in the summer. Maybe not this summer, but I'm telling you, they're getting ready for these things, and they're practicing and amping it up with HAARP and CERN, with earthquakes strategically in strategic places and locations, to not only get ready for the big meteor asteroid deception, but also to make you think that, oh, well, because of climate change, you're the problem, and we need to tax you with
Yeah, baby.
hoaxes and other hoaxes.
Oh,
and
behave.
don't matter. Oh, because you're insignificant and we need to kill you off, and for the sake of Mother Earth, because that's what they're trying to do. And I hope you're seeing that, because this agenda goes much deeper than you think. Why do all these world globalists, leaders, all come together to discuss this stuff under the guise of the Zionists? There's a real bigger agenda behind this, and I hope you're seeing exactly what it is. This card was interesting because it says L4 Society, and it says gives +4 to any attempt to control or destroy any science or space group, or +8 to give to direct control of any space group. Now, what is this relating to? The space groups are controlled, and they're all frauds, all hoaxes. Please do your research on this stuff. And there's some great channels out there that really do expose more of the NASA lies. It's all lies. They are paid criminals to steal your money and lie to your face, and they're all Freemasons. There is no space. There is no outer space. There are no other planets. They never went to the moon. There are no satellites in space. None of that is true. They are lying to you and getting paid to lie to you, just like there are no missions. I'm telling you. And even astronauts expose themselves for who they really are because they're good at lying. But I want you to see this because they're getting you ready and mentally conditioned for the big alien deception that is even at the door, because they're not aliens, they're fallen angels, they're the demons. And I hope you're seeing that, because we do wrestle not against flesh and blood. I am a witness to that. Believe me when I tell you that, because I'm telling you this goes much deeper than you think. It may seem like a little white lie on the surface, but really it's much deeper than that. Now this card is very interesting, and it's very, very suspicious and concerning, actually. It says New World Order, 1,000 points of light, and the Freemasons talk about that a lot. But it says we'll have to put something in the water. You mean like fluoride to dumb us down? Interesting. But it goes on to say paranoid is reduced and good feelings increase to a thoroughly unnatural extent. What? Paranoia reduced? Yeah, right, because they're trying to invoke fear any way they can. They need you to be fearful in order for what? Mind control. That is why they're staging all these Sandy hoaxes and everything else, to make you fear where you're going. And Islamophobia, watch out. Islam, Muslims over there, watch out. They could have bombs. Come on, give me a break. They just want you scared out of your mind. Or, oh look, North Korea has a bomb. Watch out.
Happy early birthday, Tobin.
For your life for nothing. Or 2 planets are about to collide. Watch out, Earth's about to collide with the planet. Please, people, wake up, because I'm telling you, it's all a big mental psyop. They want you scared for as much as possible. But see, when you have Yahuwah and you're thinking in a spiritual mindset, you do not have to fear. And I hope you're getting this, because it's real, real important. Can't have a new world order without cattle mutilators, because we need that. And it says their weird rituals foretell the future and more, because that's exactly what they want us to believe. What is this card really alluding to? How they manipulate with other animals and place GMOs and other disgusting things in order to make you think that it's food when it's really not. And I don't know if anybody else is disturbed by this, but most fruits and vegetables, they should contain seeds in them. So when you go to the store and you see seedless fruits and seedless vegetables, that should be raising some red flags. Not only that, but see, I don't believe a word they tell me. You know, they like to give us this organic propaganda to make us think it's organic, but is it really? How do we really know? Or are we really slaving the system even more and being enslaved to the system even more? We will never know. And this card says Center for Weird Studies, and it says home of the high energy cheese lab, the boson control project, and other things they don't teach in physics class, like the flat earth. But anyway, once per turn, on your turn, you may discard any plot card from your hand and add an extra action token to any one of your groups or resources which has already used its action. This does not let a group use its power twice in the same attack. Now, when I first looked at this card, it also reminded me of what goes on underground and the underground facilities and the cloning centers that are underground, whether you want to believe that or not, as well as the deep underground military bases and the disgusting things that they do under there. They, as in your elite, your lovely government. I'm telling you, it's no conspiracy. You better wake up now and see the bigger agenda, because there is an agenda, all right. And what's the bigger agenda? Deception, deception, and more deception. Because it says it's that flaming yield sign from the heavens telling you the last days are near. Now, when I saw this card, it immediately reminded me of Project Bluebeam and how they're getting ready to unveil the false messiah via Project Bluebeam, that way or another way, through holographic technology and other different things, to make you think that, oh, Jesus is returning, Buddha is returning, oh, there's Krishna in the sky. I'm telling you, it's all a big mental psyop. Get ready for it and do not be fooled, because so many people are about to bow down to holographic images and mind control, and it's not going to be good. Now, I thought this card was interesting because this card even proves to you that, yes, cloning is real, because it even says this card permits you to play from your hand a personality which duplicates one who has been assassinated. Oh, so you mean to tell me that this card even admits that once certain celebrities become a certain status, that their original celebrity or the original person is in fact assassinated and then a clone is made out of them? Or even worse, they preserve DNA from people back in the 1900s and even 1800s, and then they are cloned and taken to be cloned into people. It's even been shown, and I tend to believe it, that Obama is a cloned pharaoh from Egypt. Very interesting and suspicious indeed. They even show you some of the cloning process and a clone coming out of the cloning lab. Very interesting and suspicious indeed. If you would like to learn more, please watch my cloning videos. I've done 2 so far, and Yahuwah willing, I want to do more on this topic because there's a real nefarious agenda with this, and it has to do not only with martial law and how they're probably going to clone the so-called troops and so-called foreign troops, but they're also going to do what? They're going to use the clones and for cyborgs, robots, and other means for evil and not good. Ready for the revolution? I hope so, because it says use this card when you play from your hand a nation which duplicates a group that has already been destroyed. What does that nation sound like to me? America, because this is exactly what they are getting ready for. Counter-revolution, protest. They're trying to turn the public against law enforcement against the public, to bring in the military and troops, half of which are going to be clones. I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than you think. This is what they want. This is what they're getting ready for. New World Order, fascist police state. It's all ready to go. I covered this card, but it says Democrats. For every reaction, there is an equal and opposite government program. And it shows 2 people praying to what? A goat, the Baphomet. Now, I don't know, for those of you who are not awoke, yes, the Democrats and the Republicans, they're owned and controlled by the same people, the Zionists as well as the progressive. They give you the illusion that they're 2 different things and that they mean 2 different things, but really they are the same thing, controlled by the same people who are trying to fulfill the plans of the New World Order, courtesy the UN and your lovely government and other alphabet soups under the guise of the Zionists who are under the fallen angels. That is just how the hierarchy goes. But I hope you see it, because remember, false freedom, false peace, false hope, that is exactly what they're trying to give you to condition your mind into thinking that, oh, everything's okay. Yeah, there's real change coming to America. Oh, I suggest you think again. I'm telling you, it's time to wake up now and get out of that sleep if you're not already out of it. Because what does this card say? Ditto heads. And it looks like, based on the picture, showing people who are mentally controlled and programmed by everything their government says and does. And for people who believe everything their government tells them.
Yep, voting is a joke until we get back to paper ballots. Election day.
That idiot box known as the television, known as cable. This is exactly what you become, as well as the public
voter ID.
And like I said, if you have no other choice, then of course you have to leave your children in school. But I really recommend homeschooling your children when you find out the truth and know the truth for your own self and your own sake, because schools are also controlled and managed and run by the government. And just like I said earlier, they are coming after your children, whether you want to believe that or not. I know that sounds sad to say and sorry to say, but it's just the darn truth, and I hope you're seeing it for what it really is. No sugarcoating required. Don't forget to smash the state, because they're even telling you their plans in this card. Distrust of government is at an all-time high, and society is crumbling. It sure is, isn't it? Because we don't trust our government at all. But how did they even know all of this? And what does this remind me of? Well, for me, it reminds me of New York, but what? Distrusting and dismantling the system. What? Phoenix rising out of the ashes. New World Order. You can look at your dollar bill, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I hope you're seeing this stuff, because this is exactly what they're getting ready for. Get rid of America and replace it with this. Oh, but you also need drug companies, because it says we'll have to put something in the water to make them forget this.
Yeah, multiple oaths. One to a secret society to vow of silence. Simultaneously to the oath to the American people and its Constitution. as far as the presidents?
600 additives and ingredients that they put in a little thing of cigarettes. Oh my goodness, what mind control. That's all it's about. That's what this agenda is about. And I hope you're seeing it for what it really is and getting away from this stuff, because it's all about mentally enslaving you. Now, it's interesting that this card would say goal Earth first, and it would say think globally, blow things up locally. It's very interesting it would say that, because what it shows the hypocrisy of the government, how they try to make people think, yeah, merge together, globalism, yeah, merge as a new world order. That's what we need to do in order to fight off these threats, in order to come together and make peace, problem, reaction, solution. That's the solution. But meanwhile, they're blowing up things literally. Meanwhile, they're not reporting things that they're doing. Meanwhile, they're causing droughts and other different things and causing war in different places that they're not even telling you about. For example, in Kashmir, India, they've still yet to report that to the Western world. Oh, but we know exactly what's going on, and it's not just India, it's other places too. Why? For the New World Order. That's the goal. I hope you're seeing it. But don't be embezzled, because there's always an agenda behind everything. And why do you think it's so difficult to get a business today? Why do you think it's so difficult to start up your own business and get the funding and capital? Because it's all about embezzlement. And we know money is fake, and we know it's funded and printed, fake money printed by the Jewish Zionists, the Federal Reserve. It's only a matter of time until both the fake Jews and that Federal Reserve are going to just go away and be obliterated. But until that happens, do not be fooled, and remember, not everything is what it seems. But what is the real goal of the New World Order? Fear and loathing. And we see that going on every single day today with the New World Order. We saw that with the 923 propaganda, and we're going to keep seeing it even more, because they know you're waking up and they know you're starting to find truth, but they have to keep blending it with lies, keep spreading fear. Oh my gosh, worry about this. Oh my gosh, worry about that. Oh my goodness, there's a nuclear bomb. Oh my goodness, ISIS. Oh my goodness, this. Oh my goodness, that. Because they want you to keep worrying and fearing, even though Scripture tells us not to fear. Now, I thought this card was very interesting because it says Finland. Finland has a +6 for direct control of any computer group and gives a +2 to attempt to control a computer group. And mind you, it's not just Finland either, but what is it really showing you? What goes on behind closed doors and what they don't want you to know. Remember, not everything is what it seems. And notice how it says coastal. I'm telling you, this agenda goes bigger. They know exactly what they're doing, and they're located in strategic places that you would never even think about. They as in the New World Order, they as in the elite, they as in your lovely government. This card was very interesting because it says go lemmings go, but what it can really also be alluding to is the disgusting creatures that you're going to start seeing come the New World Order. I'm telling you, folks, this goes much deeper than any of us can ever imagine. And if you're not ready for this, or thinking about this from a spiritual
You're right,
mindset,
Sean.
seeking Yahuwah daily, then I'm telling you, you're going to be taken for a loop, and you don't want that to happen. And I'm trying to be a vessel for you so that you will be ready for this stuff, so that you will not be freaking out when this stuff happens, because they're trying to, spread fear any way they can right now before the real stuff starts happening. They're trying to, they're purporting these hoaxes, but for a long time it will no longer be a hoax. Telling you they're lying about everything. And this card says, according to Adlai Stevenson, a lie is an
3 hours
unto
in.
what they call the Lord, and a very present help in time of trouble. Very interesting that it would say time of trouble, because that's where we're reaching. And won't people be upset when once NASA finally tells them that they lied about everything and stole all their money? Oh, wait until people really find out about the Federal Reserve and how it was a big lie to begin with, and they've been stealing and enslaving you for over 100 years. Oh, well, you'll be real angry then, unless you wake up now and see the lies for what they really are, and see just where the lies are coming from and who is doing the lying. But you better be careful, because they're trying to control everything. And it says international cocaine smugglers gives +4 in any attempt to control the following groups or any of their puppets: punk rockers, cycle gangs, urban gangs, Hollywood, Emmanuel Noriega. Feel free to extend this bonus to any personality that all players can agree on. And like I just talked about earlier, that that your government and the FBI, CIA, and the other alphabet soups, they get paid to smuggle drugs everywhere. That is why there's even a black market to begin with through Mexico and other places. That's why they're not even building a border in the American-Mexican border, because they know they make fake money and keep the system going. But keep that a secret. That's classified information. They don't want you to know that. Now, I thought this card was interesting, especially when it says international communist, when it says conspiracy, and it says +3 on any attempt to control any communist group or any puppet of a communist group. Like who? Led by the Jewish Zionists, Marxism, Leninism, Stalinism, and the list goes on and on. The international communist conspiracy also has a +4 rather than a -4 for direct control of any fanatic communist group. And yes, Judaism is behind all this. Yes, rabbis will tell you that. Rabbis will tell you that these ideologies for communism and Bolshevism and all that stuff comes from Judaism. They will tell you that because they're the ones who are conspiring to take over the entire world. You can read about it in the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. But are you still under mind control and think it's a fake? Or what's the agenda? Divide and conquer. And that's exactly what they do through liberalism, to turn people to say, oh yeah, we really love everyone. We agree with everyone and what everyone says. We agree with certain opinions, but not all of them. Divide and conquer. That is exactly what they're doing. Please see this stuff and see the agenda ahead of time, and rather than getting upset with people, get upset with your government for trying to pass these ideologies, and get upset with the Jewish Zionists who continue to cause trouble and chaos every single place they go, because they are the synagogues of Satan. Now, it's interesting that this card would say martyrs and would look to be what looks to be like a war zone, because what war is just what? It's all a sham and facade. There's no real reason to go to war. We don't need to be going to war except to protect the pockets of the 3% Jewish Illuminati bankers, because they're the ones who purport both sides and fund both sides of the war and get their technology from the demons and fallen angels, whether you want to believe that or not. But the people who go to war and think, or join the military and think, oh, we're doing a good deed, oh, we're protecting America. What are you protecting America from? Because America doesn't need protection. If anything, other nations need protection from America, and that's just the darn truth.
America's the enemy,
what's
folks.
Interesting about this card is here we see that number 23
One of them.
Again.
They all are.
Interesting, and it says World Illuminator Tweezer Slang's rise to 23, and it shows the woman who also shows up in the Nobel Peace Prize. Could they be alluding to something around that time, because it's giving out in October, November, December? Very interesting and suspicious indeed. And it says a shocking news story distracts all media, and by the time it runs its course, the public has forgotten all about what was that issue anyway, because that's exactly what goes on. Distractions. They want to keep you mentally distracted and occupied any single way they can. Not anymore. Final card I would like to show you today.
It's not the final card.
Surrender. And as you can see, what
His credibility's losing ground.
Law enforcement against people. It's a big plot and scam for what? Rome, divide and conquer. All roads lead back to Rome. And I know the Jesuits have a lot to do with this as well as the lovely Pope that you see, and knowing that he's not lovely at all, because what the one world religion, because what they purposely try to divide and conquer everybody, and then onto their solution to that, they say, oh, let's merge everybody together. Let's merge as a new world order through hoaxes and other delusions and distractions to keep you distracted. And by the way, George Soros and all those other elite guys, they fund Black Lives Matter and all those other silly protests. Well, not so much silly, but they fund everything. I hope you're seeing the bigger agenda and know where it's coming from. Seek Yahuwah and his true son Yahusha, that all may be well with you. Here this one says, new federal budget. And as you can see, what does it show? It shows them dumping in the American dollar into the ground. What is that really showing you? They're getting rid of the old and replacing it with the new federal budget, as in new world currency. That is exactly what they're getting ready for, and we see that they're pushing that big agenda even today. We see exactly what they're doing, and we see exactly what they're getting ready for with the BRICS and everything else. They're getting rid of the American dollar. The Obama administration has even admitted that they would like to kill the dollar. I'm telling you, this is more than just a game. This is real life. Now, I thought this card was interesting because it says ninjas, gives a +4 on any assassination attempt and a +2 on any non-distant or non-instant attack to destroy. Any attempt to destroy the ninjas is at a -10 penalty, and any failed attempt to control or destroy them gives an action token. Now, what's interesting about this card is it reminds you of who the CIA,
Yeah, definitely a compilation.
and all the other alphabet soups who are paid assassins
No doubt.
literally. And notice the purple behind it. Very interesting, especially at a time like this. What do they know that we don't know? What are they getting ready for? And just what are they really trying to show us behind closed doors? Now, I'm not sure if I've gone over this card in the past, but this says offshore banks, and it says this group is immune to any attack to destroy by government, corporate, or criminal groups. The offshore banks are used to reorganizing phony corporations, often twice a day. You may move any group you control to any other legal position in your power structure once per turn on your turn as a free action, and it shows what the destruction of the American dollar, but also what are these offshore banks, what are they responsible for? They team up together to talk about how they want to enslave us even more, and not only that, but to get that new world currency through the IMF and through other organizations and the banks that they're trying to do, because we know the Federal Reserve is a ginormous scam to begin with. They print out fake money and then they place worth on the fake money to create fake debt that doesn't really exist, and then they tax us with it through the banks and charge interest on it through the banks, because they know that's how they can enslave us into the fraudulent system that doesn't even exist. I talked more about this in many other parts, and most notably part 1, but I just thought it was interesting that they're showing us this. What are they really trying to show us? Now, I thought this card was interesting because it says opportunity knocks, and it says they thought they were safe, they were wrong, and it seems to be alluding to what opportunity knocks. You mean when the Illuminati knocks on your front door and when they want to make you into a celebrity? Because what a lot of celebrities did not know before they became celebrities is that, oh, they thought it was fun and good. They thought the parties and all that stuff was good. But when they really came to it, they didn't know about the demonic rituals and the demonic initiations of the Illuminati and how satanic it really is. They didn't know about it, but now that they do, well, it's too late, because they thought they were safe and they were wrong. Just take a look at Prince, and he could have told you all about that. But what is it really alluding to? What are they really showing you? I'm telling you, it's all on these cards. Now, this card is very interesting because it says pale people in black, and it says, oh, the despair, oh, the angst. And it says if the pale people participate in an attack to control, their target becomes infected with boredom, depression, and disgust, and all effects of opposed alignment may be ignored. This group cannot be destroyed. For every pale person in black who becomes an insurance salesman, another who graduates from high school. And what does it seem to be alluding to the most? I love angst. That's that button that it shows. Oh, and what? Controlled opposition. Not only that, but it shows how media and mainstream media controls the minds of especially teenagers and people in general to make them feel a certain way. Not only that, but you notice why you have smart meters in your house, because the government can use it in order to mind control you to make you feel a certain way. Have you ever wondered why you had mood swings before in your house? Have you ever wondered why you feel angry on certain days but really happy and jovial on other days? Could you ever have wondered that it could be the TV programs that you're watching, the idiot box that
Havana
you're watching?
effect.
Could all of that have something to do with it?
Or whatever
What are
that's
they trying
called.
to do?
Savannah?
Through
Havana?
social media, so-called, they're trying to make people get their eyes glued onto the TV set and glued onto these screens and glued onto their phones so that they start feeling depression and disgust and boredom. That is the goal, because if they can feel that way, then they can control you to think a certain way. I'm telling you, the mind control goes much deeper than you think, but how deep does the rabbit hole go? Oh, but this one's the most interesting because it says orbital mind control
Havana.
lasers. I'm telling you, this mind control stuff goes way more deeper than you think. But it says, by using the laser's action, you may add, remove, or reverse an alignment of any group in play. You may do this at any time except during a privileged attack. This change lasts only for the rest of the current player's turn. Is it really showing you how they mind control us each and every day through the GMOs and the poisoning that they put in our food, through the fluoride and the poisoning that they put in our water and in our drinks, through all that stuff, through the programs that you're watching. Yeah, they may look fun on the surface, and oh yeah, the Real Housewives of Atlanta may be fun, but what are they really trying to do? They're trying to mind control you to make you think a certain way. They're trying to get you all revved up about things that don't matter. Oh, look at what this person did on TV today. Oh, look at what Cookie did on Empire today. I'm telling you, it's all about mind control. If they can get you revved up and riled up over emotions, especially with sports games too, and if they can make you feel a certain way, then they can control your mind to focus on things that do not matter whatsoever, so that you're distracted from the plans of the New World Order, from the coming destruction that's even at the door. But see, they don't want you
Oh, it's
to
entertaining, all
They
right.
want you to think, oh, everything is okay. Oh, Mr. Obama says everything is fine and change is coming to America, so we don't have to worry. Or do we? Of course, with Yahuwah, we don't have to worry at all. But this card says nuclear power companies, and I might have already talked about this in a previous video, but it says they're warping reality in those reactors. It's unnatural, I tell you. As its action, this group can cancel the action of any other group, even an Illuminati group. What is this card really hinting at? What are the nuclear power companies really behind? The manipulation of the weather. They can place fake clouds into the sky that way and make it so that fake weather can really infiltrate certain places. I know that sounds crazy, but that is what they can do. That is what they have been doing. Not only that, but causing radiation in certain places to what the Operation Depopulation, in order to dumb down the population and start to kill off people with diseases and other means and methods of doing so. I hope you're seeing the bigger agenda behind all this, because remember, everything has an agenda. Now this card says it works, it really works, and 27 scientists have gone mad so far trying to build another one. The group linked to this device can get one extra action token at the beginning of each turn. And it says, what? Perpetual motion machine. What does this remind you of? I just did a video on it, CERN and CERN technology. We can even see it right there. And why is this so important? Why are they even alluding to CERN to begin with, and Large Hadron Colliders and particle accelerators and stuff like that? Because they're trying to not only manipulate the weather and control the weather that way with HARP and CERN in order to stage droughts and stage earthquakes and stage tsunamis at strategic locations, but what they're also trying to do as well is that they're trying to access the other dimension and portals and doorway openings in order to make way for the beast. That is exactly what they're doing, and to cause massive destruction and chaos. What do they have to do? Phoenix rising out of the ashes, order out of chaos before they can bring their new world order. What do they have to do? They have to destroy the old world first, and that is what this is alluding to. I hope you're seeing this. This goes much bigger and goes much deeper than you think, but like I said, how deep does it go? Now, I thought this card was interesting because it says,
I'm gonna say about 4.5 hours deep is how far it goes.
2 or more liberal groups whose current power adds up to 5 or less. This card may not benefit a group that already has any tokens, or a group which is suffering from any effect that prevents it from getting action tokens. This card may be played at any time it requires an action from your Illuminati. Now, what's interesting about this card is it reminds me what of all the different pledges that they try to do. Oh, pledge here to this company, this organization. Oh, pledge here and donate here. Donate your money and your time here. When you're just giving away free money, you ever wonder where your money goes after you've donated to the Red Cross or to any so-called helpful government organization, or those relief campaigns to Haiti and other places? Where is your money actually going? I don't know, and neither do you, because they know where it's going, and I'm telling you, it's not going anywhere good. Most likely it's going to the FEMA camps and other programs that could put you into FEMA camps and to keep you enslaved to the system.
Deep
And honestly,
Jabberama.
folks, that is just the darn honest, hardcore truth, whether you like it or not. Now, this card is very telling because it says phone freaks, and it says gives +6 on any attempt to control or destroy any computer group. By using this group's action, you may move any group belonging to any player except puppets of rival Illuminati groups, very interesting, and any other control arrow and their same power structure at any time except during an attack. Now, what is this card really showing you? It's showing you who are behind the phones.
It's like throwing a hot dog in a hallway, Chicago.
The CIA and the FBI have even admitted to what going into your phone records, and the NSA as well, and spying on you. It even says control or destroy any computer group. They can track everything you say. They can track your websites. They can control what you search. They can track what you search. They know what you're going to search, what you're going to buy from Amazon. They know all of that, whether you like that or not. And I know it's very freaky, but remember, they're the phone freaks. Now this card is very telling too, because it says pollsters, and it says we'll tell you what to think, because what is this really showing you? The elections are all rigged. The polls are all rigged. They know who's going to win ahead of time. Your vote has never counted to begin with, because remember, presidents are selected and not elected. But when it says we'll tell you what to think, it's about what? Mind control, because they give you the illusion that you can vote for anybody, and that, oh, you have a free voice, and oh, your vote counts. They give you that illusion, but the reality is it does not matter. They rig the numbers anyway. They make up fake percentages because they know exactly who's going to win. And for the 2016 elections, there might as well not be an election, because we know Mr. Obama.
It doesn't matter if you're 6 foot or 7 foot, if it's an endless pit.
Whether you want to believe it or not, but just wait for it. Or what they're even going to do to make it even worse is they'll let Hillary Clinton win, and then, feed us the propaganda. Oh, first female president, when we know better than that. I hope you're seeing the bigger agenda behind all this, because remember, there's always a bigger agenda. Now, I know I've gone over this card before, but it says goal. What is the goal of the Illuminati? Population reduction. Too many people making too many problems and not enough love to go round. And notice how they put round in quotes, because they know darn well the earth ain't round like a sphere. The earth is flat. They know that, whether you want to believe that or not. But why is this card so important? Is because what? Population reduction. Is that the goal all along? And how are they doing that? Oh, climate change, and the climate change lie, and the global warming hoax. They're all hoaxes. What are they trying to do with that? Not only are they trying to tax you ridiculous taxes like carbon taxes and other pollutants that they're causing, but what else are they trying to do? They're trying to say, oh, well, because you're the problem, you're breathing in too much air. Oh my gosh, you're breathing in too much air, and to protect Mother Earth and to save Mother Earth, oh, we need to get rid of some people, because that's how we're going to make the Earth more sustainable. Is that what the UN is getting ready for? Is that what the United Nations...
You're not sure, Seabass, but that's not what I was talking about. I was referring to something else.
Remember, who's in charge here? What is this card really showing you? Power grab, because the person you think who's in charge and in control is not in control at all. Just look at your lovely presidents. None of them were in charge.
Lord gets it.
None of them have power, because there's always somebody behind them. And who's behind them? The protocols of the elders of Zion. The elders of Zion are behind them. The Jewish Zionists, who are the synagogues of Satan. That is not according to me. That is according to Scripture itself. Revelation chapter 2 verses 9 and Revelation chapter 3 verses 9. Why am I showing you this? Because they give you the illusion that, oh, the CEO or the commander-in-chief is in charge. But is he really? Because last I checked, what did JFK try to do? He tried to expose to the world the secrets and the hidden secrets of the CIA, and how they're responsible for not only going
Hey, I
around
beat you. I just have a
others,
delay.
and also drug trafficking, human trafficking, sex trafficking, and other monstrous crimes, but also the monstrous crime of the Federal Reserve, and how they're scamming us day by day with taxes and everything. But what happened to him? Well, the rest is history. And not only that, but Gaddafi in Libya, with the, not to mention other places that are not compliant with Monsanto and the Jewish agenda for world control and the Zionist agenda for world control. That is not a conspiracy, whether you want to believe it or not. That's why they have rogue nations to begin with, because if you're not compliant with the Rothschild banks and the Rockefellers and all of that, if you're not compliant with putting Monsanto in your countries to poison the food even more, they are coming after you. If you're not compliant with the oil system and them taking over your oil like Afghanistan and Iraq, they're coming after you, and that's just the darn truth. And they only have 3 more countries to go: North Korea, Iran, and Cuba. It's only a matter of time. Remember, what's the goal? Power for its own sake. That is the goal of the Illuminati, to control everything and to have power over everything and everyone, but not for long. Remember the capping of the New World Order. That's why you're seeing all those pyramids all over the place with the all-seeing eye in the middle, because it represents and symbolizes what? Them getting ready to cap the pyramid. Remember, the Illuminati is about to turn 240 years old, 239 years since it's been in power. That is what they're getting ready for. And whether or not you want to believe it, America was never a Christian nation. America was founded in the same year as the Illuminati was founded. More than half of your presidents and your lovely presidents were in fact Freemasons. And that is a fact. And
You don't know. You weren't there.
in the Illuminati, and all of them are related by blood. So do you really think you have a voice when it comes to voting? I suggest you think again. Oh, but there's more corruption than you think, because this card says power corrupts. And what does it do with too much power? There is always corruption. And notice how they show money and everything, when we know money is fake and it's worth as much as Monopoly dollars. But see, the Zionists have to put a worth on it, at least for now, until they collapse it all to begin with, and then enforce their new world currency so that they can surveil you and control you even more. It's all a big scam to begin with. It's all a big hoax. It's all a big sham. But they're going to keep pushing this agenda for the
I'm with you, Seabass.
order. Now, I might have already gone over this card, but it says, what's the goal? Power to the people. And this card is very, very deceptive, because as you can see, all of them have their arms raised, but oh, somebody has a pyramid on their arm. What is this really showing you? It's showing you the illusion of power to the people. It's making
That's the Blue Origin, man.
that, oh yeah, you have a voice. Oh yeah,
I
your
see
voice
Katy
matters.
Perry in there.
Oh yeah, your opinion matters. Your voice really does matter. Or does it really? Not only that, but they also show you how the Illuminati like to blend in with normal people, how they try to blend in and tug at the hearts of American strings in order to push their own agendas, like, for example, immigration. Because if you even speak out about anti-immigration in certain countries, you could be jailed. If you speak out against immigration here in America, you could be considered and deemed a terrorist according to government documents, according to military documents. And that's what your military is training for, domestic terrorism. You could be a terrorist for even watching this video right now. I'm telling you, the agenda goes much deeper than you think, but that is exactly what they try to do, is blend in. And many of them try to blend in under the guises of Christianity, and that is just the darn truth. Remember, wolves in sheep's clothing. I hope you're paying attention. Now, I thought this card was very interesting because it shows you very cryptic symbolism in the pictures. What looks to be yin and yang here, an apple there. Very interesting, reminding me of evolution, Adam and Eve. And it even shows you this, which looks like what CERN technology and what they're getting ready for, the opening of doorway. But the card goes on to say Principia Discordia, the original manuscript. What do they know that we don't know? And what are they getting ready for? And what are they getting ready to disclose to us? It's only a matter of time. But be careful who you tell your information to. Now, I might have already gone over this card, but it says, psychiatrist, show me a sane man and I will cure him for you. Carl Jung, be careful who you disclose your information to, because the government's also listening into every single conversation, just like they're listening to you through your TV and even through your computer and even through your cell phone. Oh, but I hope you're paying attention to this, because I'm telling you, the spying goes much deeper than just that. They know every single thing about you, but the question is, do you know anything about them? Now, this card is very interesting because it says privileged attack. Play this card when you make any attack. That attack is now privileged. No one except you and the target player, if any, can aid either side. Your Illuminati or secret group must participate in the attack or spend an action token. Why is this card so important? You may be wondering, when it says privileged attack, what is that really talking about? Or is it talking about how war is all staged and planned ahead of time, and how there's no legitimate basis to go to war except to protect the pockets of the Illuminati Jewish bankers? Is that what it's really showing you? And when it says privileged attack, well, who's privileged to attack what? Because because last I checked, America's always going out and attacking others when they have no business doing that, and even trying to protect Israel any way they can, because Israel is always being threatened. Israel's a threat. Israel's a threat. Even though ISIS seems to never attack Israel, I wonder why that is. I wonder what the bigger agenda is behind all of this. Now, this card is interesting because it makes reference to Tsarist Russia, but it says privatization, People's Glorious Revolutionary Food Distribution Collective. It says play this card at any time. It requires actions by corporate groups with the total power equal to the resistance of the target group, doubled if the group is currently government. Interesting. Then it says if it is controlled by a rival, add bonuses for its close to the Illuminati. Alternatively, one Illuminati action will do the job. The target group becomes permanently corporate. If it was government, that alignment is lost, and if it was dictatorship, it is no longer. Keep this card with the link to the target. Wow, this card tells you so much truth. What are they really showing you? They're starting to show you what's about to start happening with socialism, and what's going to be the reality for America and Europe and other places worldwide is what they're trying to turn it into a socialist republic, a new world republic, and this is what's going to be the case. People are going to be lining up in certain places to get food, and they're only going to be able to get a certain amount of food per day because they're trying to limit everything and control you even more, and there's going to be rioting and everything else after the economy collapses, because this is the new world system that they're looking to put in place. And I hope you can see that and read between the lines and see just what they're getting ready for and see just what time it really is. Now, I thought this card was interesting because it says Purge. This card may be played at any time during your turn as an action for the group that uses it. It can be used in two ways. One, it can be used by your Illuminati. It destroys all agent cards currently in play which duplicate your own Illuminati group. But also it can be used by another group. It reduces the group's power and global power by 1, but makes it permanently immune to duplicate group cards played by rivals. Link this card to the group. And you've been hearing a lot about purging and purging out of things. The word purge has been coming up for a long time, and it shows what destruction that is even at the door. And it even shows a man coming out and breaking a mirror, just like what's foreshadowing the new world order, the unleashing of the
Bruce Willis.
I hope that's what you're seeing, purging out the old and replacing it with the new. Please, I hope you're seeing this and seeing the bigger agenda for what it really is. Now, this card is interesting for several reasons because it says Reign of Frogs, and it says Disaster. This is an instant attack to destroy any place. It does not require an action. Its power is 10 against the place of
Those are gay frogs.
4 for each frog god the target player has in play, and that's another card too. But it says if the attack succeeds, the target is devastated. If the die roll succeeds by more than 6, the target is completely destroyed. And not only is this card mimicking and making fun of the 10 plagues, it's also getting you ready for the reign of the Illuminati. Notice how it says Reign of Frogs. Wow, that's all we've been hearing about lately is rain, R-A-I-N, as in purple rain.
Watch the waters.
Ready for the reign of the beast. And what are they gonna, you're gonna start seeing all these disgusting things, all these disgusting creatures before the 10 plagues of Egypt come carrying down on America. It's only a matter of time, and this card is getting you ready for that. Wow, they're telling you so much truth in these cards. I hope you're seeing the truth, because it's all truth and nothing but the truth. But you better lock and load it, because this card says reload. Place an action token on any
Candy corn bullets.
or on 2 or more violent groups whose current power adds up to 5 or less. And you can see even the sun symbolism in the middle of it as well. But what is this card really alluding to? What the government's planning on doing, and how they're buying all that weapon and ammunition, as well as the plans for gun control, because that's also an Illuminati card as well, and how they're trying to get rid of your guns for Sandy hoaxes and other staged shootings that didn't actually happen, because they need to get rid of your guns and condition you more and more. Is that what they're getting ready for?
Vegas shooting, Pulse nightclub shooting,
But watch out, because
Uvalde,
a revolution, and it says the rebels are
Sandy
in the
Hook.
They have outside support. They have photocopiers. What are they getting ready for? A giant revolution, and that's exactly what's about to happen. come the new world order, because when everything starts going out of chaos and control, when the food no longer comes into the stores, and when the economy finally collapses, people are going to go nuts, they're going to go crazy, they're going to be wanting a revolution, but many people are going to be looking for the government to help them when the government's not going to help them at all. If anything, the government's going to lead them to the slaughterhouse, literally, aka the FEMA camps. Now this card is interesting because it says robot sea monsters, and it says gives +4 to any attempt to destroy any corporate or government group or any coastal place, including with the disaster, except in space. Very interesting and suspicious indeed. Not only that, but notice how it says coastal place. Here we go with coastal places again. It says has +10 to any direct attempt to destroy Japan or California, and other Illuminati cards have mentioned Japan and California, especially when it comes to sea monsters. What are they getting ready for? You're going to start seeing disgusting creatures that have not been seen since the days of Noah, and they're going to start looking like this. And not only that, but there's been a big push of robots.
They're talking about Brenda.
Couple of days now, or in the past couple of weeks especially. That's all they've been talking about is new technology, robots, cyborgs, and the Illuminati even have a card that features cyborgs. What are they going to get ready for? And when they start showing you these disgusting creatures that have not been seen since the days of Noah, will you think that they're just out of this world, or have they been manufactured ahead of time in some secret laboratory under closed doors, behind closed doors, by the fallen angels themselves? What will you believe? Because this is the goal all along.
Most likely.
Sabotage.
First one booted as well.
And with the new, but see, they're already upping the ante when it comes to upheaval and chaos. Remember, order out of chaos. They want to drive people crazy and push people's buttons to make them go nuts and make them go crazy any way they can, so that then they can come in with the military and declare martial law worldwide, but especially in America. And the way to do that is through sabotage and cannibalism and upheaval. And if you don't think this stuff is going to start happening real soon, I suggest you wake up and think again, because that is what your government's preparing for. They're even preparing for a zombie apocalypse. Who do you think the zombies are going to be? Because many people are already zombies because they're asleep to the plans of the new world order. It's only going to get worse from here, whether you like it or not. Now, I've already might have gone over this card too, but it says gives +3 to any attempt.
That's right, Glad. That's right.
Government group or bank. And notice how it says savings and loans, when we know savings and loans and all that is a scam. The banks take your money and steal your money from your bank account, and they take it overseas to gamble with it. Not only that, but we know darn well the money is fake anyway. But sometimes what do banks do? They're not safe for your money, and when these bail-ins start going into effect, they're going to legally steal your money whether you like it or not. That's why you need to start getting your money out of the banks and see the bigger agenda. And if more people knew the scams of the Federal Reserve as well as the IRS, and how we're not even supposed to be paying taxes even according to the Constitution, then they would try to do something about it instead of sleeping and going about their day thinking that the system is okay when it is not. But what people are perished for the lack of knowledge. My people are perished for the lack of knowledge. Now, I know this card is hard to see, but I wanted to go over it. I was actually looking for it, but it says school prayer. And what is this card really alluding to? When you can pray and when you cannot pray, because that is what exactly they're trying to do. In many schools, they have banned Bibles and they have banned prayers all over the place. Why is that? Because of mind control. Not only that, but in some places in Scotland, they've even banned the teaching of creationism and creation altogether. But they're pushing this agenda of evolution because they're getting ready for the new world order, so that when the so-called aliens get here, who will be the fallen angels disguised, what are they going to tell you? They're going to tell you that you too can become aliens, you too can become gods. All you have to do is evolve. Are you going to believe the scam, or are you going to wake up and see the bigger agenda ahead of time? Now, this card is interesting because it says science fiction fans, and it says gives +2 to any attempt to control or destroy any computer group. Gives its master +6 to any such attempt. Gives +2 to any attempt to control any weird group. Now, why is this card so important? You may be wondering, because what is this card really showing you and alluding you to? the difference between fiction and what's true, because everything that they're showing you on this picture is in fact fiction, including the spherical Earth, whether you want to believe that or not. But also what? They never went to the moon. The big space program called NASA is a big fraud. It's a fraudulent space program. All of those astronauts are all Freemasons, and they have to keep the secrets because they fulfill the plan of the New World Order to get ready for the false Messiah and the false alien deception. You can watch my Project Bluebeam video for more on that. But there was never any moon landing. They never went to the moon. There was never any space mission. It's all a fake. It's all a phony. And how do they film all that stuff? They film it with green screens. They film it underwater. That is how they do it. And I hope you see that. And they use zero gravity planes to make it look like they're in space when they know darn well you cannot actually go there. It's all pseudoscience and it's all made up. And I hope you see that it's a bigger agenda behind all that. Why are they faking that? Why are they hiding it? They're hiding it because they're getting ready for the New World Order. Because if they can fool you into believing that there are other planets out there, if they can fool you into believing that there's space out there and that there's other worlds out there and that there are other extraterrestrials out there, then they can fool you into the extraterrestrials, also known as the aliens, also known as the fallen angels, who will disguise themselves as aliens and fool you into thinking that they're from some other planet when they are not. That is why all of these operations have gone on. That is why they have sealed off Area 51 and Antarctica, because they don't want you to know this stuff. I'm telling you, this goes much deeper than you think, and I hope you're seeing that with both eyes open. And everything I'm telling you today is classified by the government, because the government works with the demons and the fallen angels. They have been for 70 years. There's even a picture showing Hitler take a handshaking with a so-called alien. Who do you think that is? Look up Operation High Jump and Operation Paperclip for more on that. It's time to get educated big time. Remember, not everything is a hoax, not everything is a fake, and not everything is a sham. Remember, the boy who cried hoax, and everything I'm telling you are secrets that no man was meant to know, that no man wants you to know. Secrets man was not meant to know. You were not meant to know any of this stuff that I'm telling you today. They was supposed to be a secret. Project Bluebeam was supposed to be a secret, and so were some other things, including 9/11 as well. But once things got leaked out, well, it got leaked out. Not only that, but it's fulfilling biblical prophecy, because the truth is what's coming to light. And once you accept the truth, that is what makes you free, because the truth shall make you free.
Amen.
Now, I thought this card was very interesting because it says New World Order Solidarity. It says we must all hang together, or surely we shall all hang separately, Benjamin Franklin said at the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Double the resistance of all groups. This card replaces any red NWO card in play. Not only that, but what does it say? Solidarity. That's all Mr. Obama talks about in his speeches. Is, oh, solidarity, solidarity. We all need to come together and we all need to merge as a new world order, because that's the solution to our cause problem, isn't it? That is what they're getting you ready for, and I hope you see it, and I hope you see the bigger agenda, because remember that there's always an agenda. They don't just do these things and say, oh yeah, solidarity, oh yeah, false peace, oh yeah, false hope, oh yeah, the false peace sign, which is an inverted cross, by the way. It's all a big scam to begin with. They're just conditioning your mind so that you can accept the New World Order once it finally gets here. Remember, the deception goes much deeper than you think, because this card says state lotteries, and I'm telling you, it's all a big scam, because not only do they rig it so that they can figure out the winner ahead of time, but not only that, but what it really shows you too is that even with the winner, even if the winner wins, they have to, half of it goes with so-called taxes anyway. So did you really win anything? It's just another way to scam you out of the little money that you already have, to keep you enslaved to the system and to give you that illusion of freedom and the illusion of, oh, fun and games, and the illusion of gambling, when they're the ones who rigged the system to begin with. Now, I thought this card was interesting because it shows you if Stonehenge is in your power structure, you are immune to all magic groups, magic plots, or magic resources. And you can watch my video on the giants, and what you'll see is that the giants are the ones who built these Stonehenges and all these other artifacts. It was the Nephilim, the offspring of the fallen angels, as well as the pyramids as well. That is just the darn truth. Not only that, but what are they really getting ready for? If you looked at my Project Bluebeam video, one of the things that they're going to be doing is they're going to be staging earthquakes at these strategic locations to make the Bible seem false and to make it seem as though, oh, we found new discoveries. Oh, new discoveries have been found here, so we have to discredit everything else to get ready for the new world order and to get ready for the bigger deceptions that are even at the door. I hope you're seeing the bigger agenda, because remember, the new world order, it's a very nefarious agenda, and I'm doing my best to expose truth to you any single way I can. But you better straighten up, because it says subliminals. It says their secret mind-altering messages are hidden everywhere. The number of media groups you control is added to the power and global power of the subliminals. And you can see subliminal messages with sex written right there. It even says you need more NWO. No, you really don't, because what is this card really showing you? Everything is subliminal. The TV that you watch, the food that you eat, the water that you drink, it's all subliminal. How is the water subliminal? Because it has fluoride in it to poison you even more. How is the food subliminal? Because it has dangerous chemicals in it and other poisons and toxins that affect your body and make you sicker and sicker. How is the TV subliminal? Because it makes you think a certain way under subliminal mind control. How is everything else subliminal? Because when you listen to NASA and to the fake planets and the fake discoveries and all that stuff, you're listening and relying to them rather than doing the research on your own for things, but rather listening to a satanic government who will just tell you everything, and the majority of people listen to everything that CNN tells them when it's all propaganda. And I hope people are seeing this bigger agenda, because what they're trying to mentally program your mind for mind control. Just look up Project Monarch. The celebrities, especially celebrity women, will tell you all about that. Why? Because they have to keep the secret. Now this card exposes to you one of the Knights of Templar, and it says Templars. No, they weren't wiped out in 1312. They've been growing in power and wealth and strange knowledge. Strange knowledge, you mean like Gnosticism, mystery, Babylonian religion, evolution? Is that what it's talking about? Of course it is. Remember, what is the goal here? Madness and chaos. I might have already gone over this card, but that is exactly what they're doing. They, as in the elite and the Illuminati, by merging as a new world order, because only a handful of people control the world, at least for now anyway, and they're bringing and spreading madness worldwide. Because remember, that is exactly what they're trying to do, target different locations and destroy them, and they're targeting after volcanoes, HAARP and CERN. Please look it up, but it says disaster. This is an instant attack to destroy any place except a huge one. It does not require an action. Its power is 18. That is why you're hearing and seeing a ton of volcanic eruptions, especially at such a time as this. I wonder what they're getting ready for. But don't be fooled, because there could be vampires lurking around you. What is this card really showing you? The demons and how they try to do what? They try to infiltrate through different people. That's why you hear about demonic possessions. I'm telling you, this stuff is real, and it goes much deeper than you think. Now this card is telling because it says urban gangs, but what they don't tell you is that the CIA is the one that goes after and infiltrates in urbanized communities and spread drugs there for what? The control of urbanized areas, the New World Order. And the final card I would like to share with you today is War Gamers, and it says gives +2 on any attempt to control or destroy any computer group. By using their action, the War Gamers can send anyone exposed plot to the bottom of its owner's plot's deck. And what this card is really alluding to you is how war is all.
There's about 15 minutes left of this. It's definitely not the last one.
Really goes. And who's that one person symbolically speaking? The Jewish Zionists. Just look up World War I, World War II, and even
30
World
minutes.
War III. Albert Pike can tell you all about that. It's all controlled and staged ahead of time, and I hope you're seeing the bigger agenda. Yahuwah for what it really is. Please seek Yahuwah and his true son Yahusha, because as you can see, it's only a matter of time until things get from bad to worse. But now I would just like to give you a bonus and even more cards that we will cover and go over today. And the first one that we're going to be covering says, and stay dead. Play this card immediately after any group has been destroyed or discarded by any player. It requires an action from a magic group. The destroyed group is gone forever. No card or special ability can revive it. Now, what's very interesting and suspicious about this card in particular is that it looks like somebody and it resembles someone that's been in the mainstream media just recently. And that someone just so happens to be Julian Assange. And it's just interesting because we've been seeing him all over mainstream media when it comes to Hillary Clinton and the email scandal and everything. Very interesting and suspicious indeed. Are these cards trying to tell you something? I might have talked about this card before, but what's interesting about this card is that it actually shows it twice and it has two different pictures, and it's called Air Magic, and it says play this card to help protect the place against any disaster except an earthquake or volcano. The power of the place is tripled for this one defense. Playing this card is an action for a magic group. Alternatively, you may sacrifice the top plot card from your deck to power this card. Discard it without looking at all. Now, what's very interesting about this card is that it reminds us of what? Weather control and weather modification, and your government even has documentation to prove that they not only modify the weather and control the weather, but they also modify it in order to what? Poison the air with chemtrails and use it against our benefits in order for what? Depopulation. Now, I thought this card was very interesting indeed, and if you have something to add to this card or any of the cards, please do comment below in the description box. But it says 18.5-minute gap, and it says play this card immediately after someone else plays a plot card. That card is canceled but not discarded. Instead, add it to your own hand. And what this card really means and what it's really alluding to and talking about is how they control the media and how everything is controlled and centralized under the media. The Zionists are the ones who are controlling everything, and everything is staged, predicted, and planned ahead of time. The elite and the Illuminati, they are telling you each and every day their plans. They're telling you exactly what they're about to do, and they've even told you what they're going to do 17 years ahead of time. Because is it a surprise or a coincidence that this card just so happens to remind us of something very familiar? It says Al-Amarja. Conspiracy is in the very air of Al-Amarja. Its owner is immune to the I Lied card. However, its rulers use their arcane powers mainly to guard themselves. If Al-Amarja or its master or puppet is struck by a disaster, each undrawn plot card you discard before the die roll adds +4 to your defense. And notice how the watch here, it just so happens to show 1205, and this man just so happens to resemble someone very familiar, and this event just so happens to resemble a very familiar event indeed. And this event is, of course, the Aurora shooting that took place on July 20th, 2012, allegedly in Colorado. How did they know about that 17 years ahead of time? How did they know? Just like how did they know about 9/11? How did they know about Lady Gaga? How did they know about Mr. Obama becoming president? How did they know about these things? How did they know? Is that just a mere coincidence, or are they literally telling you ahead of time? Now, this card says annual convention. Tragically, the organization's yearly meeting was in the path of the destruction. And what this card immediately reminded me of was Bohemian Grove, when all the men and the top elite men gathered together and they sacrificed to Molech, the giant owl, and fire worship, and they probably have women whom they sacrifice and fornicate with as well. But don't worry, that's not the only convention that they do that in, because they also do it behind closed doors and other disgusting demonic rituals. Just ask them. I'm telling you, it goes much deeper than you think. Now, this card says Bavarian Illuminati. Each turn, you may declare one of your attacks privilege, power 10 out of 10, special goal, control a total power of 50 or more, counting Bavaria's own power. And of course, we know that this card symbolizes and represents the Bavarian Illuminati, and how the Illuminati was founded back in 1776, and how it was founded with a bunch of elite white men at the very top. And we know that this year is very interesting indeed, because this year is the 240th year since the Illuminati has even started. I wonder what that means symbolically speaking. Now, I've probably talked about this card, but I would just like to reiterate it once again. It says Big Media gives +4 to any attempt to control or destroy other media, may aid or oppose any attack made by or against any other media group. And when we know that it says big media, we know darn well what it's talking about, because it's talking about what media and surveillance and spying, Big Brother's watching you. Because if you ever notice your smart TV is actually watching and recording you, have you ever wondered why that red light on your TV never goes out even when you turn it off? Because it's actually recording you and your house. No, this is not a conspiracy. Just look at all the fusion centers that the DHS has, and just look at the FBI, and they'll tell you all about it. Now, this card is very suspicious because it shows us Winston Churchill, and it says blood, toil, tears, and sweat. Discard any one New World Order card now in play. This requires the action of media groups with the combined power of at least 4. This card may be played at any time. Now, what this card is really showing you is what they're giving you, the illusion of the world power and a world leader, because we know darn well that all these world leaders are all agents for the Illuminati, and we know that they're hired and bought and purchased by the Illuminati, including Mr. Obama, including Mr. Trump, and including Miss Clinton. They're all purchased ahead of time, and they all are to fulfill the plans of the Illuminati. You never had a voice to begin with. Your vote never counted to begin with, and that is just the darn truth. But what these world leaders also do, and what they're trying to do, is start war any single way they can, because yes, the Zionists, they fund both sides of the war, and we even see that today with World War III erupting with Russia and Turkey and Syria and the Middle East. It's funded by both sides. Don't believe the propaganda of mainstream media. Now, this card says bodyguard. Play this card after any type of assassination. It becomes an automatic failure. Now, this card could represent a whole lot of things, but I think that this card really is trying to hint at what more spying. Because every time you see bodyguards and paparazzi all over the place, it's just the central hub for more spying and more detecting and more everything else. And we see that all over the place, especially in places such as Hollywood, or should I say Hollywood. Now, this card says Boy Sprouts, and it says whenever the Boy Sprout helps to bring relief to any devastated location, you may draw a plot card. For purposes of bringing relief, they have a power of 12. Now, when you look at this picture, when you look at the boy in the picture, first of all, you see him holding up this satanic hand gesture, which is very interesting because you see that hand gesture being held up on many religious symbols and icons, including the Baphomet. But not only that, when you look closely, it looks like he's deprogrammed and mind controlled, because they want to come after your children, and that is why they have these cartoons, because they're programming your children at a young age to think a certain way, act a certain way, and talk a certain way. It's all programming. It's all about mind control. Now, this card says Death Mask. Whoever wears it can see a slightly different world through its staring eye holes, and when the mask is removed, the different world is the true one. And of course, this sounds just like the Matrix. This sounds like what? 2 different worlds, because you're the one living in a fantasy if you continue to listen to what your government tells you, and if you continue to believe that, oh, everything's okay, and oh, nothing to worry about, and oh, life is going to go on and business as usual. It's time to wake up and take off the mask and see the world around you and see what's about to take place, because you could be wearing the death mask and you may not even know F-N-O-R-D. Now you see this word all throughout this card game, and it says F-Nord, and it says play this card immediately after any die roll you make. You may discard that roll and try again. Now if you look up the word and the meaning of this word, you'll see that it was coined in about 1965, and you'll see that it has to do with, and it ties to conspiracy and purposefully misinforming the public, disinformation. And no, I'm not making this up. You can go look it up. You can Google search it, and you'll see exactly why it's there. But that's exactly what your government and your elite are doing. Just look at CNN, ABC, and all those other alphabet soups. Disinformation. They literally get paid to disinform us every single day, to spread their propaganda, because they want to make us feel a certain way and think a certain way and trigger a certain reaction about other groups of people. Just look at Islamic terror, but they'll never tell you who the real terrorists are, which are those Zionists at the very top. Now this card says, Freaking the Mundanes. Place an action token on each of your weird groups which does not already have one. This card may be played at any time. This card does not benefit groups which are suffering from the effect of any card or special ability that prevents them from getting action tokens. Now what I thought was interesting about this card specifically is how they're trying to glorify and trying to make what seems weird normal. They're trying to normalize it any single way they can. And also in our culture today, you're starting to see more of an uptick with the normalization of tattoos and piercings and nose rings and everything else, as well as mohawks, just as you see in the picture here today, because there is always an agenda attached behind it. And while it may seem like nothing, anytime your government pushes something that becomes mainstream, or anytime your government starts to offer free stuff, there's always something going on ahead of time. There's always something more subliminal that's going on. Now this card says good polls, and it says play this card at any time. Until the beginning of your next turn, the power and resistance for all your groups of any chosen alignment is tripled for defense only. We even see that with the polls, because they try to tell us that, oh, this candidate's winning, or oh, that candidate's ahead of this one, just like we see with Mr. Trump and Miss Clinton, even though it really doesn't matter. The elections are rigged. Just ask Mr. George W. Bush from the 2000 elections, and he'll tell you all about that. He even told you on a news report that he would in fact win the elections. How did he know that unless presidents are selected?
Looks like 2 years ago.
Elected. Now this one says celebrity spokesman. Play this card at any time except during an attack. Link any personality you control to any organization that is not secret or government and has no opposed alignment. The power of the personality is increased to 4. The bonus is lost if either card is captured or destroyed. And immediately I thought of what? Corruption with Hollywood or Hollywood. There's a lot there.
Almost there, folks. Almost.
Like they're not telling you what really goes on behind closed doors. Because if you even want to become a celebrity, or if you even want to get into the Hollywood industry, there's a whole lot that you have to do. You have to keep a bunch of secrets. Keep the secrets. That is the game of the Illuminati. But not only do you have to keep the secrets, you also have to perform very demonic, satanic rituals in order to get to the top and become a Freemason. Just look at LeBron James and all those others who are at the very top, and even certain celebrities and childhood celebrities, but they can't tell you any of this stuff. Keep the secrets. Now, of course, we automatically think of Hillary Clinton when we see this card, because it says chain letter. You make 500 copies, and in 3 weeks, you own Monaco. And we think of chain letters, and that's all we've been hearing about, too, in the news and recently all over is, oh, Hillary Clinton and the email scandal and blah, blah, blah. And then it talks about playing this card at any time except during a privileged attack. Placing it over any straight group, the target is paralyzed immediately. It cannot spend action tokens and cannot use any special ability or linked resource. But notice how it says its puppets are unaffected, but it cannot get new ones. Control of the target does not count toward any goal. To free the target, either remove its straight alignment or spend an action from its master or any Illuminati. And it seems as though anytime anyone is linked with Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton, there's always a scandal indeed. How did they know about that? how many years ahead of time. But this card is also interesting when it says New World Order, chicken in every pot. And there's so much symbolism on this card, including the phoenix rising out of the ashes, and then we have a clock right here. But it also says world trade is thriving. Everybody
Pretty good
is
guess,
rich
Sean.
and happy. Increase the power of all banks and all coastal places by 2. Decrease the power of all violent groups by 1. This card replaces any blue NWO card that is in play. And when I automatically look at this card, I think of New York, and when it says World Trade, it automatically reminds me of the World Trade Center in New York. Just so happens to be a coastal city, and we know throughout
78.
this game they mention coastal areas and coastal cities. Indeed, especially when they say everybody is rich and happy. But will that be the case when it comes to the planned economic collapse? Probably not. Now this card says Clipper Chip. All government groups in your power structure gain the ability to listen in on phone conversations worldwide, only for legitimate law enforcement, of course. Oh my goodness, they're telling you so much truth indeed. And by the way, how did they know all about this? Because this was well before cell phones were really popularized. Of course, there were phones back then, but it's interesting because that's all we're seeing now in the mainstream media and in the news, with talks about the RFID chip and chips that can control other people. And we also know that many of the celebrities at the very top, they are chipped as well. Just look at Al Roker and Eminem and some other ones, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So it's interesting, and this card even tells you, and they even admit that your government is listening into phone conversations, and with these chips, they're able to spy on you even more. Massive surveillance control. I'm telling you, these cards are revealing so much truth to you, and I hope you see it with
Marathon.
your eyes open, because this card says Clone Rangers, and I've probably gone over this card before, but the reason I like to go over it real quickly with you again is because, yes, cloning is real, and if you have not seen any of my cloning videos, I highly recommend you do, because this is some real stuff that goes on. This is some serious stuff that goes on, and like I said, you can ask childhood actors and actresses all about it. You can even ask the Hollywood industry, and they'll tell you all about the cloning that goes on. Many of the celebrities that you see are in fact cloned, including the politicians who are at the very top. And there are cloning centers underground where all of this is taking place, not to mention underground cities where your government are working with the demons, who are also known as the fallen angels, who are disguising themselves as aliens to make all of this happen and to make all of this go on. And that is how they're able to clone, and that is how they're able to control the world, at least for now. And no, my friends, this is no conspiracy theory. This is conspiracy truth. This is a conspiracy fact. And this card says Counterspell. Suddenly the candles flared brilliantly and the servitors scattered. Too late, the altar exploded and the roof began to sag. And when you look at this card and when you look at the eerie picture in it, it quickly reminds me of what programming, how everything they're trying to cast the spell on you any single way they can. When you turn on your TV, they call it TV programming for a reason, because they're programming your minds. They're the ones who are programming you. But that's not the only way, because did you know that medicines and the sorcery in it, the pharmacy is just sorcery? That's all it is. Why do you think there are all these side effects that comes with medicine? Because they don't really heal the cure, when they know darn well the cure is in natural remedies and natural herbs, just as Dr. Sebi, which is why they had to take Dr. Sebi out recently as well. And I quickly wanted to show you this card once again, because as you can see, it says F-Nord all over it, because what? Disinformation. But it says Cover of Darkness. The schedule was tight, but they made the switch with minutes to spare. Their van was several blocks away when the red glow grew behind them and the screaming started. Their precious target was in fact safe. Play this card immediately after a gadget or artifact resource has been destroyed or discarded. It's not destroyed after all. You get it, because that's exactly what goes on. All of this cover up, it's just a big scheme. It's just a big scam. Never believe a word they're telling you, because they're good at lying. And speaking of cover-up, what better way to cover things up than to burn it and shred it? And I know I've gone over this card in one of them, but I would just like to go over it again because this is the exact game of the Illuminati. Just ask all of these Illuminati-hired archaeologists and pseudoscientists who are falsely telling you the theories of evolution and that aliens are existent and they're come from other planets. It's all pseudoscience. It's all a great big cover-up because they don't want you to know who your creator is. But it says, play this card at any time a secret group has been successfully attacked. That attack becomes a failure. It requires an action from another secret group or your Illuminati, like a secret group just like the FBI or the NSA or the CIA who get paid to cover up information and falsify information. Just look at the alleged Holocaust, or should I say the Holohoax, and you'll see exactly what I mean. Now, what I thought was most interesting about this card, and I've probably shown it before, is Count Dracula. But it seems like every time in these cards, and the Illuminati specifically throughout their programming and messaging, they always like to allude to full moons. I wonder why that's the case. And if anyone has anything to add on that regarding full moons, please do comment in the description box below, as well as any other cards that you've seen today or any other ones. But this one says, Dracula has +10 on any direct attempt to control the vampires. The Count cannot be destroyed unless a magic group or card is used, but if destroyed, he is permanently dead. Nothing can bring him back. No magic artifact linked to the Count can ever be lost by him or taken away by any means, but if he dies, that artifact is lost forever. Interesting, because they even have a card that talks about artifacts and forgery, but they even have another card that's dedicated to the full moon, which reminds me of Black Knight Decoded from the Pepsi commercial that was released back in November of 2015 with the propaganda that said, by the next full moon, they will be ready for us. I wonder what they're trying to allude to. Your government and the elite have been getting ready for this card and have been preparing these things for a very long time because it says cyborg soldiers. Link this card to any violent group. The power of that group is doubled. If that group is destroyed, the cyborg soldiers are also lost, and this just so happens to be a gadget card. But the reason this card is so important and the reason this card needs very much attention to it is because this card is showing you what's exactly about to happen come martial law, is that they're not going to have real soldiers. They're going to have cyborg soldiers and drones. That's exactly what they're going to be doing, and that's exactly what they're getting ready for. Now, this card always tells you about the predictive programming that goes on in the Illuminati. Just look at the movies, but it says, early warning, play this card as a free move after any disaster is played. It gives the target a +10 to defend against that one disaster, and we know darn well that they've been doing a good job with the predictive programming. Just look at San Andreas and the San Andreas fault line, and what's even worse is that they try to tell you and they lie to you and say that, oh, these are early warnings, and oh, an earthquake hasn't gone off in this place for 200 or 300 years, so a giant earthquake is due in this specific area. No, they're the ones controlling it through HAARP and
yeah, Pebbles, pretty impressive.
Weather modification is a real thing. Your government has been
You guys are the
since
shiznit.
the 1960s, if not earlier than that. But what they have to do, and what the elite and Satan and all of them have to do, is that they have to warn you about what they're going to do, and they have to tell you their plans ahead of time. And that's where that comes in with the New Madrid fault line and the San Andreas fault line and the Cascadia Rising 2016 with the alleged FEMA drill that they did back in June of 2016. They're literally telling you what's about to happen, but do you see it with both your eyes? And just like air magic, there is also earth magic. And this card says, play this card to help protect the place against a disaster. Using this card lets any magic groups in play
Bunch of damn legends. That's what I call you.
the attack. And we know darn well how symbolic this all is for the elite and the Illuminati, because yes, they use nature worship and they worship nature in order to bring about what? Chaos and destruction, and then order out of chaos, which is where the phoenix rising out of the ashes comes from, including the palm tree as well. Now, when I saw this card, I immediately thought of all of the tampering that goes on, as well as all of the corruption that goes on in the marketplace and the economy as well. Because yes, economics is also a big sham too. It's all a big scam. It's all a big sham because they know exactly.
That's right, Pebs. Tapered at both ends so the butt don't slam shut.
What the market's going to be. They know the numbers. They configure the numbers before the market even opens on the same day, and they know the exact day that the market is going to collapse because they're the ones who are going to be collapsing it, but they're not going to tell you that. But they've already told you that it could be on a Friday. Just look at X-Files Season 10. But this card says Eco Gorillas has +6 on direct attacks to destroy corporate groups. Increases resistance of all your groups by 2
First show.
attack made by or added by a corporate group. This card here says Eliza.
Got my
is it
cherry
really
popped.
alive, or does it just think it is? Eliza can be linked to any computer group or to the network. That group gets an extra action token each turn. But if that extra action ever results in a roll of 11 or 12, Eliza has crashed. Discard and expose all of your hidden plot cards. No group may have more than one Eliza. Now it's interesting because in mainstream media alone, and what we've been seeing recently, that's all they've been showing is robotics and Siri and everything.
You don't know, you weren't there.
Such as Sophie and many other ones. Could this be alluding to Eliza? Did they know about all of this ahead of time? And this card is called MTV, which is showing you what mind control and programming through the television. And mind you, this isn't just for children either with cartoons. It's also for adults when it comes to these reality TV shows and everything. They want you to think a certain way, not to mention how these TVs, they can give off frequencies.
Appreciate you being here, Vlad. You the man.
For the government to control
You saved my ass in the beginning. It was quite rough.
Watching a television show or a program that had to do with people that were really angry and
That noob syndrome.
because they're trying to get a reaction from you any single way they can. And I know it may sound crazy, I know it may sound hard to believe, but trust me, this is what your government is doing. There's even government documentation to prove how they're doing all of these things. They're not going to call it mind control, but just look it up and you'll see exactly that that is their plan's depopulation. This card says Fickle Finger of Fate. Indecision is the key to flexibility, because if they can control your mind any single
Flat
way
power,
they can,
brother.
and if they can use it to control your mind, then they can control you and they can control what you're going to do, and they can predict what you're going to do because they know what you're going to do if you let them control your mind. But if you're awakened to the devices of the crafty, and if you know that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, then you know exactly their plans, and you know that you don't have to be influenced by what they're doing. But it's important to stay awake and alert and aware to what's going on in the world around you. This card here says floating point error, and then it talks about software and how software executives agree it's not really a problem. All over the world, computers get weird. No computer group, no matter who owns it, may use its action tokens until the end of the present turn, except to defend itself against an attack. Alternatively, if this card is played immediately after computer action, that action is canceled. This card requires an Illuminati or computer action. Now this reminds me of two things. The first thing is how your government and the Illuminati, they control the internet, they control computers, and they use it to spy on you through Facebook and Twitter and all those other social media programs.
I think I've been growing it about 4 years, but damn barber chopped it off when I wasn't looking. Said she was going to clean it up a little bit and took off like a good year's worth.
What they're preparing for, because
Pissed me
that's
off.
exactly what they're going to do, and then they're probably going to blame it on Russia or blame it
Shit
on
takes
China
dedication,
or propaganda in order to
perseverance.
justify to bring about world war, because that's exactly what they want to do. Even though your government is the one that's behind it and is doing it, they're the ones that are behind all of this, courtesy the Zionists and courtesy the fallen angels. It's a hierarchy, and that's exactly what they're doing. But they need you to think that Russia and China are behind all this, and they really need you to think that there's really a security threat and there's a threat of cybersecurity, and there's a threat of cybersecurity in the U.S. domestic homeland, when this is simply not the case. Telling you so much truth on these cards. Now this one says forgery. Ha! You've been deceived by a clever duplicate, but we have the real thing. You can even look at the Vatican and they'll tell you all about that, because they have all of the scriptures in the ancient scriptures, but they're keeping it hidden from us because everything they show you is in fact a forgery. Everything is twisted. You're the one living in a fantasy, but now that you're awakened to truth, you're no longer living in that fantasy. Now this card shows you the full moon card, and I know I was talking about it earlier, and I probably talked about it in one of my other videos, but it says place an action
Except
token
on
each of
Fridays.
your fanatic groups, whether it has one or not, and any other fanatic group in play that you want to benefit. This card may be played at any time it requires an action from your Illuminati. This card does not benefit groups which are suffering from any effect that prevents them from
Dirty
getting
rotten
action
barber.
tokens. And of course, it reminds us of what Dracula and the full moon propaganda that we see all over mainstream media. And the last card that we will be going over today is called the Fred
This
Birch
is the last
Society.
card.
The Fred Birch Society,
Maybe.
spiritual leaders of right-wingers everywhere, counts as two conservative groups for any illuminated goal, though not for the basic goal. Now, when you read that carefully, you start to see something very interesting and suspicious indeed, because when it says two conservative groups for any illuminated goal, just like the illuminated goal of what? Democrat and Republican and conservative and liberal, because that's what they try to feed into your head, that, oh, they're two separate things, when they are actually the same thing. And like I said earlier, they give you that illusion that, oh, your vote counts and your voice really matters. But if you really believe that, then you are just like those who are pictured on this card, with your eyes and your ears and your mouth closed. But now that you are awakened to truth, and now that you're fully awakened to truth, you know better than that, and you're not going to fall for the schemes and the plans of the Illuminati, but rather you're going to seek Yahuwah and his true son Yahusha with all your heart, so you can be delivered from what's to come, because there are many of these cards that have not yet come to pass, such as martial law, World War III, and many others.
Hey! Congratulations. Y'all made it. That was pretty epic. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Yeah, it was long, but if you haven't seen it before, it was worth watching, in my opinion. I do like the watch parties, but I can mix it up and do some serenading as well on the guitar a little bit. Do some Discord in the future. I'd like to get that going. I actually have a little experience with the Discord, but I think that's probably what we'll do next time. I'm not sure exactly. I'll probably stream again this week coming up. But hey, I appreciate every one of you, and I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up here and let y'all get some sleep. But I appreciate it. It was an epic first stream, and I love you all. Peace and love.